Victory 0.94, 50.94 for car number 50. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five. No. Page 50.94. 50.94 for car number 50.
One, two, three, four, five.
Yep.
Page 50.94. 50.94 for car number 50.
Good morning and welcome to you all here at Wiscombe Park. To those around the Grove who will be following the British Championship action this weekend, courtesy of our streaming partner, Speed
On the
Screen. The headline event the action during the weekend. Two separate events, one today, one tomorrow. But in fact, there are virtually two events running. One which we term as the Interclub event, and the other the national event that will British Championship classes start in A and go all the way through to F. Running of the cars on the hill will be something up just like that. We'll get the gist of it as we go along. So we're looking at practice run. We've just seen Keith Soon at the top with his Porsche
1, 2.
One, two, PA test. One, two. Very good. Bear with us a moment. We have a little PA issue which we're just overcoming. So I'm just going to swap mics with Jeff so Jeff can give you a bit more of an update of what's happening.
Thank you, David. So I've now got David's roving microphone. So I'll take this opportunity to welcome you all to Wiscombe Park. Welcome you if you are here at the venue, and also if you're around the globe and following the event, courtesy of our streaming partners Speed on Screen. The headline event this weekend, of course, is the British Hillclimb Championship, and we'll have one qualifying run and one top 12 runoff each day. So we'll be looking at rounds 20 and 21 of the British Hillclimb Championships over the 2 days. And then on the undercard this weekend, we have the British Hillclimb Cup, the 5th round of the Wiscombe Park Championship, as well as qualifiers for the HSA and the Downton Speed Championships. So those of you who've been with us for a little while will notice that the practice runs this morning. We've made our way through to the large capacity racing car class of the British Championship. That's Class L for machines with engines over 2 litres. So we're making our way through the practice runs with Class L, as we were saying, and a little hold on the hill. We've got cars down, making their way down to the start line, ready to go. And this will, in fact, be the practice run for the first of 2 practice runs, in fact, for the Hillclimb Championship contenders. And the Interclub guys, the Tillicoultry Quarries Southwest type classes, they will take 2 practice runs and 1 timed run. Sorry, the other way around, 2 practice runs and 1 timed run for the British Championship boys, at least. So different programs for different competitors, whether they're running in the Interclub event or the National Championship event. So Jack Cottrell next to run, on his way, waiting patiently to make his way to the start line. Jack with the 2.5 litre Cosworth powered Delara. All the time, one advantage for these drivers is that the track is drying after that little shower of rain. Though those who are familiar with Wiscombe will well know that the nice sunny bits of the track, Wiss Straight particularly, can dry out quite nicely, but under the trees up through the Esses and Castle Straight, the fastest part of this 915 metre course, can remain a little bit damp. And we've seen already this morning how important that is. It doesn't take too much wetness on this new tarmac laid back in May, and the adhesion goes. Most of the drivers this morning were on slicks. Although the track was damp, it wasn't wet as such, but there was enough precipitation to make it a testing experience. So hopefully when I come out with the sunshine, the tracks will dry, and we'll be looking at a more consistent situation for the drivers as we go through the rest of the practice runs this morning and the time runs, qualifying runs, and of course the pinnacle of today's action, the top 12 runoff for the British Hillclimb Championship, supported by Avon tyres.
Morning, Jeffrey. Can you hear me?
certainly can, my friend.
Excellent. Yes, Chris is he's just adjusting me, so to speak, at the moment.
I've
Our
often-
PA engineer, Chris, hard working in
He
his
is.
little box. Yes.
I often said that you needed to be adjusted, mind you.
Yeah. Well, maladjusted, I think was the phrase actually you used. But we won't dwell on that.
We won't dwell on that.
No. So, the sun's breaking through. Let's hope that stays with us for the rest of the day, shall we?
Well, indeed. But you've been busy boy this morning, haven't you? You've been doing things with the British Broadcasting Corporation.
Broken Biscuit Company, yes.
Yes, indeed.
Who was it who used to say Broken Biscuit Company? I can't think now. It was one of the comedians, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Wasn't Tony Hancock, was it?
Oh, I don't know.
Doesn't go back that far? Do you go back that far?
No, I don't.
No, of course you don't.
unfortunately.
No.
I'm far too young. Yes, we've done an interview with the BBC that went out live with Tim Wilson. They want to get one with Wallace Mingies later on. Unfortunately, every time we go to look at it, we get another hold up, and Wallace is sat in his car very patiently. And I don't really want to disturb him, but we're going to have one with Peter Isaacs as well. The BBC are going to have to talk to him at some point.
The infamous Peter Isaacs,
Oh, yes.
Managing Director of Wiscombe Limited, who looked after the motorsport activities here at Wiscombe
Yes.
Park.
And very well he does too.
He does.
He has a willing band of workers. Well, he tells me they're willing anyway.
I thought they were bribed. Wasn't it something to do with donuts or something?
It is donuts, actually. Now you're retired. You should be down here on a Wednesday with us eating donuts, and it's generally a very light-hearted working party, really, that goes on. And Peter oversees all of that, and he's got his nephew Matt, who's very, very involved in it. And without Matt, we would struggle quite a bit, I must say. I have the BBC on the other line, so I need to go away.
You
Sorry
need to
about
go
that.
and talk to them,
Yes,
indeed.
Very important news. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, David. Well, that's keeping David a little bit occupied at the moment, but he'll be out and about in his usual role around the paddock, looking for some interesting people to talk to. And I think he might well have a cameraman with him today, and we'll put that into the streaming, whether it be live or it might be a little bit delayed, but that's all part of the plan. And if you've been watching the live stream, just to give you, you've been told about the accidents and that, we've had a little bit of rain this morning here at Wiscombe Park, but things are looking a little bit more favourable now. Not sunny, but cloudy, and track conditions improving as we see one of the course vehicles going back onto location, so hopefully that means we'll be back into action on the hill in due course, and I'll be able to get Jack Cottrell fired up. So there's crew on the start line preparing themselves. The timekeepers will also be making their preparations for open up the hill. Jack will go down to the start line. He'll then have a set of traffic lights in front of him, and he'll wait until the light goes from red to green, and then he'll be able to make his start in his own time. And you'll see on the front of the Dallara is a strut, or a black strut vane, and that you'll see featuring on all the cars, because that is critical in cutting the timing beam so that we can get times to the nearest hundredth of a second, which can be critical in this highly competitive sport of speed hill climbing. So it's away off the line, and we have a timing split just after the bridge, and he threw that in 2.44 seconds, so we basically term that as the launch time as he goes up through the gate, the right-hander, into the Esses, one of the testing parts of the course, as a couple of drivers will test from their practice performances. And then it's the right-hand hairpin at Saul Bench. Driver looking for a clean exit from there, along Castle Straight, fastest part of the hill, and certainly cars will be geared for something
in the region of 130 miles an hour, and then over the finish line to complete the climb in 47.90. So that's car 86, Jack Cottrell, in 47.9. So a conservative run, but just finding his way, looking at the conditions. When you compare that to the outright hill record of 32.94 held by Alex Summers, posted last year, and you can just see how cautious the drivers are having to be at this stage. But they will work their cars and themselves into it, and if conditions stay dry, then we'll be picking up pace all the way. So out on the hill now, Steve Owen, the man behind the OMS chassis concern, with the OMS 28 that he's sharing with Harry Pick this season. Out of the Esses in 22.62. And out the end, Charleston Straight makes his way around Martini, the left-hand hairpin at the top of the hill, to stop the clocks on 50.17, 50.17 for Steve Owen, car number 87. As we move to David Warburton with the interesting machine, the AFS P4T, not the Gould that we would normally expect David to be at the wheel of, but this is the Summers family new creation that made its debut on the hill earlier in the season. David's Gould still in the on its way back from the Channel Islands from the two meetings there, Booley Bay and Val de Terre. So very sportingly, he was offered a run in the AFS. He takes it off the line in 2.55 seconds. Right along Wis Straight, over Bunny's Leap, where the drivers have to be a little bit cautious as the suspension goes light, relying a lot on the aerodynamics to keep the car on the track. Then it's right-handed through the gate into the Esses. We have another timing split in the middle of the Esses, and that's a 22.03 for David Warburton. Safely around Martini, the right-hand hairpin, just making sure he's well clear of all the banks. It's Castle Straight and into the braking area for Martini. And then heavy on the loud pedal and over the finish line to record a time of 48.42. So next, preparing for his first visit to the hill this weekend, is Will Hall with his Gould GR59J 4-litre Judd power plant behind the driver's shoulders. Just preparing himself, making sure the car is doing everything he expects it to be doing at this time before he enters the tyre warming area. Spins up the rear tyres, gets some heat into the Avon slicks, and then down to the start line. Marshall's giving him a hand, make sure the car is accurately placed on the start. Looks like the engine might well have stalled, so plug in and fire it up again. Get the Judd V8 firing on all cylinders. Attention to the traffic lights and that first left-hander at Wis. Care has to be taken that although all these cars are equipped with super soft Hillclimb slick rubber, as you turn in for Wis, you've got no heat in the front tyres, so have to drive accordingly there. And Will was off the line in 2.51 seconds as he's into the Esses, and down there in 18.8 seconds. Clean run through the Esses. And slow through Martini, Saul Bench, the right-hand hairpin at the end of the Esses. And cautiously through Martini, but at the end of the day, the time is a 43.76. So one of our faster runs in the large class at the moment, as we see Matthew Ryder in the Gould GR59, another Judd-powered machine. This is a car we've seen on the hill earlier in the hands of Sean Gould, running a 705, but Matthew now running as number 5, third in the British Hillclimb Championships, and out of the Esses in 18.77. And through Martini as way off the line, and round Wisk Corner goes Trevor Willis with the OMS 28. And Matthew Ryder is around Wisk Corner and over the finish line in 42.64. And let's see where Willis is. In the Esses, he's into the 17s, so 17.94 for the 3.2 litre OMS 28. So now over the finish line in 40.46. So the signal coming back to the drivers down in the paddock is that there's a little bit more grip than they might have expected, and Scott Moran shows that that is the case. 2.45 off of the start line as Alex Summers gets ready to take his first practice run with the DJ Firestorm, and he's away in 2.29 seconds. So a business-like start there. But we look back at Scott Moran out of the Esses in 19.20, and he completes the climb in 41.77. So let's see how Alex is doing, as down to the start line comes reigning British Hillclimb Championship Wallace Mingies with his Gould GR59M, powered by a 3.3 litre Cosworth. Past hill climb record holder here at Wiscombe Park. Alex Summers then out of the Esses in 18.62, and he's over the line to complete his climb in 41.86. So slightly off of Scott Moran's pace on 41.77, and Trevor Willis, of course, on 40.46. But the Scotsman away off the line in 2.27 seconds, rocketing across the parkland here at Wiscombe Park, through the gate into the Esses in 17.50 as he makes his way up to the right-hand hairpin at Saul Bench. Cleanly through there, no problems on his way. 17.5 his time in the Esses, so making good progress. He's over the line in 37.71. So the first sub 40-second climb at the moment in Class L, beginning to show what potential there will be there when they start to drive in earnest, when the qualifying rounds come up for the top 12 runoffs. The highlight of the day will be top 12 runners who are registered for the championship will get to go out in a shootout. The top 10 fastest 10 score championship points. So now we go to Class M, sports racing and racing cars, up to 1971. And car number 92, Richard George, with the beautiful Chevron B19. We've seen daughter Amanda out on the hill with this car earlier on, a little bit slippery and slidey in the wet, but Richard got better conditions at the moment. Car was originally built by Joe Siffert Racing. Joe Siffert, a Formula One and sports car racer for raced for Rob Walker in Formula One and Porsche in sports cars. As we move now from the British Hillclimb Championship classes to modified specialist production, which takes us to the Interclub event, the Tillycoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park Championship, and the first man away there, well, the second person away there actually, Hannah Stapley was the first one away with the Datsun car 125A, and she completes her climb very soon as she rounds saw bench hairpin, goes over the finish line in 53.85. And Graham Blake with the wide-bodied 2-litre Vauxhall-powered Westfield, cleanly out of saw bench, now pedalling hard along Castle Straight, as we have Steve Harris with the Alston Mini that he's sharing with Kevin Taylor, 1380cc machine in the Downton Motor Club Speed Series class. At the top, car 129A, Graham Blake, 50.19, as out of Wiscorner and across the parkland. We have another of the minis. This is Stuart Sampson with the recoloured Alston Mini Clubman. Had a little bit of a paint job over the closed season, and Stuart and Nigel sharing this car as we move away from the double drivers in the Downton Club to double drivers in sports Libra classes. And 140A is the Legend Ford Coupe in the hands of Jan Yo from Exeter. Jan will be sharing the driving with his father, David. He'll get his opportunity a little later. So Steve Harris's time, car 135A, is a 59.81, and 136A, Stuart Sampson, stops the clocks on 47.85. So Jan Yo out of the Esses in 21.37, around Martini, and clocks of 45.53. 45.53 for Jan Yo in the Legend Ford Coupe, which is originally a circuit racer, one-make circuit racing class, 1300cc, and Jan and David with their Legend will be up against the 5-litre Bilby MD43 in the hands of Ron Thorne in the sports Libra class. We dealt with the A drivers, and now once those cars are returned back down the hill into the main paddock area, we'll start to run through those classes. Make our way towards the lunch break. Let's see the time for number 92, Richard George with the Chevron B19, and he stopped the clocks on 55.085 for Richard George. And Andy Tippett with the Brabham BT30X single-seater running at 91. He's in the top paddock with a 54.49 to his name. 54.49 to Andy Tippett. I can hear aircraft.
You can indeed. There's one flying over me.
Ah.
Yes, but we've just anybody who's been listening to Radio Bristol will know that. Sorry, not Radio Bristol. BBC again.
Are you a celebrity?
No.
Oh, right.
I'm a telephone actor. Okay, I'll talk to you in a while.
Okay, thank you. So, Pierce has been getting very busy this morning trying to put in interviews with drivers and organisers, etc., to fit in with the BBC programming down in Exeter, I would imagine. One of the targets for the interviews was to be Wallace Minkies, of course, reigning British champion, but the interview slot in the TV and the radio programme coincided with Wallace being out on the track, so we're going to do a little bit of shifting around, but I'm sure Dave will get there in the end of proceedings. British Hillclimb Championship. Of course, the main focus of the weekend for a lot of people. And there Wallace Mingies, we've just seen with his 3.3 Cosworth engine Gould GR59 take to the track. He's leading the way at the moment with a points total of 187 after the Channel impact last weekend. Second place is Scott Moran on 152, and Matthew Ryder currently lying in third with a total of 130, just 4 up on Alex Sands. Another championship on the national side of things, which is being forthcoming today, is the Motorsport UK British Hillclimb Cup, presented by Footman James and Duncan Barnes. Seeing action during the day with leads the way on 117 points. Alan McDonald, who's been with us here at Wiscombe Park, and those of you who also follow hill climbing in this area will have seen him with the Mitsubishi engine Mini. Well, now Alan's swapped classes, and we'll see him at the wheel of a Force SR4. Alan currently in second place in that championship on 112 points. Two of those guys at least will be up for some championship this weekend. And on a more local basis, we have the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Championship. We'll be looking to see how that pans out. Julian Rinaldi leading the way at the moment with his Ford Fiesta, ahead of Ian Englehart with his Westfield Vauxhall. Ed Hollier in third with his Force HC single-seater. All three of those are here this weekend. And of course we've also got the Triple M HSA Speed Championship. Andrew Webber out on the track this weekend, as is Damien Bradley. Andrew currently leading the way in his Lotus Elan Plus 2, and Damon down in 10th place with the Subaru Legacy, looking to see if he can get a leg up and improve his place in that series. So drivers, most of the drivers will be looking at beating their personal bests, be it in the dry or the wet. Some will be having their eye on the championships, which about halfway through the season, I guess. So they'll be starting to think, right, they've got so many points in the bank and X number of events left before the season's end. So they'll be looking to hopefully amass more points as August and September pass by. So Jack Cottrell just having to fire up the Dallara on his way back into the paddock area. A lot more single-seaters competing in the British Hillclimb Championship at Wiscombe this weekend. It's a very well-supported classes normally. In the past, not so many of them travelling to the southwest, but this year, goodly number. So rearrangements in the paddock area to facilitate them, as paddock crew are actually getting the next classes all lined up, ready to come out and do action in these practice runs here at Wiscombe Park, which is the venue supported by Reese Specialist Insurance. So if you've got any competition car insurance requirements, then Reese are the people to go to. We'll deal with a little bit about how you can do that a little bit later. If you're into competing, track days, that sort of thing, then they're specialists in providing cover for that and for transporters, tow cars, etc., tow vehicles. Oh, hello, David.
Hello, Jeffrey. Yes, Mary Singleton, who's part of the team that have so kindly arranged to sponsor Wiscombe, will actually be here tomorrow, and I think she may well be going around, popping up all sorts of places and dishing out free air fresheners and all sorts of
Oh, air fresheners.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes. But,
well, I can't wait.
I have to say that they've been very generous, because for the marshals this weekend, they've sent down some stuff which will be handed out to the marshals tomorrow morning, and very nice it is too of them to do that. They didn't have to. They just chose to do it. And,
That's good.
Again, the marshals, we very much appreciate what they do, don't
Yeah,
we?
there's already some Reese branded stuff out there I see this morning.
You've seen my hat, haven't you?
No, out on the Marshals post.
Oh,
So,
that's even better, yeah.
So, yes, I saw your very, very smart hat.
Yes. Yes, it makes up for the fact I'm going bald. Yes.
Yes, well, we have to look at that, I'm afraid.
Oh, it's
Never
our
mind.
age, mate. It's our
Yeah,
age.
yeah.
Yeah,
Never mind.
I'm just waiting for Wallace Mingy's to come back now because he's going to do a live interview with the BBC. So that will be in.
Can I have your autograph later?
No, I'm not on there. They didn't want to hear me.
Oh, right.
No. They said I had the perfect face and body for radio, but they still didn't want me. Yes. So it's quite warm here in the sun at this very moment. I must say.
It's okay. It's okay, and as long as it stays like this, then I think we'll take it, won't we?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Can you see the racing cars coming back down? At the moment?
They are. We're having a few extra delays getting them back in. Got somebody who's not under power at the moment.
Right.
The doctor getting his number of steps up this afternoon, but I think he's decided no, that's enough. We'll leave it, and the car can be plugged in.
Yeah, I'm just up at the top of the paddock. Peter Isaacs, the MD of Wiscombe, sorry, Isaac, no S on the end. The MD of Wiscombe Limited has just done a little piece for the radio, and they were very sort of interested in the workings of Wiscombe and what happens and who does what and what actually the land is. It's because obviously after we finished here, it goes back to being farm.
Right.
No, I don't want you, Peter. No, it's okay. You can go on. He's Peter, as well as being MD of Wiscombe Limited, has done very well. He was just up here refreshing the toilet rolls in the toilets. He just does everything. I mean, he's just such a
You can't beat
hands-on man.
a refreshed toilet roll.
No. That makes me think of something else that I'm not going to say. I was promised a bacon roll at about 10 o'clock this morning. And
You haven't had time to get...
I still haven't gone down to collect it. It's actually waiting for me. So,
Talking about food, we've got the cake-off, haven't we? The British
have
Wiscombe
the great,
cake-off. Yep.
the great Wiscombe cake-off. Very much a feature of this event now, and much enjoyed. It started out as a fun thing with you having said to me once, I made a award-winning apple cake. And,
it was an apple cake, wasn't it?
yes,
That's
it's also
right.
apple cake, and it's progressed from there to, I think this is about the 8th year now, it may even be more than that.
Blimey.
There's Will Hall just come back and just parking up. Very much into stealth. It's all the carbon fibre look on that car.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Very nice. I see Ray Rowan here with him as well, which is wonderful to see. Ray used to compete here.
He used to be very fast here at Wiscombe
Used to be.
Park.
I think he probably still is very fast, but obviously he doesn't come down and compete with us here. But so just waiting for the cars to come back now, and hopefully we'll get Wallach's little chat with the BBC at the
Here
way.
he comes. He's on his way down.
We'll have
he knows he's got an appointment with you.
Oh, he does, yeah.
Yes, he's on his way. He's keen.
He's driving slower. And we over the weekend we will catch up with the drivers and have a chat to them maybe a bit more this afternoon when they've got a couple of runs in and they know how they feel, and it would be wonderful to hear their perspective. There's
Particularly
Adrian Lewis, the man with the screaming tangerine going past me now.
You can't beat the
Just walking
screaming
up.
tangerine.
You can you?
But
Very
also
nice man is Adrian Lewis, I have to say.
how they find it with the new tarmac, of course, which
Yeah,
is
exactly.
now settled in for a couple of months and weathered a little bit.
Yeah. So anyway, they're just wheeling Wallace's car up now to onto the grass to park up, and hopefully we'll get a word with him after the BBC are finished and just see how his run was and what the conditions are like for the leading hill climb champion.
Indeed.
Yes. Okay. Well, I'm going to go away now and
Righty-ho.
hand back to you for a while, and as soon as I know where I am, I'll reappear again.
You go
okay?
off and talk to your famous people.
Yeah, there are some very nice people amongst these up here today.
Very
I have
nice
to say,
people.
Yeah.
Very nice people.
Okay.
Good stuff.
All right. Talk to you in a while.
Bye then, Dave.
Bye.
So we let Dave off to do his bits and pieces, and we get ready for continuation of practice out on the hill. We'll be looking at classes from the Interclub event, which are those that are in the programme designated as Class T1, T2, etc. through to T7. And these are really the supporters of Wiscombe Park who are here at every possible meeting, or nearly every possible meeting, supporting the Telecourtry Quarries Wiscombe Park Championship, of which today and tomorrow are qualifying rounds. So everybody be anxious to get some good times in. The closer you get to the class record, the better it is. That's the way it works. We do seem to have a Volkswagen van coming down through the paddock, so whether we've got to get him out of the venue before we can go motor racing. May well be the case. So is he going to pull off? No. So once we've got that van out of the way, we'll be looking at the mighty Datsun 240Z in the hands of Ben Stapley. The car's got an incredible history back in circuit racing before Ben prepared it for hill climbing. Ex-Jansby Group 5 European sports racing car. Raced mainly in Holland back in the 1970s. Came into Ben's ownership back in 1995. Big car for the confines of Wiscombe Park. Seen Ben's daughter Hannah already take her first practice run in 53.85. The competitors in the Interclub event, those that are in classes T1 to 7, will be taking one practice run and then 2 timed runs. Those in the championship, British Championship, will be taking 2 practice runs and 1 time run, and that 1 time run will be the qualifying run for the top 12 runoff. So the fastest 12 registered contenders will go forward. So I'm just waiting for that Volkswagen camper van to make its way clear of the top of the hill, through the finish line now, into the top paddock area. So red flags that the marshals use to indicate to drivers that they want them to stop immediately because there's an incident on the hill, are all withdrawn. Of course, is ready to go. So Ben comes down, losing Castle Carey, firefighter. With the rescue team, he's away off the line. In 2.81 seconds, as it goes over Bunny's Leap. Ben started hill climbing back in 1993, taking in local events like here at Wiscombe, Gerston Down, Castle Coombe and Cologne. The British Sprint Championship. Had a dabble with the Midland Series as well. As striking out across the parkland goes Jeff Blake with the 2-litre Vauxhall powered Westfield. Jeff off the line in 2.82 seconds. We see Ben Stapley through the Esses in 23.4. Jeff is out of there in 20.63. So Ben's over the line in 49.40. So track conditions improving as we go. Passage of cars will help in that respect as well, of course. And Jeff Blake over the line into the top paddock with the Westfield on 43.38. 43.38 for 129. So we would expect the battle for the class to be between Jeff and Paul Reynolds with his Caterham. As into West corner And out goes Phil Pern in the same class, modified specialist production, with this 998cc Stuart Taylor R1. Phil took it off the line in a time of 2.78 seconds. He's clear of the Esses in 24.42 as 136. Nigel Sampson completes his run in 46.72 with the Clubman, 46.72. Faster times in the Downton Motor Club class at the moment. Time for Phil Pern is a 51.39. Stuart Taylor got 127. So now the rapid Paul Reynolds out of the Esses in 21.07 with the 1585cc Caterham. Cleanly through saw bench right-hander. No problem there. Kept it off the bank exit. And he's around Martini over the line in 43.85. 43.85. So a little shy of Jeff Blake in this practice run. But first of the practice runs for Interclub competitors. But things may well change when we get to the competition. Real Ethan Cobb at the top in 48.59 with his R53 Mini Cooper S, 48.59 for car 131. And now out of the Esses in 24.42 is his brother Zach, another R53, three-wheeling his way through Martini to take a time of 51.64. So that's Ethan and Zach at the top. Father-in-law Steve Jarrett now out of the Esses in 25.06. 1600 supercharged BMW style Mini Cooper S, and he spins the wheels and gets a departure out of Martini to clock 51.94. 51.94. So Nigel Sampson looking fastest there at the moment in these practice runs. As away off the line goes Rod Thorne from Class T5 Sports Libra cars in the Pilbeam MP43, powered by Rover V8. Rod used all the torque there to step off the line in 2.42 seconds. And now we go into the rally cars and away off the line. 144, Mark Linford, fourth with his 2-litre Mark 1, off the line in 2.86 seconds. Time for 140, David Yo with the Legend Coupe is a 47.94. Rodney Thorne, car number 141, completes his climb in 42.79. 42.79 for car 141. Let's see how the rally car boys are doing. Now got Tim Porter out on the hill as well with the T90, 2-litre Vauxhall powered Darien T90. And Tim is out of the S's in 22.32. Mark Linforth completes his climb under 50 seconds on 49.55. Tim, neat line round Martini, car 145, time of 45.92. 45.92 for car 145. Now moving into racing car class T7, and sitting on the start line waiting for the all clear, Ben Wheeler with the Empire Evo 2 1000cc single-seater racing car. Ben from Kilmington's away in 2.6 seconds. We have 148 Carol Nichols at the top with the Nike that was constructed by her late father, Carol Nichols, clocking 59.14. Shelley Deacon over the line in 46.49 with the Hermes PR. It's got 149. Ben Wheeler then out of the Esses in 19.53 with the Empire. Through Martini and over the line in 42.04. 42.04 for Ben Wheeler. And now 151. Tom Williams out of the Esses in 20.62 with the MWR Storm, and the orange RT34 Rolt in the hands of Tony Wiltshire is out of the Esses in 19.61 as Ed Hollier makes his bid for a fast practice time in car 153, the 1 litre powered Force HC. Tom Williams, car 151 in the top paddock on 44.79, 44.79. Tony Wiltshire then clocks a 42.75, 42.75. So just about 7/10 of a second off of the pace of Ben Wheeler as Andrew Forsyth takes to the hill. Both Hollier and Forsyth winners here at Wiscombe this year. Ed Hollier car 153 clocks a 38.50. So that's the target for Andrew Forsyth. Out of the Esses in 19.11 for the OMS CFO4 driver. So it's the 1000cc Force HC against the 1400 OMS CFO4 of Forsyth. And at the moment, Hollier has the advantage because Forsyth clocks a 40.90, 40.90 for Andrew Forsyth, car 154 to complete the first practice run for the Interclub event. In for fact, both divisions of today's meeting, the National and the Interclub. Ah, I hear music. I wonder if that was something to do with that.
It is me again, yes, but it's the clerk of the course trying to get hold of me now, so obviously I have a...
You're in such demand.
Honestly, I should turn it off, shouldn't I, really? Wallace has just done a very nice sort of couple of minutes with BBC Radio Devon, which obviously, you know, we've missed it, but we'll be able to pick it up by listening to the show over again when we get home eventually sometime tomorrow night.
Oh, right. That would be your priority, will it?
Actually, probably not. It might involve something liquid tomorrow night when I get home. You know, you have to sort of think of these things, don't you? You've got to prepare yourself.
It did.
Yes.
It did.
I'm on my way down now, actually. Somebody's brought me down a bacon roll a little while ago. Oh. And you know what? It must be cold by now. So I'm going to go and find out. I'll go and see what Jason wants. And the sun's starting to come out, so it's all starting to look quite nice, isn't it?
It's presumably quite warm out there in...
I'm baking.
In paddock land.
It is, yes. Yeah. So, we'll have a wander around. I just had a quick chat with Wallace, and I said, you know, I'll come back and do a live chat with him a bit later on. And he said, yeah, come on back whenever you want. You know, so...
brilliant chap.
Yeah, brilliant. Wonderful supporter of us here with the Tillicoultry Quarries, of course, and the Wiscombe Hillclimb Championship.
But that's what we find about Hillclimb people, aren't we? They're jolly good bunch.
Yeah, I mean, they're all very good, and
obliging.
Very rarely do I go to one and say, you know, can we do, you know, if you have a little chat or something like that. Do they say, oh, if they're really, really busy or they've got a problem with their car,
with the cars, then you stay
understandably,
away.
Yeah. Is that Tony Wiltshire coming down there?
Yes. Yep.
Gosh, is he still around? I must say, it's very nice. Hannah, his daughter, is the Chief Paddock Marshal today, and it's lovely to see her here doing that. Now, I hear it's not me, there's an aeroplane somewhere. Oh, there it is. Somebody coming back from their holidays, no doubt.
Blimey. Is it that low?
Yes, I could actually almost read it. Yeah. And young Andrew Forsyth, going to be running more or less the last car on the hill today, isn't he?
In that, yeah, because of the mixture of classes. We go Interclub, National Championship, and then back to Interclub.
Yeah.
So, yeah, single-seaters in the Interclub last to run.
If anybody's here spectating, one of the spectacular parts of it, obviously, is the top 12 runoff for the British Championship. Are you getting funny noises off of me now?
Yes.
Okay. And now, am I still?
Oh, that's better.
Oh, that's better. Yeah. Yeah. I've had to go and stand in the middle of a field now. Yeah. So that is very spectacular to watch, isn't it?
It's you can come to Wiscombe quite regularly, and it's all good entertainment, good fun. And then you get the British Championship, and it really just ramps the whole thing up. Even on an annual basis, you forget how rapid these driver-car combinations are.
Yeah, I was just when Wallace came back, he sort of went into the back of his lorry while we were waiting for the phone call to do his live interview, and he was checking his telemetry, and I said to the gentleman from the BBC, I said, he's just checking his telemetry, mate. And he was amazed at the fact that a sport of our level has so much, should we say, advanced technology in it. And I think one of the presenters from BBC is actually here tomorrow, just in a leisure capacity. But I think I'll take him around the paddock and show him, the level of the engineering. I had a very long and interesting discussion yesterday with Alex Summers about his new car, the P4T.
That's
there.
a pretty purposeful-looking machine.
It's beautiful, and he's put so much thought into that car. And he's got such a passion for it as well. When you talk to him, he's actually made it partly with the idea that. It's user-friendly, depending on your height and things like that. Simple things like instead of having a seat that moves, obviously these racing cars have got fixed seats. So he's made it so the pedal box moves up and down, so you can reach the brake, the clutch, and the accelerator.
Good bit of engineering.
Yeah, no matter how tall you are. The idea was to get basically the shape of where your bottom is when you're sat in there, to keep that uniform for everybody.
Did you get to sit in?
No, I didn't like to. I just thought that's going a bit too far, but you never know, before the weekend's out, I do sort of weed my way into lots of little things.
Trevor Willis had a drive in it earlier in the season, didn't he, when he had problems with the OMS, so very obliging.
And Dave Warbur's is in it this weekend.
Driving it this weekend.
So. And Alex said to me, he likes the feedback from these other people because it helps him take it forward. Yep. And a couple of years ago we were here with Trish and John Davis, and they were showing me their V8 Yamaha engine that they'd built, and it was basically done. A lot of the engineering and the design was done in the garden shed sort of thing. So it was really nice that you've got that taken on to yet another level with a whole car being built basically in the family garage.
Quite.
And it is very much a family put together car as well, because both his mother Lindsay and his wife Debs, they helped as well.
There's a good input from the whole family.
Yeah. So it looks like we're having a little break now for lunch. So you know what that means, don't you? We have cake.
It's the cake competition.
Yes. It looks like we're getting ready for the cake competition.
Now, we've got to tell everybody where the cake competition is.
Yes, it's in front of the Woolbridge gazebo. There's some cakes there. There's some ladies there who very kindly agreed to run the competition, because I, unfortunately...
You're a bit busy.
I'm a bit busy, yes. Yeah. But not only that, it means I could actually judge it as well, because I don't know whose cakes is whose. But there's a lovely array of cakes over there. There's rather a lot of chocolate, Jeff.
Is it really?
Oh, I'm in there.
I like a bit of chocolate.
Yeah, chocolate cake everywhere there. You'll see me later, you won't hear me, because it'll be all spread around my face,
We have more cake than Test Match Special.
Oh, yeah. Now, not taking it away, obviously, also, if you come down and you support the Cake Off, and you actually want to try a piece of cake, all we ask is that you make a donation. We'll put a box down there, make a donation, and all donations from the proceeds of those cakes will go to West Country. I can't get my words on there. West Country Rescue. So West Country Rescue are the ones that will be here all weekend providing the medical services along with our good doctor, and they will be receiving whatever monies we make over the weekend from the proceeds of the cakes, and it's all by donation. So you can give a penny or a pound or a tenner. We don't mind. It's all donation.
All goes
all
in the
gratefully
kitty.
received. Yes.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, and but also to remember we have our catering facilities over here in the paddock, and the marshals have come down, so we're just going to make sure the marshals have priority getting their lunches, because obviously they're going to have a very short lunch break and then be back to bring us more action for the afternoon.
So have you been told when we're kicking off now?
I think that's what Jason was trying to get hold of me for, but unfortunately I start speaking to you.
I can just look at the landline, but there's nothing there, so we'll have a lunch break anyway.
Yes, we start looking at cake in a few minutes, and we'll be able to give you some idea of what's what, who's made what cake, and who's won the star prize.
Indeed.
Yes. All right, and I'll endeavour to find out from Jason what time we're due to restart, and I'll do a PA announcement to cover it.
Well, that's very good of you.
Okay.
Very good of you. I'll see you shortly at the cake stall.
Stop calling me shortly. That's not my name. Okay then. Bye.
Toodaloo.
Victory 0.94, 50.94 for car number 50. Victory 0.94, 50.94 for car number 50. average 50.94. 50.94 for car number 50.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it's a bit loud, isn't it? We're just about to start the sampling and judging of the cakes. So if anybody would like to come down and view the lovely cakes before they get demolished, we have a very, very important team of judges this year. We've got the MS UK steward, Chris. He's agreed to sample some cake. He says he's never ate cake in his life, but I don't believe him. And then we got our clerk for the day, Mr. Jason Hayes, who's obviously addicted to cake. He's going to come across as well and do some judging. And we have our last previous winner, who got first overall a couple of years ago with his cake, Mr. Vic Fancy, who is also our deputy clerk today. So this elite team of cake judges are just about to get themselves ready to start judging the cakes. Oh, and Mr. Tim Wilson, that's the other one we're looking for, the British Hillclimb Championship coordinator. He is also coming to judge. So we have 4 judges. We could end up with a draw having 4 judges, I don't know, but we'll play it by ear. It's all a good bit of fun. It's, as I say, it's all to raise funds for West Country Rescue. So come on down, come across, have a look. And we could have Gavin as the 5th judge. Gavin? Are you unbiased, Gavin, as a judge? Of course you are, yes. So we may well have Gavin, who's driving our rescue unit today. So we now have 5 judges. That's really worked out well. So, recovery vehicle today. So they're all going to come along now and start to sample the cakes, and then they're going to go off and have a little huddle and judge the cakes. And there's several criteria that they're judging the cake on. And if I could remember what they were, I did decide on them a long time ago. Have you got a judging sheet there, please? Right, so the categories are, firstly, appearance. The appearance of the cake. Do they like the look of it? Is it aesthetically pleasing? I mean, there's a couple of cakes that I don't think we really want to cut because they're so beautiful to look at. And then firmness. Now, this is to decide if the cake is, does it fall apart when you cut it open? Is the thing, really. And obviously, is it nice and, where's Mr. Isaacs? Moist, because that's one of his favourite sayings. And taste. What does it taste like? Does it taste like a nice piece of cake? Obviously, that's very important in cake. And the last criteria for the judging is, would you buy it in this? Which means that, would you actually spend money buying a piece of this cake? But, yeah, as I say, come along, have a look at the cakes. They're down at the Woolwich Motor Club van where you all came and signed on this morning. So it'd be nice to have a little bit of a crowd down here to let the, appreciate the winners' endeavours. So that would be good. Now, I've also heard that we're due to restart at 12:50, so we don't have a huge amount of time. And Jason's nodding his head as if to say, yes, get on with it, I need to eat cake. So I'll go quiet for a few minutes now, and like I say, come across to the marquee and try some cake. Thank you very much.
50.94. 50.94 for car number 50.
The judges are getting stuck in there now, so very shortly they will have sampled all the lovely delights we have. How many cakes do we have in total? Do we know? Oh, Jason. Jason, how are you getting on with your cake? So, poor old Jason got a mouthful of cake there. Couldn't resist that. So, 7 really nice cakes here. So, chocolate seems to be predominant this year. But who doesn't like a chocolate cake? Oh, Jason's back. All right, Jason? Yeah, good, yes. The marshals will be quite pleased to know that he's gone very quiet because they won't have to listen to him all afternoon now. Oh. So, yes. So we got all the good and the grace of the British Hillclimb in MSUK world here. Samples of cake.
Age 50.94. 50.94 for car number 50.
So the judges are starting to get towards the last of their cake tastings now. So we'll let them get that done, and then we will collate the points, and we will find an overall winner. And unfortunately, we couldn't get the holiday for Barbados bus for 2, but we got something quite nice for them to have. Right. So Jason's on the last cake next. He's a busy boy. He's got to get back to run the event. How you getting on, Jason?
I'm adding up.
Oh dear. Do you want to take your shoes off as well, just to get a few more numbers in? That's your totals. Excellent. I've got a column that says total points, and he puts it at the other end. Oh, Tim, how are you getting on? Oh, you've done all yours, is it? Just waiting on the judges now. Oh no, I've got Gavin's sheet, haven't I? Got your sheet. Just Mr. Chris Hobson, MSUK Steward, and Mr. Fancy, the previous winner. He says he's lost. You're looking at cake, you're not looking at a map, mate. This is very difficult for you, isn't it? Because there's too many chocolate cakes for you, isn't there? Yes. Good. So, I just need a volunteer now to add all my numbers up. Oh, I've got a volunteer. Hang on, let me just turn this off. So the cake is now available for tasting, and anybody who wants to come down and make a donation, there was a biscuit tin here just now, it's disappeared. That was it. There'll be a biscuit tin there, just pop your donations into the biscuit tin, and help yourself to a piece of cake, and we trust you'll enjoy the cake. So, thank you, Gavin. So lots of nice bits of cake. We're waiting on one of the judges at the moment to finish his scoring. Come on, Vic. Yeah. Oh, of course, he won last time, didn't he? Yeah, so he's, I'm an expert now. I've won a cake off, Oh, you have won it twice, yes. No, time before, sorry, yes. I do apologise. I've just been put right by Gavin that where she is. Oh, there she is. Coco won it last time. Beautiful, yes. Was it the time before then that you cheated and bribed the judges, Vic? Ah, it was, right. Are we doing all right? You getting, Right, we're just getting towards the end of the adding up now. The ladies are working hard under here. 6 and 8's 14, 21, and 10 makes 31. 9 and 8 is 17, and 8 is 26, that makes 36. God, that's terrible. 8 and 7, 2, 7 to 14 plus 1 is 15, yeah. 20, 35. 35 for that one.
16, 22.
22 plus 10 makes 30. That's terrible, I want to calculate,
9 and 9 is 18.
Yes, 3 9s is 27, less 1 is 26, plus 10 is 36.
It's going to take a while, Dave, because nobody's added up their position.
Oh, don't worry about that, we just do off the numbers, yeah. Yeah.
27 and 10, 37.
No, 25 plus 10 makes 35. That's it, perfect. I could turn it off, but it's far more embarrassing for you if I don't. Right, so I just what I do now is I'll just turn the mic off while the ladies are trying to work out their positions. Anybody like some cake? There's a knife there. You trim off as big a piece or as little piece as you want, Peter. So Peter Reed's in there. He's got a bit of chocolate cake. That's going back to the toy house, isn't it? I can tell. So, what do you think?
If there's a draw, does the dog get the casting vote?
We haven't thought of that one.
50.94
Yeah, just declare those numbers and then add them across the page. That would be lovely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a little scandal revealed to me. Apparently, one of our judges, Tim Wilson, knew one of those cakes before we started. Is this right, Tim?
I have to confess, that is correct, yeah.
Now, I trust this didn't cloud your judgment, did it? No, it didn't, did it?
No, I was going to say it probably disadvantaged the baker of that cake.
Oh, I don't know. I know who the baker is. I've already worked it out, and we had a very, very nice cake from that person a few years ago as well. How are we getting on there, ladies manager? I'm looking forward to trying some of your cake, actually. So Tim tells me it's good. I believe it. I mean, after your last cake that you brought us down a few years ago, that beautiful lavender cake. I think Vic beat you that year, actually, as well, wherever he's gone. So. ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. So we're just getting the awards out ready. You'll like the awards this year. They're slightly different, and it's a little bit of a play on words, but they do match in with Wiscombe. So Jason's shaking his head and walking away at that one, and there we are. Right. Oh yeah, that's in there somewhere. So, are we ready? So, should we do it? Do we want it in reverse order or no? Oh, come on! It's much more fun. It drags it out a bit, doesn't it? Right. So we will start then with first overall on the cake of this year. A very consistent cake person, submitter, shall we call it? Put your food down. It's Coco. So here we are. There's a bottle for you. And hang on, when Noreen finds it. Where is it? The whisk. Whisk. As in Wiscombe. Yeah. Do you have a choice? So there we are. Now you're on the live stream now. Would there anything you'd like to say?
Try again next year.
But you won 2 years on the trot now, and fantastic it is. It's the recovery vehicle on the hill with a racing car cake, and what lovely work you put into that. Thank you very much. 2 years on the trot. Second overall, a very consistent second place for us, and it's Nicola Griffiths with that lovely lemon cake, which I've yet to devour, but I'm going to, honestly. Have a very nice, just a whisk. Are you going to give 2 whisks, are you?
Well, you can choose whatever one. A coloured one.
Everybody wants a coloured whisk. See, if you look at it, Nicola, it's Wiscombe.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And third overall, now I'm not sure which cake this was. It's cake number 6. The one at the end. That lovely chocolate cake with all the adornments on the top of it that's now on the live stream for the whole of the world to see. Come on, Jenny Stangle, where are you? There you are. So you couldn't compete today because no car. It's a shame, isn't it? But thank you very much for coming along and bringing the cake along for us.
Thank you. And it's gluten-free as well, if anybody wants a piece.
Gluten-free cake, there we are. And would you like a little memento? Everybody likes the coloured ones. Very nice. Fourth overall. Now, I'm not 100% certain who this is, but I think I do know because I saw the lady carrying it down. Fourth overall, the Espresso Choc Tea Bake. A tray bake, sorry, not tea bake. And that is, where are you? I'm looking. Who made the espresso tray bake? Ah, there she is. Come on. A very nice tray bake too. So, big round of applause. This is really bad because I've known you for years and I can't think of your name, which is because of my age, unfortunately.
What? Sorry.
Hello, everybody. Tell everybody who you are. Where are you from?
I'm Elizabeth Crew, and I'm from Cornwall.
Wow. And we understood it. Anyway, so come along with a very nice little present for you. It's a whisk from Wiscombe. So, 5th overall, with the lovely chocolate cake there, is Debbie Miller. Hey! Thank you. A Wiscombe whisk. This is yes. And now the last position, we thought we'd do something slightly nice because the person who really is the strongest person here, because they're keeping everybody up on the leaderboard apparently, and we have for Mrs. Pauline Rolls. Mrs. Rolls, are you here? No? Is Pauline not here? She gone at the top for lunch, I expect. Sarah Forsyth, would you like to come and collect on behalf of your mother? Your mother finished in the most predominant place, you know, at the bottom. Anyway, so we got a little present for her. So the whisk. Oh yeah, of course she is. Yeah, very important. And also a very nice roller. Now, this roller, if you roll it the correct way round, will put the map of Wiscombe on the top of all her pastry for her. I'm sure she'll enjoy that. If she gets it the wrong way round, it'd be the same it is in the programme where it's printed upside down, but don't tell anybody. Right, well, thank you everybody for coming along and supporting us on that. And come along and grab yourself a piece of cake, pop a little donation in the tin, and let's get back to doing a bit of motorsports in about 15 to 20 minutes' time. Thank you all very much.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Two, three, four, five, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the British Hillclimb Championship event here at Wiscombe Park. Just getting ready to get things up and running for this afternoon's runs. We have some practice runs and some time runs and qualification runs and some top 12 runoffs. And the first man coming down is an addition to your programme, in fact, in Class T1, Road Go Series production cars. Extra runner there, number 100. Peter Ramsden in his Toyota MR2, so he slots into the programme above Michael Ford with his Audi S3, who's making his way down to the start line as well. And also in Class T1, car number 113, Michael Sutter doing the starter, as Peter Ramsden's around Wiscombe, launched in 3.04 seconds. So 113 a non-starter and a change of driver in 111. Now not Anthony Wright, Colin Churchill with his Subaru. So 111 now Colin Churchill driving a Subaru. And unfortunately, the classes as they're laid out in the programme is not necessarily going to be the way they're going to be run this afternoon for a number of reasons. But now have Michael Ford on the hill with that Audi S3. It's an 1800cc turbocharged machine. Michael previously campaigned Lotus Elise, but the Audi A3, a very popular hill climb car. 103, Mike Potter with his Subaru Impreza. Top of the hill, we already have a time for Peter Ramsden with the Toyota, and that's a 52.22. 52.22 for Peter Ramsden. Now, this is the first of the timed runs for the T classes, Class T1 to 7. They've had taken one practice run, 2 timed runs. And that's different to the British Championship classes, where they're going to have an additional practice run in a minute, and they'll only have one timed run. So up across the parkland now of Bunny's Leap, 105 Martin Cox with his Renault Clio Cup 172. Martin from Exminster near Exeter. Efficient wholesale business. And completing this season with his daughter Lucy, also doing some of the driving. Over Bunny's Leap we have Terry Headley with the BMW 328i Sport road going car in day-to-day use. Has a huge mileage on it, 244,000. Well, probably more than that by now. That was a year or so ago. So a car that's been used. Time for car 101. That was Michael Ford with the Audi 57.20. 57.20. 102. We haven't seen out this afternoon. That was Andrew Webber, who's currently leading the Triple M HSA Speed Championship. Mike Potter then 103 with the Subaru Impreza. Makes it to the top in 57.98, 57.98 for 103. And Debbie Blake hustles her John Cooper Works Mini to the top in 48.55. 48.55 for Debbie Blake. That puts her at the head of Class T1 road going series production cars. Martin Cox stops the clocks at the top, just over 50 seconds on a 50.76. That slots him into third place behind Terry Headley. So it's Debbie Blake, Terry Headley and Martin Cox, 1, 2, 3 in Class T1. At the top of the hill, Terry Headley with the BMW post, a time of 48.98. That's the time that's taken him into second place. As across the parkland goes James Wills at the wheel of his Renault Clio. James from Axminster. From the Motorsport Technical Sales. Says he grew up in the Wiscombe Paddock, helping Joe and Roger Hodgson, Tony Wiltshire, who's running his car today. And a gopher for Paul Hames as well. We'll see him with his GR59 in the British Championship classes. At a time for car 108 is Harry Harris with the Mazda MX-5. That's 48.71. Following up Simon Reeve with the Mitsubishi car 107 on 46.35. So Simon Neve goes to the top of the order now, knocking Debbie Blake down into second place, and James Wills has slotted the Renault into third. James with that time of 48.70. 48.70, good enough for third place at the moment. Harry Harris in fourth with the Mazda MX-5. Around Wiscombe then goes 114 Matt Van, Audi TT. Matt lives in Wiscombe and is a care manager by profession. Run up the car himself along with his father. That's our performance. So it's a fully forged 1.8 with a hybrid turbo. Time for 112, John Wells with the Mazda, that's 46.15. Puts John at the top of the order, 46.15, but very briefly, because we now have the Ben Adams Audi A3, these 1800 turbo machines. Car 113 clocking 44.51, go into the class lead. Matt Van, car 114, betters that with a 44.10. Another Audi, this time a TT. So Ben Adams in the A3 and Matt Van in the TT. So at the moment we've got Audi, and then Mazda in third place, and Mitsubishi of Simon in fourth. Julian Rinaldi, the man who heads up the back to the Portrait Quarry's Wiscombe Park Championship at the moment with his 1 litre turbocharged Ford Fiesta. He gets it into the top paddock, car 115 at 47.80. As over Bunny's Leap, we now have Richard Burnett from Class T2, road-going specialist production cars. Richard driving the Westfield Aerospace on 2 litre engine. Off the line in 2.7 seconds, and through the Esses in 22.38. Let's pick up the last few times for Class T1, and the one looking for is 116. That's Christopher Wells with the Mazda, and it's a 53.39 for 116. And Keith Soon with the Porsche 914 50.39. So his first run, it's Matt Van, ahead of Ben Adams and John Wales. And left-hander at Wish just after the start line. Then goes Colin Churchill with the Subaru. Making up Class T1, placing Anthony Wright in the Audi A3. Time for 118, Richard Burnett, 45.58. Away off the line. Getting the tyres squealing with the Westfield wide body is Joe Keep, local estate agent. He's competed in saloon cars and now moved into road-going specialist production. Best time here at 43.52, probably his personal target for the day. Time for Colin Churchill then, car 111 is a 47.62. Westfield car 120, 44.49, 44.49. John Simpson with his 1700 Westfield SE 119 stopped the clocks on 46.68. So do keep going well there, but some of the fast runners in the class now out on the track. Adrian Lewis is one of those with the Westfield Superbooster 1300 supercharged machine. Adrian from Salisbury, well versed in filling the motor in this supercharged booster power car, 355 horsepower, paddle shift, so you'll be noticing he's going up through the gears very quickly. It's all got an onboard compressor to help make that operate, launch and traction control systems as well. So the time for Steve Hill with his Caterham car 121 is a 42.84, goes into the lead of Class T2. But for how long? We'll keep in second place, Richard Burnett in third. But Adrian Lewis car 122 crosses the line in 42.68. 42.68 to move into the lead, promoting Steve Hill and Joe Keep down to second and third. Ian Inglehart's need to watch, and quite likely too. Current Wiscombe Park champion stops the clocks on 40.96, 40.96 to go to the head of the class there. We have Dave Gibson, a late reserve entry that's been brought in, 124 in Class T2. Dave Gibson with the Ginetta G4, and Dave's got it in the top paddock on 49.53 for Dave Gibson in Class T2, road-going series production cars. So we move away from what we call the Interclub classes into the British Championship classes. And first of all, we'll deal with some of the double-driven cars. And 35A, first out on the hill, Clive Stangle, sharing with Jim Herbert in the Mitsubishi Evo 5, 2.3 litre turbo engine. Order of last year's typical Wiscombe Park Championship, and also winner of the Gersten Down series as well, as away off the line in 2.36 seconds. Blast the unmistakably rapid Subaru Legacy in the hands of Steve Darley. Damon Bradley out with his car a little later. Waiting on the start line for the green light, Laura Warble at the wheel of the 3.2 litre Porsche 911 Carrera. Jonathan Williamson machine. This is a driving duo that goes back over 40 years. So Clive Stangle's time is a 44.04. Early time in there in class C3, modified series production cars over 2,000 cc's. So look for the time for Stephen Darley, 736, and it's a 43.90. 43.90 for Stephen Darley. Wardle 38A completes her run as well with a 50.16. Some early times in class C3 modified series over 2,000 cc's. So with those double drivers at the top of the hill, it's now time to retrieve those machines back down to the main paddock area so that the second drivers can be put in those that are being shared, and we can make our way through the early classes of the British Championship event, starting off with road going series production cars up to 2 litres. We have two contestants there, local men actually, James Hudson and Jonathan Langmead, from the Volkswagen Golf and the Lotus Elise. I think we might well have Dave Pearce out and about in the paddock.
I am indeed, and I'm very fortunate. I'm standing in front of this beautiful, proportioned purple projectile, I call it, Alex Summers. Alex, lovely to see you here as always. Now, you have created this from basically your own mind, I would say. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I guess so. I think I would say it was a team effort, but yeah, I did the CAD design, the sort of sketching, if you like. But no, the family have done it together, really.
Yeah, because your mum Lindsay and your wife Debbie, they both had input as well, haven't they? And I don't mean just sitting there or telling you what to do. They were actually hands-on, weren't they?
So my mother is chief laminator. So that's when you make carbon parts, you lay sheets of carbon over, squeeze them down into a mould, and then you cure them, and that's what Mum does the nose cones. Deb has done a lot of like the aesthetic, so I would design something and go, does that work, does that look right? We use a sort of rendering software, so you spin the design round and change it. Dad's been top org, really, just organising things and making sure bits get done and ordered. And yeah, we've had a bit of help from Trevor Willis as well, just looking at things and going, Alex, that's rubbish, do it again. Cam Sport, who's Simon Mather, good friend of mine, and he's DJ as well. You know, it's a team effort. But yeah, I suppose essentially it was the shape of it's me, but you need a lot of help when you do something like this.
It is one of those things, and I did sort of term it as being something that you've built in your garage at home, and I think that shows great resourcefulness and engineering ability as well.
It's a difficult one to. For anyone who's thinking about building a car, whether it's a mini or a go-kart or anything, like the only way to find out if you can do it is to have a go. Anyone who's sort of crippled by a fear of, I might make a mistake, it's like, well, you will. It's like, don't worry about that. Just get the mistakes out of the way, and you'll end up with something hopefully that works. Engineering is a series of mistakes that have been learnt from. If you see what I mean, quite a profound statement, but. I just fired in, and first design, I was like, that's brilliant, and then I realised you had to fit a human in it. Like you couldn't get feet in it, so all right, we'll make that bigger, we'll grow that, we'll do this. But I mean, I am an engineer by trade, so it's not like I've just kind of, an accountant who's had a go. But you still learn everything you do. It doesn't matter what sphere that is in.
As I say, it's lovely and it's a beautiful looking car, and credit to you on that. Now, just moving back to today, you are the hill record holder here, haven't you?
For now. Yeah, I was quite lucky last year. We had a really strong package. We had a bit of a dream weekend here, really. And we got it down to a 32.9. Scotty and Wallace were a few hundredths behind, so I suspect today, if it stays dry, they'll have another poke at that. I think perhaps not me this year. I've seemed to have forgotten how to drive, but there we are.
I don't think you've forgotten how to drive. You never do it. It's in there. So the car that you're actually campaigning this weekend, tell us a little bit about that. So
the car, like you say, it's the record-holding car. It's the white DJ Firestorm. We've had DJs now since 2010, and this is the kind of most evolved incarnation of the Firestorm. It has an IndyCar engine, so it's just under. It's about 650 brake, 450 kilos. So it's nippy. It's got these Avon slicks, so lots and lots of grip. Massive wings made by DJ themselves. So yeah, full carbon tub, whatever it is, 1300 horsepower per ton. It's got a 5-litre fuel tank, and it runs on alcohol. A little bit like me.
I was just going to say, I was thinking a bit like that, actually. I don't think you're the only one running on alcohol. Now, also, you've moved away from fueled cars this year as well, and last year. And anybody who was at Goodwood Festival of Speed would have seen your phenomenal performance last year in the McMurray. Totally different beast to drive, I would imagine, isn't it?
Well, yes and no. It's weird. I mean, it's a very high downforce car with slick tyres and loads of power, so it's not entirely unfamiliar. What's strange is the noise. It sounds like a jet, not like a normal engine. But no, the McMurray is an incredible bit of kit. If anyone hasn't seen it, give it a Google or something. It looks like an LMP1 car, but you sat quite far rearward. Some people have likened it to the Batmobile. I can't imagine why. But it's a 1,000 horsepower, 1,000 kilo electric car that's fan-assisted downforce. So it's 2 tons of downforce all the time. 0 mile an hour, 200 mile an hour, whatever it is. It's always making enormous amounts of downforce. So yeah, very lucky boy to have a go in that. And I'm very lucky to have a colleague in Max Chilton who's sort of helped me move my game on a little bit. In that, not in this, unfortunately.
You couldn't persuade him to come and have a go at this, then?
I think he thinks I'm mad. He's probably got a point, but yeah, he's. I think he wants to have a go, and he's building like an imp or something, like a Cortina. I think he's building, and I've tried to persuade him to have a go. I think he's sort of learnt a lot about hill climbing. He's obviously now a bit of an expert at it, having a Goodwood record. So yeah, but what a guy, what a talent, and it's really special to get to share and learn from him. So the whole virtual thing has been a dream come true for me, really. So yeah, just pinch myself, and I got invited back to Goodwood this year and had a good time. So yeah.
Hopefully I'll get there next year. I had tickets for Saturday this year, which obviously got rained off, but I did see you were driving something totally different, completely away from hill climb cars. Very old, and totally enjoying the drive, the Austin 7.
I had a go in an Austin 7 chummy. So a 100-year-old Austin 7 and a brand new 1,000 horsepower electric car. But it's almost like a different discipline, right? It's almost like otherworldly. It's double declutching and stuff. But I think driving a big variety of cars is it's something to be celebrated. And I'm very much a petrol head, so doing EVs, if it makes sense, ecologically, economically, is great, and it really does for hill climbing. But I do love an old vintage car now and again.
Well, thank you for taking the time for having a chat. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. As always, it's a great pleasure to see you here. You're always a great supporter of us and always give us the time to have a chat and let people know what's going on. And thank you very much, Alex.
My pleasure. It's a lovely club. It's a great place to be, and you've been equally welcoming, and thank you for having me again.
Okay, the check's in the post.
Thank you very much, Dave.
Cheers. So I'll hand back to you now, Jeff. I know we've restarted, but Alex is too interested in the guy to actually sort of like stop talking, isn't he?
Okay, thank
So
you for
clever.
that. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Alex. In the meantime, we've had two local drivers up at the top of the hill. James Hudson with his Volkswagen Golf, putting in a time of 45.05, and golf professional Jonathan Langmead clocking 44.07 with his Lotus Elise, running as car number 15. So out on the hill at the moment, actually coming over the finish line and completing his run is car number 20. That's former Wiscombe Park champion Rod Isles with the Alfa Romeo 4C, clocking a 44.47. So that's up against Phil James' time with the Porsche Cayman and Simon Tarling with his 996. Simon, car number 18, stopped the clocks on 49.63, and 19 Phil James on 48.38. So Rod Isles setting the place there in Class A2. British Championship class structure. And now we move on to the road going specialist production car class. I think, Dave Pearce, your microphone might still be on. So see, we look on the start line, it's John Pick with the AMS Mertea. Just held under the red flag on the start line. Red flags are out on the hill. So time's counting on for car number 28. That was Robert Brodie with the Fisher Fury. It looks like he might well have been brought to a halt under the red flag in the Esses. So if that's the case, Rob will be looking at a rerun, having had to abort this particular climb with the 893cc Fisher Fury. So Anthony Sherman was first to run in the class with the Caterham 310R. So parking car 27 up at Saw Bench. Once we've got that clear, and I think the marshals have done that, they've achieved that, the flags are in. So that message will filter down. The draw of the flags will cascade down all the way to West Corner, which it has. Back to the start line. So we're now ready to release John Pick with the AMS Mertea. Originally built up as a kit car using Subaru Impreza turbo running gear, designed as a glass fibre monocoque, and all the Subaru parts bolt straight on. So John was away off the line in 2.52 seconds. through the gate into the Esses, most testing part of the hill. So we're looking at about 325 brake horsepower to play with here. So 22.14 in the Esses for John. He's now round the right-hand hairpin at Saw Bench and going up Castle Straight, keeping a straight line up through into the braking area and around Martini. And John stops the clocks on 45.23 for number 29, John Pick. So we now move on to modified series production cars. Out on the hill, Steve Challoner with his Citroen C1. Little 1 litre machine, campaigned for just about a season by Steve, who's from Weymouth, a freelance MRI radiographer. Best time at Wiscombe with this car of 54.34, so we'll keep on an eye on see how he's doing. He's coming around Martini at the moment, and he clocks a 52.26, so that's a PB for Steve. 52.26 for Steve Challoner in the Citroen C1. Pick up the time for Chris Bereford, car number 23, 43.47. Phil Fisher, car number 24, a non-starter with his 2 litre Impreza. So Chris Bereford left on his own in Class A3 road going 4-wheel drive cars. 4-wheel drive cars, the centre of our attention again. Jim Herbert on the line with the Evo 5 Mitsubishi 2300 cc, 4-wheel drive turbocharged, of course, built up by Jim and James Herbert. Have been Booley Bay class record holders, regulars in the Gerston Down Top 12 Championship. This is a Lancer Evo 5 GSR, 600 horsepower, employs a Quaife sequential gearbox. Has lots of specialist kit involved in it, Marl pistons, AP racing triple plate clutch, and a Garrett turbocharger. So 600 brake horsepower at the beck and call of Jim Herbert from Hunton near Winchester. Landscape contractor by occupation. 2.51 for Jim off the line. He's 20.03 in the Esses. As next to run will be Damien Bradley of the Subaru Legacy. Damien stepped this off the line in 2.58 seconds, so 700th of a second down on Jim Herbert. Into the Esses goes the Subaru, 19.6 seconds there for the Evo 5, for the Legacy. Stephen Moore now next to run on the start line with his Evo 6, again Mitsubishi, 2.3 litre turbo, and Stephen's lined up very much to the left-hand side of the track, and whether he feels there's an advantage to be had there. Time for Damien Bradley, car number 36, is a 40.67, 40.67 to go to the head of Class C3, and Jim Herbert's time 41.02. That's car number 35, 41.02. That's Class C3, modified series production cars over 2 litres.
It's funny because we live in between Leominster and Ludlow, so we're halfway between the two. And you go into Ludlow on a Sunday. It's, but there is, there's lots of nice
Marshall, just with a tidying up, bit of sweeping to keep it in tip-top condition. Bit of debris might have been brought back onto the course by the car getting close to the banks or in the little stony areas to the edge of the track. So Marshall's out looking at that. And preventing preventing Stephen Moore from getting on with the action, but Class C3, Damien Bradley leading the way on 40.67, with Jim Herbert in second place on 41.02.
Jeff. Oh, I'm much louder there.
Hello.
In the racing car paddock still here, and just have a quick chat to Scott Moran while we got a little break. Scott, you've had your practice this morning, your first practice. What's it like up there? What's it like up there at the moment?
Well, for us this morning it was quite dicey. Just had a bit of rain before we went out. It was certainly better for me than it was for Graham, who share the car with. It was for us. It was dry from the start up to the gate, but then it was patchy through the Esses, and it was just a very steady run for me. Didn't touch the throttle too hard.
Lovely. Well, I see the car's just restarted, so what we're going to do is when we get to this end of the batch, we'll have a chat to you about, like this year, how things are going, and et cetera. Okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Gentlemen, yes indeed, action back on the hill. Steve Moore way back through the Esses in a 20.31 with the Evo 6, and now Jonathan Williamson with the 911 Carrera over Bunny's Leap. And the back gets a little bit loose, but Johnson's on top of that, on the brakes into the gate and through the Esses. And Jonathan's time there is a 21.66 as he's now on the approach to Saw Bench. Takes the prescribed wide in, tight line out. And away as Peter Reid is off the line in Class D, modified specialist production cars with the Westfield, the Dunnell powered Westfield. Car 37, Stephen Moore's time then back in Class C3 is a 41.91. So slop him into third place. And Jonathan Williamson takes it to the top in 38 in 46.22. 46.22 for Jonathan Williamson. Leading the way there at 40.67 as over Bunny's Leap goes Mike Lee with the Force LM. Line launching 2.73 seconds. David from Atherstone in Warwickshire. Previously an electrical distribution engineer, now recently retired, so able to devote more time to hill climbing, no doubt. Car 41, Peter Eade is at the top in 43.77. Mike Lee, car number 44 in the Sports Libra class. The clock's on 41.67. Dave Bickley, 45. Out of the Esses in 22.25. And on the brakes through Martini and over the line in 47.09. 47.09 for car 45, David Bickley, so he certainly has the advantage there. Alan McDonald could decide the issue as he comes out of Saw Bench on up Castle Straight, now into Martini with the Force SR4, the previous mini Mitsubishi man. The Sports Libra class, and he clocks 41.63, so he edges out Mike Lee from the lead by 0.04 of a second. So that's Sports Libra class. Now we focus our attention on racing cars. First of all, Class I, those with engines ranging from 600 to 1100 cc's. We'll pick up some of the double drivers there at the top. Tony Bomfield with the 1 litre Jedi Mark IV running as 53A, and he registers a time of 41.76. So next to run will be Jonathan Flesher running as 57A. On the line and away. Launches in 2.66 seconds. So this is an OMS 28 of Jonathan Flesher. To Esses. Down the start line comes Richard Weaver. Jonathan Flesher clears the Esses at 19.86. Takes a wide line all the way around the outside at Sword Bench, the right hand hairpin, but back on the power along Castle Straight as he gets on the brakes for Martini. Opposite locks it on the way out and over the finish line in 40.74. 40.78 for Jonathan Flesher. 40.78. Formula Ford pre-1994 class. Brakes for the gate. With the Empire Evo 59A 41.08. So at this early stage, just the double drivers having run in Class I. It's Richard leading the way. As we get to the end of the match, marshals are out at Wiscombe having a bit of a tidy up, as over the line in 45.56 goes 64A. Sarah Bosworth in a time of 45.56. So that deals up with some of those early drivers in the single-seater racing car classes. And remember, as we get to the single-seaters, the larger capacity single-seaters in particular, this is their opportunity to qualify for the top 12 runoff, and that's the focus of attention, and it's sort of preying on the backs and the minds of the people that Dave's been talking to, Alex Summers and Scott Moran. Are you still with Scott?
I am indeed, yeah. He's a little bit tired. It's been really good to see. He's a real gentleman, Scott. There's a gentleman here with his 3 children, and he's taken the time to take their picture, as well as pop them in the car and so they could have a picture taken and all sorts of things. And it's really great to see that sort of welcoming of the younger generation by the established hill climbers of today. Thank you for doing that.
No problem. It's all right, as long as they're having a good day. That's the main thing.
It is, isn't it? Now, getting back to you've done your practice. Now, this year so far, how's it going for you?
If it wasn't for a certain red car, everything would be going peachy. It's been good. There's a few of us who are up for a challenge, and there's any one of could be half a dozen of us who could win. Wallace has just been so consistent. He's top 3 everywhere, and trying to beat him once is difficult. But it's good. It's what makes a championship.
I got an idea you did actually sneak in a fastest time away from him at Booley Bay, didn't you?
I had a win over in Jersey. Unfortunately, I had a fourth in the first runoff there, which didn't help. And then I had 2 seconds at Val de Terre in Guernsey, again, but behind Wallace again. So doesn't stop.
No, he is pretty consistent at it, and it's always a great thrill to everybody who comes here to see you guys with the bigger cars. You're sharing with Graham these days. How does that go? I mean, is it difficult sort of swapping over time and that sort of thing? Do you need to change the seat or anything like that, or is it just a straightforward one jumps out and one jumps in?
No, we're quite lucky because we use the same seat. The seat belts adjust to both of us, so that's quite handy. So it is literally just one jumps in, one jumps out, or the other way.
Do it the other way around. It's easier.
One out, one in. I'm not sure he'd like going off on my lap. But but yeah, it's pretty quick. But I know that, you know, some of the other guys have to share in a car, different size and, you know, shapes and that sort of thing. So there is different seats, and that takes a little bit longer. But no, we you know, it's useful having a double drive. You can get, you know, feedback off each other and have a look at each other's data, that sort of stuff. But it's, you know, sometimes it helps going up on warmer tyres. Hopefully today's one of those days.
Yeah, I think it's starting to warm up quite nicely now, isn't it? I mean, the sun's breaking through. Now, you just touched on telemetry stuff there. What sort of stuff do you look at when you come back on the telemetry?
We can look at pretty much anything on the car. We don't run as much data as others, but we look at sort of throttle trace and what your traction control settings are, your launch control. You can so look at RPM speeds. The big thing is sort of your throttle traces really, is where you're on or where you're off, and how much difference that makes is if you can just hold on to the throttle, you know, a fraction of a second longer makes a big chunk of time. So it's taking the brave pill. So but I learned a massive amount when I was sharing my car with Dad. Like the car I won the championships with, we double drove that. To start with, I was a long way off Dad in the quick stuff, but then worked on that, and then it was the other way around, and I was quicker than him through the quick bits. Then he was having all the time was back on the brakes. So then I had to alter the way I sort of took some of the other, you know, some of the quick bits. You might actually just dial that back a little bit, so you could then be later on the brake. So it's a massive learning curve all the way through, and it's not like you can do lap after lap. You get one go at this, and it's got to be full commitment, and it's like a perfect qualifying lap.
Now, last time I saw you, it was pouring down with rain, which thankfully it's not at this moment, and you were driving something totally different. I mean, Dad has built this Skoda Fabia, hasn't he, rally car, and you were actually at Rally Prescott, which was I thought it was a fantastic thing. I'd love to run Wiscombe in the dark. I just think that'd be so much fun. Even downhill would be even better, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think you could run a stage. Yeah, you could run it in the dark, and come November, I think it would be good. You could go from start up to the top paddock, come back down. It'd be great fun.
Yeah. So, did you enjoy your day there?
Oh, it was brilliant. Yeah, it was the first time I'd driven a four-wheel drive R5. It was awesome. It's just the trouble is, I think I said to you earlier, it does feel slow compared to one of these single-seaters, but they're so purposeful, and everything works. It does everything as it should. It's amazing that, you know, it's pretty much flat out from the start up to Itoris at Prescott in the wet and the dark, and that's something I've never ever done before. So,
yeah, you're going to go back and do it again this year?
If I'm allowed, yeah.
What you mean if you're allowed? You set FTD. You've got something. You know, they're always going to be chasing you. You've got to be there.
Oh, if Dad allows me in the car, that's it. I'd love to have another go at it. So it was a great event. So
yeah, unfortunately, some of us are old enough to remember your dad when he was doing the Mountain News Road rallies. You know, so I mean, that's going back a bit as well. But he was always a very competitive rally driver, wasn't he, in those days?
Oh yeah, he's well, actually his roots were in the rallying, and then, you know, that I think myself and my sister came along, and the rallying got a bit expensive, and it was getting a bit. I think the road rallying they were getting to use pace notes and that sort of thing. It was getting quite dangerous. So he knocked that on the head, and a good friend of his had talked him into having a go at hill climbing. So that was sort of 1989. He had a go. I think it was 88. He did his first hill climb at Wiscombe Park in his Mark II Escort rally car, and took FTD at a clubby, and then went back a couple of years later with a single seater, and that sort of never looked back really.
No, he's a great, you know, it's great to have that sort of history in the family, isn't it? And, you know, to actually have those genes, obviously you've got the genes, because apart from you're faster than him now, aren't you?
Well, yeah, it took a little time to catch him up, and then eventually when we got the goal that we won the championship in 2005, and once I got in that, I was away then. I was quite happy, and it felt like and it's just it all worked, but it was funny. We were quite often taking points off one another, and that didn't help to win a championship. So he was always quick. Yeah.
So any interesting sort of like discussions over the meal table about, you know, I think you better slow down a bit or anything like that?
No, I don't think he's going to slow down anytime soon. No.
No. Well, thanks for that, Scott. Enjoy the rest of your weekend here. It's great, as always, to see those big cars here. It's not very often we get the opportunity. Just, you know, obviously you guys are the British Championship once a year, but always very, very well received. I'll go and have a word with a man with a red car, shall I, see if I can get him to sort of like take a bit of ballast or something, perhaps?
Yeah, I think he's got enough ballast.
Oh, that's fighting talk. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. Cheers.
Oh, so Scott is all ready to sort of get himself sorted for his run in a minute.
Yeah, six-time British Hillclimb champion.
Six-time British
Scott.
Hillclimb champion, yeah.
Yeah, probably the most winningest driver in the British Hillclimb Championship, I would imagine.
I think I've got to go up the hill in a minute, haven't I?
Well, time is going.
Yes.
By. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think probably at the end of this batch, I'll, I won't be in the paddock. I'll be heading up onto the hill and get myself to Sawbench.
Climbing to greater heights.
Chat from Sawbench. Are we ready to restart yet, or we got a little bit of a?
We're just parking up and getting organised, but I don't think we're very far away from getting it.
No, that's good. I mean, it was great to see so many people come over to look at the cakes as well at lunchtime.
Looked good.
Yeah.
Looked good.
Did you have any?
No, I haven't had any yet. No.
If you don't hurry up, you'll be too late. You realise that, don't you? This is one of the joys of, well, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? The joys of actually being sat in the commentary caravan is you see everybody else wandering around with a glass of beer or a piece of cake or something, and you can't actually get to it. But I will remind people we have down here the bar, and we have the coffee stall and an ice cream stall and the burgers and fries all down here. So come down. It's not all they do all sorts of stuff. Fudge, I forgot to mention the fudge, of
I was
course.
going to say, you haven't mentioned fudge.
No, but lots of stuff down here in the paddock for refreshment wise, and at the moment it's relatively easy to get to.
So we've got the green light now on at the start for Gavin McLaren with the 2000 MOMS. 1100cc being launched off the line in 2.4 seconds. So we're looking at 600 cc's to 1100 cc's single-seater racing cars. At the moment, out of the A drivers that have already run, Jonathan Flesher the fastest with the OMS 28 on 40.78. Next to run then, James Moore, the Empire 00. James launched 2.34 seconds, so he took 6/10 away from Gavin McLaren, and now out of the Esses in 21.28. Martini in 43.47, 43.47. Number 47. Fish take from the start line goes Stuart Bayliss. Is Mark 4.6 Jedi, another 1 litre machine. Stuart from Worcester. His car dates back to 1997. Original Mark 4, upgraded to Mark 6 specification. This is the first time for Stuart at Wiscombe Park since 2005. Just his third event since purchasing the car and returning to hill climbing. So James Moore with the Empire car number 49 in the top paddock on 40.74. So that gives him the lead by 0.04 of a second of Jonathan Flesher. Accelerating across the parkland goes Will Kerr with his OMS 28. Ben Fisher stops the clock for the OMS on 45.65. 50. Stuart Bayliss was a 44.06. So that 40.74 from James Moore, the time to beat in Class I. We've still got some fast runners in this particular division. And then we'll be looking at Formula Fords pre-1994. Just waiting for the all clear on the start line. Ben Bonfield, seen Ben's father Tony up the hill in 41.76. Ben, usually the faster of the duo, off the line in 2.35 seconds, carrying good speed into the braking area at the gate. Finding his apex his way up through the Esses. Nice and neat, holding on well into the left-hander before the right hairpin and sword bench. Stays off the curb and delivers the power. He was 18.42 at the Esses, as he's now braking for Martini. Cleanly through there to clock a 38.19. 38.19. Bonfield from Taunton. Time for 52 was 39.4. Wilco, 39.49. To go. Has he got the green light? He is, and away with the OMS 3000 in 2.37 seconds. So time for Rob Brodie with the Fisher Fury, number 28, Class B road going specialist production. 52.83. Single-seater racers, and starting in 2.4 seconds, Martin Turner from Penkridge in Stafford. Martin, this 2017 Empire Evo 2, powered by a Suzuki GSXR 1070cc engine. British Open Kart champion in the 125 class, 1995, and Class D Sprint and Hillclimb champion of the HSA in 2019 and 2021. Nigel Pitt at the top with the OMS car 55 in 38.70. And around this corner goes Stuart Bickley. Dayglow Force TA, project manager from Atherstone, GSXR Suzuki powered machine, 1070, running on methanol, as a lot of the cars are today. Stuart, an ex-carter, turned hill climber. Time for Martin Turner, on about 56, is at 42.01. Fletcher also at the top with his OMS car 57 on 36.99. So 36.99. Now comes the class leading time. Stuart Bickley very quickly to the top. 38.18. 38.18 for Stuart Bickley. So Tom Weaver out of the Esses in 18.75, as off across the parkland over Bunny's Leap goes Dave Tatum with the DJ Firehawk, launched in 2.25 seconds. We have Tom Weaver at the top on 40.30, 40.30. 60 out of the Esses in 17.75. Castle straight, nice cleanly brake into Martini and through over the finish line with a 37.78. So I think very quickly that will put him into second place. So now we move to a Formula Ford. We've got one time already in, Sarah Bosworth with the Van Diemen of 45.56. Hill now Caroline Ryder with the Van Diemen. The Ryder family into the Hill hillclimbing with the Van Diemen RF86. We'll see Matthew shortly. So running over the Esses in 21.72. As Lindsay Summers, who we mentioned in the interview with Dave and Alex, as being the chief laminator in the build of their recent machine, but around West Corner and across the parkland from Class J2, racing cars 1100 to 1600 cc's, goes Neil Coles with the OMS 28, sharing with his son Alex. Alex was the sensation of 2022. He was competing in the Formula Ford Class 3 and won the British Hillclimb Cup. So time for Caroline Ryder, car number 63, so 45.61. And Lindsay Summers with the RF85 over the line, car 64 in 48.94. On Class J2, Neil Coles the first to run there, double driving the OMS 28 as car 70A, times of 40.60. And Greenan, Empire Evo 3, and it's a 37.98 for Andy Grennan in the racing car 1100 to 1600 division. Record there held by Richard Spedding, who's unfortunately we've recently had a non-starter, car number 7 with the GWR Raptor due to an engine blow-up last weekend in the Channel Islands and insufficient time to get it all repaired and sorted. So Richard, who was obviously 7th in last year's championship, unfortunately not started today. And for any of those of you out there who are new to Hillclimb, any of the cars that bear a number between 1 and 10 inclusive, that signifies their finishing position in the 2022 British Hillclimb Championship. So the breeze is getting up and it's a little bit grey. I hope that's not portents things to come. Let's be positive that everything stays good. We've got a drying track, and times have come down appreciably during this run, so the traffic aiding the drying process. So let's just look back at those classes that we've recently run, see how they're panning out. Like an A2 road going series production cars. Remember, these drivers are only having one timed run. A little bit later in the proceedings, but on that run, let's see who was fastest in Class T1. So 44.10 of Matt Van leading the way. 44.51 of Ben Adams in second place. And then it's down to the 46s, 46.15 of John Wells. And third, and another 46.35 Simon Neate. Road going specialist production cars. Let's see, as fast as 4.96 Ian Woodhunt, Wiscombe Park champion, under 41 seconds on 40.96. 42.68 Adrian Lewis in second place, just 1600ths of a second up on Steve Hill with the Caterham in third. In the battle class A2, road going series production cars up to 2 litres. James Hudson trailing Jonathan Langmead there. Langmead in the Lotus Elise leading the way on 44.07. Hudson with the Golf on 45.05. Staying with road going series production cars, we're going up to the over 2 litre division. And fastest man there so far, Rodney Isles with the Alfa Romeo 4C on a climb of 44.47. Remembering this is practice time for the national contenders. They're only going to have one tour. Simon Tarling is third with the 996 on 49.63, leaving Phil James in second place with the Cayman GT4 on 48.38. Road going four-wheel drive cars, Chris Bereford on his own there with Phil Fisher non-starting. So the 2.35 litre Subaru Impreza taken to the top in 43.47. Road going specialist production class, which was Class B. And there 3 contenders in that class. And a fail from Anthony Sherman. So time there. Rob Brody posted 52.83, which is good enough for second place. And the class being led by the AMS Matea, driven by John Peck on 45.23. Modified series production cars up to 1400 cc's. Eric Morley doing the business there with the turbocharged 998 Hillman Imp in that fetching two-tone green colour scheme. 47.05 is the time that leads the class. Steve Chandler in second place with the Citroen C1 on 52.26. So staying with modified series production cars, but moving to over 2 litres. And Damien Bradley leading the way there with the Subaru Legacy, 40.67. 41.02 posted by Jim Herbert, good enough for second place at the moment with the Evo 5. And third, Stephen Moore with his Evo 6 on 41.91. In the up to 2 litre division of modified specialist production cars, Peter Eade on his own there with the Westfield 2 litre on 43.77. And Sports Libre class and Hillclimb Super Sports cars, but in fact it's all about Sports Libre cars. And fastest there, Alan McDonald, come across from the Mitsubishi powered Mini to the Force SR4. The time of 41.63 gives him a 0.04 of a second advantage over Mike Lee with the Force LM. Dave Bickley third on 47.0. That leaves us with racing cars 600 to 1100 cc's. And the fastest there looks to be Dylan Flesher on 36.99 with the OMS 28. And then we have in the 37s Dave Tato on 37.78. Then Ben Bonfield in third with a Jedi on 38.19. So that, apart from Formula Ford, really gets us basically up to date. And in Formula Ford, it's all about Sarah Bosworth with the RF85 Van Diemen, narrowly Caroline Ryder. It's 45.56 to 45.61 in favour of Bosworth. Gosh, is that you, David, making all that noise?
I'm afraid it is Jeff. I don't know if you can hear me, can you?
I can. I've just had my ears blown off, but
yeah, so there's a bit of a buzz on the
that's
line.
better. That's better.
Actually,
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, Chris has just sorted me out, you know. He's the only person who's ever succeeded.
I was going to say something along those lines.
Well, I've made my way up to Sawbench now, and it's very nice. There's lots of spectators up here, which is really good. I really enjoy sort of seeing them all up here. And one of them's just running away. Steve Hill, come back. Oh, these competitors, you know. He's faster on his feet than he is in his caterum sometimes.
Ooh, you'll live to tell that one.
He never take me to task because he never talked to me. He's standing about 20 feet away. He's gone into hiding.
So Andrew Short's on his way up towards you with the
Fantastic.
OMS CF 07. Used to be a regular here at Wiscombe, Andrew, from Exeter, but now on the national circuit, so we don't see quite so much of it. Liam Cooper, 72.8, non-starter this morning. Andrew Short went through the Esses in 17.98. This new machine for him, since he was a regular here. This is a CF07 with a carbon tub. OMS, of course, and he's quick through Martini and over the line in 37.63 for Andrew Short. So that puts him into the lead, just over 3/10, 3/10 up on Adam Greenan, as we should be looking at Darren Gumble, who clipped through the gate into the Esses. Force TA with 1600 motors, 13.52. Esses. Darren now finds an early clipping point at Sawbench. Got a bit close to the bank there, didn't he, Dave? Very close to the bank, but he gives it to Mattel. Long Castle Straight and around Martini, neat and tidy, on 37.87. So waiting on the start line, sensation of 2022 British Hillclimb Cup winner, Alex Coles. We've seen Alex's father Neil up the hill already with the OMS 28 on 40.60.
Yeah, Jeff, the marshal's up here just doing a little bit of sweeping a minute. So,
so
when Darren come into the corner, I think he had a little bit of an issue with gear selection, and it didn't come round cleanly, so he just succeeded in clipping the bank with the left-hand rear wheel. So marshal's off, brush and shovel in hands, and busily tidying it up here. So a bit of short delay, but Darren. I think Sawbench for him a couple of years ago wasn't ideal either, because he had a spin on his way in on the top 12.
He took it very well, I seem to recall.
Yeah, apart from the fact that the seat of his car got very wet, and he did actually gesture to me that he had a very damp bottom. That's not what he said, but it's what he gestured.
That's the gist of it.
Yeah,
that's the gist of it. Okay.
Yeah.
So Alex Coles on the line now. Shared last year on his way to the British Hillclimb Cup with Caroline Ryder in the Van Diemen. So good learning year. In fact, included 16 class wins, 6 new class records, one of which was here at Wiscombe Park. So we could be looking at a name for the future here as Neil blasts off the line in 2.41 seconds in this 1585cc Hayabusa powered OMS 28. And he's on the brakes cleanly through the gate, no problem there, into the Esses where he clocks a 17.86. Now he's hustling it up to you now.
And very neat around. The Soda's on the way out.
Oh yes.
Power down, and it's almost at Martini. No time oversteer on the way out to the corner, half an out turn. Lovely, nice, tidy run.
47.59. So that puts him 400ths ahead of Andrew Short. We've got 4 drivers here in the 1100 to 1600 category in the 37 bracket. Alan Greenan finishes his run with the Empire Evo car number 71 on 37.19. Obviously sideline, unfortunately, way off the line from Class K. Racing cars up to 1600cc, well 1600 to 2 litre actually, normally aspirated. We have 2 classes for 1600 to 2 litre, 1 normally aspirated, 1 forced induction. Class 76 with the forced TA running in the former, class K1 with this 1720cc motor. And of course, the road rally days of motoring news, which was discussed earlier on with Scott Moran. Time for Lee Griffiths, car number 75 with the OMS 28, 37.75. Price stops the clocks in class 76 on 36.02. Take the lead.
We have the front in the air again, the rain saw that, and very much a committed run, very, very trying. I would say that there was probably about a foot underneath the front of the car as he went around Sorvent's End, having clipped the curb.
Jonathan also on the curbs at Martini, but he clocks a 36.62 to go into second place behind Einan Price, leading the way on 36.02. So Kelvin Broad on the hill at the moment in the induction, forced induction, 1600 to 2 litre cars. He's on his way up through Dave.
Yes, he locked it up a little bit on the way in, but a lovely tidy line around Sorvent and onto the parrot. I don't know if you can hear him, but really something beautiful going up the straight line.
Mid-line in his turn in to Martini. Keeps away from all the curbs and the banks to record a 38.33. That's the opening time in class K2 on this on this second practice run for the British Championship drivers. No, it's the first time run, isn't it? We've had a practice run.
I think it's
this is the first time run.
Yes.
First time run.
In my head, it's the first time run, but you know what's in my head.
So they've got another chance. This is all just limbering up, limbering up.
Yes, it'd be nice to see them come up though. It's just because we're heading through the racing cars. It's lovely when you get into racing cars up here.
So Jason Tunnicliffe now at the wheel of an Empire Wraith, 1300 turbocharged machine. Leading in. Ooh, and it's understeer straight on up the bank at Wiss Corner. So I wonder if that was one of the sort of cool front tyre situations, not enough grip, or did he just give it too much welly off the start line? Possibly the latter, because he was 2.07 through the split.
That was very quick, isn't it?
So that is a quickish time for sure. Bearing in mind that the split here at Wiscombe is a little bit further away from the start line than it is at most hills because of the bridge parapets, etc.
Yeah.
And if you launch in less than 2.4 seconds, then that equates to pulling one.
There's some lovely
G.
flames coming out the side of this car out the exhaust. He's doing a fairly quick but obviously very gentle run to the top.
It was a 36.36 in the Esses, and he's just under 60 seconds. So not all well there. Must have had an issue somewhere along the line as Paul Haynes comes rushing down to the start line. Paul from Farnham in Surrey, carrying the number 8 on the flanks of the car, so that signifies he was 8th last year in the British Hillclimb Championship with this Gould GR59 that's powered by a twin-turbo Suzuki Hayabusa, 1300cc twin-turbo. And he stalled it, but the rear wheels have not passed the start line.
That's
critically.
good, isn't it? Yes.
He got on the brakes and stopped it.
Anybody who's not seen speed hill climbing before, if a driver has a breakdown or stalls it or an issue on the start line, providing both axles haven't gone over the start line, he's able to be pushed back and restarted. If his rear wheels had passed over the start line, then that would have been classed as a failed run, and obviously would not get a time or an opportunity to go up the hill on that run. So he done very well to stop it before it went over there.
Lives another day, scores a launch time of 2.32 seconds away off the line as a man who graduated single-seaters in a Dallara F39. From Alan Warburton, previously operating a Malloc with BGG power. Ooh, dear me, that must have been exciting. And yep, tidy through the Sill bench, having clocked 17.28 in the Esses, and stays away from the curbs at Martini and records a time of 35.90, the fastest time there, ahead of Kelvin Broad and Jason Tunnicliffe. As over Bunny's Leap goes Harry Pick, sharing the OMS 28 with OMS constructor Steve Owen. So we're now looking at racing cars over 2 litres. 18.85 in the Esses. Round Sill bench now, Dave. How's he going?
It's bogged down a little bit, the red Sill bench. I think it come off the cam. So a little bit of a slow get away from the corner here, but obviously still trying on his way up through Castle Straight into Martini, and which he should be around, I would say now.
So Harry Pick over the finish line in 41 dead. Start 87A, time of 41.00.
Oh, this is neat. A little bit of oversteer around the corner, but the power going down as he's gone up Castle Straight.
So that's Sean Gould with the GR59. 4 litres of Judd power. Again, neat and tidy through Martini. No times on the screen. 7:05, 34.35. So times are coming down. We're now building up. So the qualifying, this next run from these British Hillclimb boys is going to be all about qualifying for the top 12 runoff. This is where the ante takes a step up.
I think I'm picking up some interference, Jeff. I don't know if it's coming over down there.
Yes, it is a little bit.
I'll move around a bit.
Have a move around. We've got a bit of a delay on the start line with Graham Wynn. As he just stalled it, and Scott needs to fire up the 4-litre Judd again.
I could try standing on one leg. Do you think that'll do it?
It usually does.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a technical.
Yeah. Let me just move a bit closer to the receiver and see if that helps. Don't think it has it?
No.
No.
Not to worry. Yeah. So green light on for Graham Wynn. Green lights, and you go in your own time. 2.31 seconds away off the line. And now the torque of this mighty 4-litre Judd going to pay dividends over Bunny's Leap into the braking area at the gate. Stays away from the bank on the inside, stays away from where the gate post would normally be in the event, and on up through towards you.
Yeah, it's very neat and tidy around that here. And it's up Martini already, so really quickly.
18.75 out of the Esses and 39.18 at the top of the hill. 39.18.
Graham getting the power down really quickly there.
Now we have Amanda George in Class M with the delightful Chevron B19. It is.
Here with me now, and it just looks lovely. The sun coming through, and it's all the chrome work.
Yes, it's got chrome.
And she's not hanging away from it. She's really trying.
Left the Esses behind in 22.71. It's clean through Martini and over the line in 47.06. So fastest time of the class so far, in fact, 47.06.
Oh, I've got a course car now, and it's coming in. He's on that brakes. His lights are flashing as per normal. So course car now going up to bring them all back. And strangely enough, I think the interference has gone down a bit, hasn't it?
I think it's reduced. Yeah, it's okay.
I have interference up here. I have the Chief Marshal up here, actually. I could have a chat to him.
He will interfere with you.
Oh. Anyway, Worth Burkill. Chief Marshal here today. You can't run away because there's nowhere for you to go, mate. You've put a lot of effort in, obviously, getting the marshals. How many marshals does it take to run this hill?
Today we have on the hill about 35, but there's obviously people in the bottom paddock and the top paddock as well, so a good 40 probably.
And these are all volunteers that you've coerced, shall I say, or they've come to you and said, "Oh, I'd love to come and marshal for you, Worth." Nobody's going to do that, let's say so. Yeah, so it's all people that have volunteered to come on, isn't it?
Yes, they're all volunteers, but we do give them a few quid and for petrol and what have you, and a bottle of wine today as well. But so they're very happy, so hopefully this will bring them back for a gain. So, unfortunately there are a few here that put up with, but they have to I've just been told I'm extremely rude. So.
Yeah, there is something going on at Motorsports House called Race with Respect. Have you heard of it?
I do believe I have, yes, but we do respect each other, I'm sure.
Oh, that was terrible, really, to do that to you. But yeah, it is great to see some of the marshals come out, and they brave all weathers, don't they? That's the other thing about the marshals that we get here.
Very true. We were lucky with the weather this morning, but we have had the odd wet day in the past.
And now it's actually, like the sun's come out, it's actually quite nice for them, isn't it?
Oh, when it's like this, hill climbing at Wiscombe Park is absolutely glorious.
Now, I hear you're actually going to enter one of the hill climbs later this year, which is a bit of a novelty for you, isn't it? Because you've never actually competed here, have you?
No, I haven't. But I thought, well, I'll put it on the bucket list and may well do the one at the end of September.
You realise, if you go off, all the marshals are going to come up to you and they're never going to let you forget it. Oh, Roger Morris, he's there, he's laughing like anything there. But they're not going to let you forget it, are they? But they will still be sympathetic to you, won't they? And your needs, perhaps.
I would say very unlikely to be sympathetic. They'll be giggling and laughing like hyenas when I go off in front of them.
Best thing is, don't go off. Enjoy your day here, your weekend here at the end of September. It will be the last event of the year, 23rd, 24th of September. It's an extra event this year. And it looks like, if we can have weather like this, it'd be a great weekend. What are you doing it in anyway? Is it the Berlingo?
No, not a Berlingo. I've got a little MGZR.
Everybody has their medical problems, but don't worry, you'll get over it.
I have a lot more than that as a medical problem.
Oh, thank you for that, Worth. And thank you for all the work you do to get the marshals out and look after them so well. You go up and you actually view all the marshals' posts and make sure that everybody's okay and check on their welfare. So that's very, very commendable. So I've got a nice selection of cars coming now, Jeff. I actually can see the course vehicle on its way down, so it won't be long, and we should hopefully be able to have the next batch.
Yeah, they're making their way back down here now, nice and swiftly, and we can get them back into their paddock positions.
It's a nice, exciting batch, the next batch as well, isn't
it? It's the real competition begins here, isn't it?
Well, no, I think, the real competition is the guys at the bottom who have just started in the sport and want to get on, and they're going to be competitive because they're going to see these big guys and they're going to aspire to them, and that's even better because they think, if they can do it, I can do it. And we got such a great bunch these days of the top 12 and the big racing cars that they're always very encouraging and welcoming, and we'll chat to people, and that's lovely to see down in that paddock. It's a great leveler speed hill climbing, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And you were saying that earlier on, talking to Scott and everybody about the technology and the traces and whatever. That's great. That's one end. But there's still people in the other parts of the event, same hill, same environment. They're not bringing all that to them. They're bringing more simple cars, but they're having a good day. So it's something for everybody.
It is, yes. Yeah. So when did you last compete here? Can you remember?
Oh, no, I can't.
No. Was a colour film invented then?
Yeah, well, I think you can have it touched in, can't you? You can have it processed and have the colour put in.
Put the colour in. Yeah. Colorization, I think they call
That's
it.
the one.
So Wolf's leaving me here now.
Has he made his escape?
He's trying to make his escape. The marshals on the post are quite happy to let him go. I think he's going to wander down to the next marshal's post and have a chat to the marshals down there, make sure they're all right, check their welfare, tell them a story or a joke or two.
What's the track conditions like up there? Are we
It's
totally
very hard to
dry?
see because Wolf is obliterating most of them. Oh, I thought you may not have heard that, actually. I probably got away with that one. They're actually very good. It's very dry now. You can see there's tyre marks where people have been locking up. There's a tiny little bit of dampness against the edge of the track, but nothing very much.
On the racing line, all
racing
looks
line
good.
is nice and dry, yes.
Good, good.
Yes. That's the racing dry that these guys use, not the racing driver's line that I would probably try to use. Yeah, but yeah, it's starting to look very nice out there. And like I say, nice and dry, and hopefully that will give us some good times. I mean, when I was talking to Alex, he said to me, somebody just set a personal best. He said it must be drying out. So,
yeah.
You know.
He's getting there.
Yeah.
He's getting there.
Because he's the hill record holder, you see,
He
isn't
is
he?
indeed, yeah.
So
You know, that's some motoring as well, isn't it? You know,
isn't it ever?
cracking conditions last year, but 32.94. But it kept going. Wallace and then Alex and there's.
Yeah, we're just looking up from down here, and I think there might be a red flag still at Castle 2. So I don't know whether Jason could hear that or no in control. Castle 2. I don't think there's any reason for it, but perhaps they've just not brought it in.
Can't see any flags on the cameras, but I can see Castle 2, indeed.
There it is, in there. Obviously somebody's relayed the message.
Here
to
it goes, there it goes. Yeah.
So anybody who's never seen them or doesn't understand what the red flags are, basically if there's an incident, the red flag gets put out at the post below the incident and the whistle gets blown, and all the marshals below that incident will put their red flags out, display their red flags and blow their whistles to alert the next marshal's post. It's quite a, shall we say, easy system and fairly foolproof, but occasionally you don't always hear the whistle, unfortunately. It depends if there's a car going past.
But it's all backed up by radio.
It is all backed up by radio communication as well, and now we have quite a lot of television communication on the hill as well for the control. So as you know, in there you have a screen which you can see quite a lot of the action on the hill.
You can see everybody and everything.
Yeah. In fact, you don't actually need me anymore, do you?
Can I see you? No, I can't see you.
No, I'm hiding.
No, you're hiding. Right.
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to be seeing Mr. Cottrell in a short while with his Dallara, the delightfully orange Dallara.
Yes.
Jack Cottrell, Cosworth powered, firing it up now on the start line. Done a 47.90 earlier in the proceedings. So with that improved track, no doubt looking to improve on that.
It is quite dry up here now, so and through the Esses it looks dry as well from here. So let's see what that brings.
Yeah, he's coming on into the tyre warming area.
Ah, I can hear him.
Yeah, very brief spinning up of the rear wheels. Jack. Until recently was in the top 10 of the British Hillclimb Championship, but during the Channel Island weekend dropped out. But he'll be looking to see if he can score points this weekend. Way off the line in 2.35 seconds. On the gas over Bunny's Leap, feathering a little bit later, and it all settled down. A little bit fidgety over Bunny's Leap. Gets it settled before breaking for the gate through the Esses in 18.74.
Yeah, so I got him now, coming up into top Esses and onto the brakes. Nice gentle line in. Little bit of daylight under that near side front wheel, but a really straight run out to Sawbench. Really neat and tidy that was, Jeff.
Stiff chassis, left wheels opportunity. 40.28 for Jack Cottrell. So that's 7 seconds better than he was earlier in the proceedings. Fastest in the championship classes, Sean Gould on 34 point, well, on the class L in the championship, 34.35. So 87 now. That's Steve Owen, and who builds all the OMS chassis, sharing this year with basically a works development car with Harry Peck.
I was talking to Steve last night, and this is his second visit here, and he loved it so much when he was down here last year. He said, I just had to come back. He said, it's just a fantastic hill.
So challenging.
Oh, yeah.
2.57 seconds for Steve away from the start line. 2.6 Codsworth giving the motivation, and he's over Bunny's lead. The gate. Might just be the screen. He's through the 20.12 at the Esses, so he's a bit off the pace there.
Well, as I say, it's only his second visit here, so you know, against a lot of opposition, it can come these many years.
Oh, but he's up the bank at Martini. Death of bank action. He's okay, getting out of the car. Marshals on the way, fire extinguishers in hand. He's brought it to a halt, and he's just throwing the belts off.
Perhaps it didn't turn in very well.
Quite as he intended.
Probably a bit of sweeping there, I would imagine, for when the marshals get his car moved.
Would hope that we could. He's made contact with the bank, climbed the bank after the actual turning of Martini. So hopefully they're just going to run the car down without doing any further damage. I think there'll be some shattered carbon fibre as a result of that.
Yes, he's been building very nice chassis for many years now, hasn't he, Steve Owen?
Wow, look at the number we have even here today.
Yes.
And Andy Forsyth, of course, takes a number of FTDs with his CF04. We had Andrew Short with the CF07, but he had a previous PR chassis which he used to race here.
We have the recovery vehicle going out, obviously, to tow him up to the finish, because when you have a problem on Martini, quite often it's just too much exertion for the marshals to be able to push it. So
he might
the
well be
recovery
a bit stuck there. It's, depends what happens in front of him.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine hopefully that they get him sort of soon on his way, and once they've done that, we can.
The floor might have dug into the bank or something like that, but Dolphin Recovery are on the case.
Okay. Well, while they're doing that, I've just wandered up into the spectator enclosure. I call it an enclosure because most zoos have one, you know. And I found Roger Coote. Hello, Roger. You're not competing this week, but it's great to see you here. Are you having a good day?
Yeah, I would do if it was sped up a bit.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, isn't it? You know, as things are, you know, like the hold-ups today have actually created quite a lot of issues, but you know, it's the nature of sport, isn't it? Sometimes it goes with no trouble whatsoever, and other times we have issues like we've had today, unfortunately.
How right you are, Dave. Very good, yeah.
So what are you competing with this year when you're back out again?
Austin A40, Farina.
Austin A40 Farina, yeah. And this is the 1098 version, is it?
Well, 1275, let's put it that way.
This is a car you've put together yourself. I mean, Roger's, if anybody's never seen Roger, he's always had sort of fairly historical cars. And the A40 is actually an underrated car, because they used to circuit race A40s back years ago, didn't they, in your youth? Not you personally, but, you know, they were, weren't they?
Not in your youth, just mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Believe that if you will.
So no, Roger's got a lot of experience apart from, you know, coming down and hill climbing, and he's told me stories about people such as Jerry Marshall and people like that he's worked with over the years, and it's nice to see, you know, somebody who's actually worked with some of the best racing drivers in, you know, well, I'll say Europe, you know, still enjoying the sport even, you know, now to these days. Any little anecdotes that you can repeat type anecdotes?
You need to give me more advance warning, Dave, if you want anecdotes.
What about the passport story? Should we recall the passport story?
It drags on a bit.
I don't know how long it's going to be getting the car down. I mean, we might need you here, mate.
Okay, quick. I'll shorten it as much as I can. I was doing an event. No, I was back up on the event out at Zandvoort with a driver in the British touring cars. But for this particular event, he was driving a Golf GTI 16 valve. He picked me up from Silverstone in his Saab 9000, And he went like the clappers all the way there to Harwich to catch the ferry. When we got to Harwich, going for a beer, he says, I've not got my passport. I've got to go home, get my passport. So I said, well, you can't do that, John. You haven't got time. So he rings up Jerry Marshall. Jerry, can you bring my passport? I left it on your sideboard. Yeah, I'll do that. So anyway, we have another beer. Then he said, hang on, how am I going to get on the boat? I said, I'll put you in the boot of your car. So he put me in the boot of the car. Next thing I know, he's on the phone to his wife. Yeah, I'm in the boot. No, not the boat. I'm in the boot. So he's in there. I've got about 6 suitcases in the back of his Saab by myself. And the person in front was getting pulled over by the customs, checking the boot. Oh no. But anyway, we got through okay. And I kept him in the boot when we got to the other side, and I just carried on to Zandvoort with him in the boot, chucking it around all the bends and roundabouts to give him, a bit of punishment, which worked. And coming home wasn't an issue because Jerry Marshall brought his passport out with him. But guess what? Jerry Marshall looks at his passport, it's run out of date. Oh, I used John Llewellyn's, who looked nothing like him, and he got through, no problem.
Yeah, so that's the short version, wasn't it? Yeah, and very well said actually, because it's almost, so almost believable. But it's people like Jerry Marshall, they were real characters within the sport, weren't they?
Well, they certainly were. There was him, Tony Lanfranchi, John Llewellyn. They were all good mates, but mental. All three of them, absolutely bloody mental.
So your motoring or motorsport history. Let's sort of cast a sundial back of it, shall we? Where did you start in motorsport actually as a driver?
Go-karts up in Kent. I used to I used to compete up at a small circuit that was on MSUK at Ainsford, just down the hill from Brands Hatch. Used to love all that. That was good. That was the first bit of motorsport I did when I was 15. And then, did circuit racing when I lived up at Silverstone. Did that for 5 or 6 years. Then went off and did long distance rallying. Did the backup on that. London Peking Paris, London Vietnam, Monte Carlo Challenge, all that. So,
you've had quite an enjoyable life out of motorsport, really, haven't you?
No, hated every minute.
Yeah, I can see that by the look on your face. But yeah, it is all these experiences that you get while you're doing these things. You sort of you forget a lot of them, unfortunately, don't you? And then somebody says something, it just sparks something, and it come back. And but motorsport is something once you get in your blood. I mean, you said you got it at 15 driving cars. 35, 40?
Yeah, 35 and a bit.
Yeah, quite a bit, maybe almost double that. Pretty much like me, yeah. But it does. It gets in your, in your blood, under your skin, and away you go. And it's a great thing. And the camaraderie amongst it all as well, especially the hill climb paddocks, isn't there?
Yeah, there's got to be. If it wasn't for that, I don't think we'd do it. It's the camaraderie that is 50% of it, isn't it?
I think it is. And if I ever can get Steve Hill to talk, that'd be wonderful, wouldn't it? He's run away again, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's chicken.
All right. Well, thanks for that, Roger.
Brave in the car, but not on the microphone.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. One day, I shall sneak up on him and get him. And then, he'll have to stay there. And you'll have to hold him down or something, like you normally do on a Saturday night.
Bring handcuffs.
We're not going there. Anyway, so can you see how we're getting on at there, Jeff and Martini?
We're getting there. Course vehicle getting prepared to vacate the scene, and I think we've got the car recovered out of harm's way into the top paddock. So swift work up there.
Oh, wonderful. So I wonder if they leave the course vehicle up there or bring it back down.
It's facing down the hill, so
it sounds like it'll come back down then, won't it? So when Nigel gets to the bottom of that, and he'll park himself up on Wiz, and he's got one of the Clarks in there with him, Vic Fancy. Vic was also one of my cake judges at lunchtime. So as a former winner of the cake competition, of course he was. Let's hope it stays nice and warm and sunny. I expect the drivers are down there thinking, oh, this sunshine's quite good. If this stays like this, it'll be even drier by the time we get to running up.
It's all helping them, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I can remember many years ago when we had Oh, here comes the course vehicle now. We had a top 12 runoff, and there was a double-driven car which had an issue, and then somebody else had an issue shortly afterwards, which gave them enough time to repair the other one. And the driver, I think it was Martin Groves. I think it was Martin Groves. He then went on to set FTD with it. So sometimes that little bit of break works in their favour, doesn't it?
It all can count. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Right, so flags are coming in. Yeah, in at the gate. You're flagless up at Sawbench, I imagine.
We have our flag under control.
Well, that's good. Yes. That's good. So
yes. Paul's got it in his hand there. He's not letting anybody hold it, just to make sure that he has full control of the flag.
Course vehicle
Roger's
parking
on
up.
We've got 4 marshals here. It's lovely, and they're all having a lot of fun. Can you hear them laughing?
Sounds like a veritable party up there.
It is a bit of a party atmosphere, actually. They're always a happy bunch as well, this lot. They're,
So we're looking at Will Hall next to run, one of the many Judd V8 users this weekend, 4-litre Judd. It's GR59J on the start line.
He likes the area so much. He actually holidays down near Sidmouth and Exmouth quite often as well, he was telling me yesterday.
Well, there you are. On the line waiting for the all clear, and it pops and bangs and away it goes. Launches in 2.21 seconds. And now the prodigious power and torque of that 4-litre V8 powers it over Bunny's leap to the Esses. The first apex and the second clocks at 16.57. Now he's into the left-hander and into you.
Yeah, it's very, very tidy around here. Hardly any drift on it, but you can hear the traction control cutting in. You can give it some traction over the line.
So 43.76 earlier on this morning, shall we say, and 88 is now 35.82, 35.82 for Will Hall. So time to prove is number 9, Dave Warburton, with the AFS built by the Summers family. 19.47 at the Esses, so not really on the money there.
Beautiful sounding car, that V6
Just around Martini, 42.04, 42.04 for David Warburton. And now we're looking at Matthew Ryder, currently 3rd in the 2023 British Hillclimb Championships. And Matthew stepped it off the line in 2.22 seconds. Another Judd-powered GR59J. The apex is through the Esses. And tidy there at 16.86.
A little bit of a wiggle on the way in, but power down. The traction control kicking in, popping and banging, sparks off the undertray as he goes up there to Martini.
Stays off the curbs to record 35.51.
It's definitely drying out, isn't it?
It's getting there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's the fastest climb so far. Trevor Willis on the hill, got off the OMS off the line in 2.17 seconds. He's a 16.81 at the Esses. Neat and tidy as ever, Trevor.
Oh, very tidy. Power down, popping on the overrun, and sparks coming off the undertray right the way up through Castle Street.
Opposite lock on the way out to the bench there. And he's through Martini in another 35. This time a 35.33. So just edges faster than Matthew Ryder. So your friend Scott Moran next to run.
Yes. it was great to see him down there, you know, like taking an interest in somebody's children and, you know, taking photos of them sat in the car, and it must have made their day to have, you know, to be able to sit in one of these cars. It made mine, I know.
Yeah. So Scott,
if I fitted,
with his father, motorhome retailers up in Ludlow. Scott taking top 12 runoff victories at Prescott, Harewood, Gurston and Booley Bay so far this season. I bet he'd like to put Wiscombe on the end of that list.
yes.
Just waits for the green light, for the all clear from the timekeepers that it's good to go. So we're now in the 35 second area. 35.82 was Will Hall. 35.51 Matthew Ryder. 35.33 Trevor Willis. Wallace was 37.71 this morning. What can he pull out of the bag in a few minutes? We've got to fire up the Moran Gould. No, we haven't. We're okay. We're all right. And he's away. 2.27 seconds away off the line. Feathering the throttle over Bunny's Leap. Staying away from the bank on the inside on the approach to the gate, but finds the apexes 1 and 2 through the Esses in 16.88, so he's thereabouts.
Very tiny and sore bench and power straight down, and Scott is just driving that. He's obviously going to try to
quick application of opposite lock out of sore bench and cleanly through Martini. It's a 35, but a 35.61. So faster than Will Hall, the 10th off at Matthew. So Alex Summers already away. Out of the Esses in 16.37. He's with you, Dave.
Yes, his head bobbing around in the car there, but Alex really going for it. Lovely clean line around the shore bench and dead straight up the middle of Castle Straight. So I think it's really good, tidy.
So the course record holder over the line, and we're into the 34s, ladies and gentlemen. A 34.77 for Alex Summers with the Cosworth-powered DJ Firestorm. And now the man who leads the championship at the moment, Wallace Mingies with the GR59. He was off the line in 2.14 seconds. And as he comes to you, Dave, it's 16.47 in the Esses.
Again, very tidy around the sore bench. And the car just puts the power down. It's phenomenal to watch, Jack.
It's effective,
really
isn't it?
Oh, ever so.
And he's good on the brakes, clean through Martini. It's another 34, but this time 34.13. So 2 34-second climbs. Summers and Mingies, and of course they were the two that had the big dust up here last year, which ended in a new hill record. And let me just remind you, 32.94 is the course record. We're a little way off of that, but they've got another qualifying chance yet, so they're only just beginning to up the ante. It's going to get faster.
It is, isn't it? And it's going to be even more entertaining when they do.
Indeed. Yes. So just to finish off the British Hillclimb Championship classes, it's the sports racing and racing cars. And it's the Chevron again on the hill. Richard George, Andy Tippett, car number 91, with the Brabham BT30X over the line in 49.07. So Andy breaks under the 50-second bracket for the first time today. And Richard George, 25.11 in the Esses as
yeah, it's a lovely looking Chevron, that, isn't it?
Clocked to 55.08 earlier on. This time it's a 50.37. So now we move away from the British Hillclimb Championship and back to the Interclub event and the classes really for the Tillicoultry Quarries Championship contenders. And we're away in business in modified series production cars with Hannah Stapley at the wheel of the Datsun 240Z. And Hannah from Sturminster Newton in Dorchester. in Dorset, is a teaching assistant by profession. Grew up watching her father Ben racing this car, and immediately knew she wanted part of that. She wanted to have a go at that, and in fact both of Ben's daughters have driven the car. But we stay with double drivers now, moving on from Class T3 Modified Series into Modified Specialist Production, Class T4. Graham Blake, first to run there as an A driver with the Vauxhall powered Westfield 2-litre machine. We look, Hannah's time was car 125A, it's a 49.73, as away from the start line in the Downton Motor Club Speed Series class goes Steve Harris, running at 135A in the Alston Mini. 1380cc, sharing with Kevin Taylor. 129A. Clock's at 44 seconds exactly, 44 dead for 129A Graham Blake.
What a pretty little Mini that one, isn't it?
It's well turned out. Here's that machine.
Yes. When I first come down, it was obviously we used to see a lot of it. Oh, this little club in front of one now as the Samson's really quick around here. Lifted the rear wheel on his way around Sorbet.
Stuart Sampson making off to Martini, went through the Esses in 21.69. Steve Harris in the top paddock with 135A, 53.22. Stuart Sampson also over the finish line, 45.81. 136A. Way off the start line is 151A. Mike Williams taking us into the single-seater racing car class T7. Mike, of course, at the wheel of the self-constructed MWR Storm. I shall just say that the 19.74 off the line in 2.34 seconds. So business-like start there.
Mike, very quick driver and a true gent of the sport as well. He just kept apologising for holding the meeting up, and I thought, what a lovely guy.
So 151A Mike Williams over the line in 40.36. 40.36 for Mike Williams. So at the moment, Ed Hollier, the man setting the pace in that class through his practice time. So the course is coming to the drivers, isn't it? We're getting those times coming down, which is encouraging as we make our way through the afternoon.
What do we have coming next?
What are we going to be? We've got to pick up the main running of the typical pre-quarries. We've just dealt with the double drivers, so we go back to modified series production, specialist production, Downton, blah blah.
So we're going through the whole entry again now, aren't we? Of course.
Yes.
Yeah. So
yes.
I'm going to come back down. I'm going to turn the equipment off up here now. Get myself organised and grab a lift down to the force vehicle and
do a bit of hitchhiking and hitching in your wheel.
Yeah. Right, so I'll chat to you in a short time then when I get back down.
Indeed.
We'll get me all set up again.
No problem.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye.
Dave Postal going to make his way back to the main paddock area. A lot of more action yet to come here at Wiscombe Park. Supported by Reese Motorsport Insurance, specialists in classic and sports car insurance, modified cars, they're also into that. Track day insurance, a lot of track day partakers these days. Also interested in multi-vehicle policies. And if you've got a motorhome or support vehicle, they'll look at that as well. So Reese Motorsport Insurance, been supporting Wiscombe here for the last few seasons, and as we heard earlier on, their representatives may well be amongst the spectators tomorrow, with a few freebies possibly, spectators and marshals. So they're present here tomorrow, the second day of the British Hillclimb Championship, brought to you by the Woolwich Motor Club. Club marshals quickly getting things up and away again, bringing action back onto the hill in the modified specialist production car class. It's Phil Pern. 20.29. Stuart Taylor R1. Meter powered machine. The rapid Caterham 1600 in the hands of Paul Reynolds. Posted a 43.85 second time in practice. Jeff Blake, I know, 3.8. So Phil Pern, car 127. At the top of the hill as Jeff Blake's off the line in 2.51. So Pern's time 52.78. Two-time runs this afternoon. T3 series production cars. Ben Stapley with the Datsun 240Z. Daughter Hannah already clocked a 49.73. As we see car 129, Jeff Blake complete his climb in 41.48, and Paul Reynolds just before him, under 40 seconds on 39.49 to take the class lead with the Caterham. So we drop back to the series, pick up Stapley with Nissan off the line in 2.78 seconds. Through the Esses in 22.42. That's 131 over Bunny's Leap goes Ethan Cobb in the Downton Motor Club class. Zach campaigning R53 BMW Mini Cooper Esses. Time for Ben Stapley with the Datsun 240 car 125, a 46.60. Hannah. Time 131, 46.93. Sampson the fastest at the moment with the Clubman 1380cc Clubman 45.81. Zach Cobb at the top. He's in the 46s as well, but he's just taken the initiative with a 46.71. We wait for time for father-in-law Steve Jarrett. 133 with his BMW Mini Cooper S, and he crosses the line for the sharp boys, the lads, so to speak, 48.54. Kevin Taylor with the Mini Cooper S, 23.75. As way off the line goes the Maguire Mini space frame chassis Cooper S in the hands of Derek Kessel. Launched in 2.61 seconds, so he took 0.2 of a second off of Nigel Sampson. So Kevin Taylor with the 1380cc Mini at the top of the hill with a time of 49.28. Nigel Sampson joins him in the top paddock with the Clubman car 136 on 3:47. So that puts Nigel in the lead. And Stuart second on 3:5.81 with Derek Kessel yet to run, and we would expect Derek to eclipse those times, and he certainly does with the Space Frame chassis mini. 43.65 puts Derek Kessel into the lead. David Yeo through the Esses with the legend in 22.54, and he completes the climb in 46.91, car 140, as late entry, reserve entry Mark Linforth takes his Mark 1 Escort 2-litre machine into the braking area for the right hand of the gate. Little bit of a fishtail under braking. Esses staying curves. Not unusual to see Mark 3 wheeling this car through the Esses, wide in and absolutely sideways, as you would expect from a rally driver, on the exit of Saw Bench. And he's going to take that through Martini to clock 46.03. Followed up by another rally car. This is the T90 Darien, 2-litre Vauxhall power machine in the hands of Tim Porter from Wimborne in Dorset. But it appears that Tim has been red flagged. So Carol Nichols held on the start line in the racing car class, T7. So, yep, confirmation, Tim Painter red flag. So we get a rerun for that. So Carol Nichols away from the racing car class with the 1600cc Nike Mark IV. Carol took it off the line in 2.86 seconds. Williams leading the class, the A driver, on 40.36. Shelley Deacon launches the OMS PR in 2.62 seconds through the gate into the Esses. The Esses at 22.08. Off the line goes Ben Wheeler with the Empire Evo 2. A lot of the Suzuki GSXR 1000cc motorcycle engine that's powering this machine. Let's see how he's doing out of the S's. It's at 18.50. Tom Williams with the MWR Storm. Carol Nichols 148 at the top in 54.45. Shelley Deacon also in the top paddock, and it's a 44.98. Launching the British touring car Peugeot engine Rolt RT34. 2 litre Ben Wheeler at the top, under 40 seconds on a 39.23. Posted a 38.5 earlier in proceedings as around West Corner goes Ed Hollier, man who's got the fastest time in the class at the moment. As the Force HC, Tom Williams then got 151 with a 40.23. Tony Wiltshire running 152 with the Rout. Clocks a 38.44 to go fastest. Ed Hollier then 153 out of the Esses in 17.67 and over the finish line on a 36.76 to go fastest in Class T7 racing cars with just Andrew Forsyth to run. Andrew through the Esses in 19.52. And the target at the top will be a 36.76. Out of the S's it was a 19.52, but I'm not picking up Andrew on any of the cameras at the moment, so marshals at Wis having a little bit of a clear up at this time. And it's a fell for 154. No time for Andrew Forsyth, so Ed Hollier leading the way in Class T7. That brings us to a return of cars from the top paddock back into the main paddock area as we go for one final run all the way through, and of course that would include the qualifying runs for the British Hillclimb Championship top 12 runoffs. So the ante is about to increase as we go through the afternoon to the climax of the runoff. Let's see, do we know where Dave Pearce is? Are you out and about in the paddock, Dave, or are you in the catering? Not receiving at the moment, obviously.
Are you there, Jeff?
I am indeed.
I wasn't sure if you could hear me talking about the cakes and things. I think my microphone wasn't actually transmitting.
No, I don't think it was. No, because I think you've been switched off. Because you left something on when you left the top, and it was going boo. So I think.
How did it go?
Sure.
Oh, very nice. Yeah. I'm actually going to go and have a chat to a very good old friend of ours who's just arrived and has sat down. Former works co-driver for San Romanari in the Lancia Stratos.
Good afternoon, Howard.
He's busy tucking into some food here, so I'm not sure we get much chat from him. What's he on? It looks like cake or donuts, this cake.
Did you ever see a Stratos in action?
I did. They were phenomenal.
What a car. What a car. Yes.
So the Stratos was a lovely car in its day, and such a pretty looking car as well. And now beside me is Howard West, who
was brave enough to sit in one.
Brave enough to sit with San Romanari in one, in fact.
Yes.
Yeah, Howard, lovely to see you here. We haven't seen you for a while, not had the best of years, but great to see you back with us.
Nice to be back, Dave. First time this year, hopefully not the last. And I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully. But I've been very ill for 6 months with a thing called bullous pemphigoid, which meant I've finished up with 700 blisters all over my body, and it's taken 6 months to get near to normal again. But it's good to be back at Wiscombe.
Yeah, it's lovely to see you. Obviously, you were involved in Wiscombe for many, many years, but prior to that, of course, you had, like I say, you had a very good rallying history, and your actual motorsport experience is very, very vast, isn't it? And you were, and I take it you still are, an MS UK steward as well.
I am, and I was actually asked to be a steward next weekend, but I've said no because I don't think I'm fit enough at the moment. But no, I do miss that. And haven't been steward this year at all, obviously.
No, like I say, you know, we look back to what you've done, and I think many of us are very envious of the rides you've had. I mean, we rarely mention your ride with in the Volvo with Pierre Walfredson. Is that how you say it? Where you had a little bit of an issue, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, it was on the RAC rally of many years ago. I was co-driving for Walfredson in a 144 Volvo works car, and we were in Dolby, I think. It was somewhere up in Yorkshire, and the throttle cable broke on the car, so therefore the engine was running flat out. So he said, when I tell you to turn the ignition key off, turn it off, and I'll just let the car run on the flat-out engine. When I say off, turn the key off, and we'll go round the bend and turn the key on again. So he said, going down this long straight, said off. So I turned the key off and pulled it out, and obviously the steering locked solid, and we went 200 metres into a forest. The Volvo was quite strong because we knocked down about 15 trees. And he walked away from the car, and I've never seen him since.
He's still in the forest, you know. So anyway, thanks for that, Howard. A great little anecdote that. And you carry on and eat your cake. It looks very nice. And I didn't actually want any, so don't need to offer it to me. No, I'm all right. And anybody who didn't hear just now, there's still quite a lot of teas, cakes, coffees, etc. available from the catering unit. Donuts. Tracy's in there. She's got lots of fudge for sale, and she would love to, serve you some fudge. If you get any rum and raisin, you get it left over, and you don't know what to do with it, I will be in the paddock somewhere. So I can't walk around now. I'm going to make my way up to the top of the paddock to see if I can catch up with Mr. Wallace. Yes, Mr. Mingies, yes. And very, very, very supportive man to us here at Wiscombe. So always a joy to chat to him as well.
So, any idea how long before we got the next batch, Jeff?
Nope.
Okay.
Is the answer.
Oh,
They're all lined up and ready to go, but last time I looked there was flashing lights. Oh yes, and we're recovering Andrew Forsyth.
Oh, that's very uncharacteristic.
Yes, it's just stopped. I hope it's something simple.
It's hard work looking at this paddock, you know. It's quite a hill.
Yeah, but your step count to be good today.
Oh, my
won't
step
it?
count will be phenomenal today. So let's go and see if we can get a chat.
So we've got the course vehicle back on site, and Andrew's clear of the paddock exit.
Okay, I'll leave coming and chatting to Wallace until the next break. So we'll have a chat to him and then find out how his day's going on. And
because we've got a bit of time before he's back in action.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yep, okie dokie. Because in action now is that man of rallying talent, Tim Porter from Wimborne in Dorset with the Darien T90. I think Tim got a red flag, so we'll be out again for a rerun. Yep, indeed. Down to the start line, and he'll be looking to get a little bit faster than the 45.92 he posted this morning. But that time at the moment is good enough to lead the class. Mark Limford on second on 46.03. So the Vauxhall powered Darien way off the line in 2.63 seconds. As Tim gets it all set up for the gate. Wave is a little bit under braking, but he's got that under control. The Esses for 21.19. That's around Wiscombe. We start the action again in T1 road going series production cars with Peter Ramsden at the wheel of the Toyota. Peter having clocked a 52.22 on is it? And of course leading the class on 44.1 with the Audi TT. So let's have a look at Tim Porter's rerun time, car 145. It's a 44.35. So his fastest climb of the day. And then we go back to the start of the order. Class T1 road going series production cars. And Peter Ramsden already at the top with a time of 50.45. So shaved 1.8 approximately off of his earlier time. 26.36 for Michael Ford on the Esses. Martini to finish in 56.05. The Audi S3. Debbie Blake from Weymouth in Dorset with her John Cooper Works Mini Cooper S. 1600cc supercharged. To Mike Potter at the top of the hill. He's through Martini and over the finish line in 56.44. Sizable improvement from 57.98. Debbie Blake 23.09 in the Esses. Three wheels it for Martini to stop the clocks on 47.61. Last climb of the day. Let's turn the BMW 328i Sport over Bunny's Leap. .8 litre in this machine, followed by 107 Simon Neve with his Evo 6 RS. Simon, an avionics engineer from Yeovil. Harry Harris next to run with his X5. Gets the green light and is away. So 5 is Martin Cox with the Renault Clio. Time of 48.89. Terry Headley's made it to the top in the Bimmer. Car 106, 47.95. Simon Neve also over the line into the top paddock, down now on the 44. So he was in 4th place in the class, but 107 now clocked 44.20. That moves him up into 2nd place, just 1/10 shy of Matt Van, but Matt's got another run to come very shortly. He's climbing 47.49. We have James Wills on the hill, 23.72 in the Esses for the Axminster driver. Edited speed on climb.com website to 2010 to 2015. Fans well, watches the Exeter Chiefs whenever he's got the opportunity. 109 then, James Wills clocks 48.36, 48.36 for 109. So 2.28 seconds with Ben Adams. Currently occupies 3rd place on 44.51. So Simon Neve is the next for him to attack in 2nd place on 44.20. 5-1 off the start line for class leader Matt Van. The TT. Turbocharged machine, of course. Sprints to his name. Wells car 112 is 46.70. It's not going to help his plight. He was a 46.15 on his first climb, so that will be okay. So he slips to 4th place. As Ben Adams goes top, and car 113 in a time of 43.75. Just edging out Matt Van, and Matt's response to that in car 114, the TT, is a 43.86. So the erstwhile leader now down to 2nd place with Ben Adams taking the top spot. In 3rd place, Keith Soon with the Porsche 914 way off the line. Julian Rinaldi leading the Tiddicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park Championship then over the finish line with the 1 litre turbocharged Ford Fiesta car 115 in 46.33. That puts him into 5th place. He's found just almost 1.5 seconds there. As around this corner and off to Bunny's Leap goes Richard Burnett from the road going specialist production car class T2. Richard driving the Westfield Aero Race 2 litre machine. Followed by John Simpson. Long-time competitor here in the rally car class, and this season moved across to the Westfield. Away from the line in 2.7 seconds. Come from Yelverton. 1968. Joe Keep. Across the park now. Bunny's lead. Time for Chris Wells, car 116. It's a 52.64. And the last to run in Class T1, Keith Soom, car 117 on 50.37. So Ben Adams leading the way there in Class T1. Matt Van in second place now. And Simon Reeve third. Wide-bodied Westfield in Class T2, car 120, 43.82. John Simpson running at 119, clocked 45.84. And Richard Bennett, the first to run in Class T2 with a race. Extra time of 45.16. So Joe Keep up into fourth place now. Steve Hill improving his time with a 41.82 in the Caterham. So Adrian Lewis waiting on the start line for the all clear. Adrian in third place on a 42.68 from the first run. He's just been knocked down a place by that 41.82 of Steve Hill in Inglehart, the fastest so far on 40.96, and Lewis and Inglehart to run ahead of Dave Gibson in this class. Dave at the wheel of Ginetta G4. So Inglehart, the reigning Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park champion, but in second place in the series this season. Ed Hollier in third, and they're trailing leader Julian Rinaldi. So final adjustment for Adrian Lewis, as it looks like we're going to change the colour of the lights on the traffic lights, and we do. So green, and go for the Salisbury Property Maintenance Engineer, 3.16 on the launch. And Inglehart brings the 2-litre Vauxhall down to the line. Previously Cosworth powered. 2-litre top Vauxhall for this season. Let's see, 22.16 for Lewis. Smoothly up through the Esses. Clean on the brakes. Just takes a late apex around the saw bench. Powers away cleanly. Good delivery, and he's braking. Keeps away from the bank and the curbs. Goes over the line in 43.91 for Lewis. 43.91. So a little shy of his earlier time. His position stays third behind Steve Hill and Ian Inglehart. Inglehart actually quickly around saw bench, and he clocks a 40.60. 0.60, so he's found over 3/10 of a second. The victory. Steve Hill in second place. Adrian Lewis third. In the road going specialist production classes. And now we're picking up double drivers from national classes. Class .24 at the top of Dave Gibson Interclub side of things. 48.73 for car 124. 48.73. Stangle sharing the Jim Herbert Mitsubishi Evo 5. The Shaftesbury driver at the top in a 42.23. So now with the British Championship classes, this is their one-time run. We've been looking at their practice runs previously. This is all down to performance now, and aware of that will be the man on the start line at the moment, Stephen Darley, with the Subaru Legacy he shares with Damien Bradley. But perhaps Stephen has problems as the marshals are pushing him away from the start line. Assistance is on its way, but we call down Laura Wardle at the wheel of the Porsche 911 Carrera, running as 38A in the modified series production cars over 2 litres. Laura Zolia climb a 50.16 in practice, second practice run, and that undisputable noise of a Porsche as she powers across with straight, Bunny's Leap, coming down through the gears on the brakes for the gate. 23.36 as Laura's the last in the batch. Of course, vehicle takes to the hill. Laura cleanly approaching small bench, slightly wider on the entrance, late apex on the exit. Now he's got her eye in for braking point at Martini, and round to Martini and over the line in 48.45. Sizable improvement, down from 50.16. 3.2 litre Carrera. So time to bring those cars back down from the top paddock. So settled for a double driver, if that be the case, or for tomorrow. But in the meantime, whilst they're doing that, we'll have a little call out to David. And who and where are you?
Well, you've got to go to the best, haven't you? The man with number 1 on his car. I think we might have to move out a bit, Wallace, because it's a little bit sort of hazy signal there for the mic. And as always, great to see you here. Great to welcome you down, and thank you for all the work you do for us here at Wiscombe with sponsoring the Wiscombe Hillclimb Championship.
Not at all, it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm delighted to support Wiscombe. Fantastic place and always really good fun to come to.
Yeah, and obviously you and Alex are there today, and 2 sub-35s, so we're going to watch something in a minute, aren't we? Because you two are going to go up again for another run, then we've got the top 12 after that.
Yeah, I think you can highlight that. You've missed Sean, who in the double drives there sneaked in just a couple of tenths in between either side of us, but that'll all change. We've got qualifying to go, and then you'll see everybody bolt on better tyres or new tyres and try and just add a little bit more. I'll go full send for the runoffs later.
Yeah, so obviously it's a double header this weekend with 2 runoffs, and that must put quite a bit more pressure on you for a weekend, doesn't it?
I think it's just different. It's how you handle it. It just means we've got to get up to speed 2 days running, and we've, all the good stuff's got to come out, and it's just different. It's good, and it works really well for here and the kind of setup. Hopefully, we're going to dry today. Tomorrow's looking a bit different, but that's really good both ways. Different challenge. So no, I enjoy it. It's good.
I think actually you just enjoy the sport for the thoughts, don't you?
Yeah, I think you're wasting a lot of time, effort, and money if you don't enjoy it, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And now, Nicola not here today, competing, I see.
No, her and Dave's gearbox unfortunately let go in Shelsley start line, so we're just about back with that. We've got the spares. Sean and David Gould at Gould's been really, really good and put a lot of effort in trying to help us, because I think the car's 2006, so it's not a new gearbox. But yeah, hopefully they'll both be out, fingers crossed, for Shelsley.
So if you were to life an engine in one of these cars, how long would you say, or how many seasons would you say you would do? I take it you do a rebuild end of every season, do you?
Yeah, when that engine was in the DJ in 2008, so I think I bought them in 2007, and I have two engines that are the same through time. Seemed the practical thing to do. We put them back to Cosworth every year for a refresh and a check and whatever they recommend. So there's always a fresh one sitting, and each year. But they're getting pretty tired now. Cosworth keep moaning that we can't keep doing this forever, but we'll keep pushing them for a few years yet.
I bet they want you to buy a new engine, really, don't they?
I think the problem is, what do you buy? It's a very limited market space we work in, and all the modern stuff now is just way too complicated and probably not much use for us.
I think this morning when you very kindly done an interview with the BBC, they spoke to me and I said, Wallace is just checking his telemetry, and they were actually amazed at the technology that we now have in hill climbing.
Yeah, I think it's just that natural kind of gap between the top end of motorsport and where we are. The cars, they've all been running traction control now for 10 years, launch control, but we measure from airspeed to damper travel to individual push rod loadings. There's laser ride height gauges at the front, both corners at the back, and potentiometers to measure suspension. We can measure the roll. It's all there. There's nowhere to hide, and the laptop never lies. So if you come back and tell the boys it's doing one thing, that gets confirmed or denied by the laptop, and you can look like you've got egg on your face if you don't tell the truth every time.
Yeah, and they're a pretty knowledgeable bunch you got helping you, aren't they?
They definitely don't look that way, but that's quite a good thing. But they most certainly are. Yeah, they're really, really good lads. I'm delighted they're in my corner. Put it that way.
Yeah, Tommy's always. We do take the mick out of Tommy when we see him a bit, but he is a pretty good engineer, isn't he?
He's very, very good. He's fantastic at spanners. I ran out of talent last weekend in the Channel Islands. Took the back end off it. With Tommy leading the front, we got back out for qualifying, no bother. It's a bit tight time-wise, and Duncan Russ obviously play vital roles as well, looking after the whole car and the suspension and setup too.
Yeah, and lovely looking car. It's always nice and clean and neat and tidy. So that's a bit uncharacteristic, was it, in the Channel Islands?
It was, but we had a spin at Harewood. I think when everybody's trying their hardest, you're always right on that edge, as you've seen this morning. It happens, but I think the big thing is you don't become a good driver in one run, and you don't become totally rubbish in one run, just a bit rubbish.
You're not rubbish, and you know it. Anyway, lovely to see you down here. There's a long way for you to come, and we do appreciate it, and nice to see you leading the championship again. I can't show any favouritism to any of the guys here in the paddock, but it is nice to see you still up there. But there's one thing still missing, isn't there? I'm sure you promised me strawberry tarts 2 years ago.
Yeah, they got taken off me at the airport. They wouldn't let me travel with them, so I'm really sorry. Next year. I'll bring them next year.
Yeah, you're going to be held to that. Well, thank you, Wallace. That's really great. I see. Is that your mascot in the front of the truck as well with you, with the big ears?
No, that's a spare rear. That's a spare rear wing sitting on the front seats. You're seeing where it bolts on the gearbox.
It just looks like an Alsatian's head looking out through his window, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, I'll give you that. It absolutely does. But thankfully, it's not.
Okay, right. Strawberry tarts next year, mate. Thank you very much. So that's Wallace, and he'll be obviously going out to improve on his last time and see if he can put the pressure on the others a little bit more, and it'd be great to see in a minute, won't it?
It's all about qualifying this time round.
It is indeed.
And we've got the Subaru back up and running, I'm glad to say, and away off the line successfully in the hands of Stephen Darley in modified series production cars over 2 litres. Stephen's earlier climb 43.9. Esses in 21.23 this time. Carrying good speed up through that left kink prior to saw bench hairpin. Gets on the curb on the inside, but four-wheel drive gets him out of that. On along Castle Straight. Now it's all about finding his braking point and keeping it tidy through the left-hand hairpin at Martini. He rattles the markers on the inside, but 46.56, 46.56 for Stephen. On the line from the 2 class is Jonathan Langmead, A1 Jonathan Langmead with the Lotus Elise, the class leader at the moment in this 135R. Wiscombe, 2.64 seconds compared to James Hudson's 2.99 with the Golf. We have the time for six. Stephen Diver, 5.56. That's correct. 14 then. Back to class A1. James Hudson with the Golf in the top paddock on an improved time of 44.42. Better than his practice time of 45.05, but Jonathan Langmead's riposte there with the Lotus Elise, car number 15. It's a 43.01, which gives him the class victory at this time. James Hudson as class A2 going series production cars. The leader, Rod Isles, strikes out Bunny's Leap in the Alfa Romeo 4C, 1750 turbocharged engine producing the power here. 2.73 off of the start line. Simon Tarling out of the Esses in 23.39, but we've got red flags out at Saw Bench and a stationary Porsche on the finish line. Presumably that car is Simon Tarling's. So somewhere on the hill we should see it. Phil James, I think he might be on Castle Straight, been flagged. If that's the case, that will be a rerun for the Porsche Cayman driver, currently lying in second place in Class A2, road going series production cars over 2,000 cc's. The marshals now trying to push the Porsche away, but they don't seem to be making much progress. May well have locked in gear. Hello David, whereabouts are you?
I found Team Stangle now.
Hello.
Hello.
How are we doing?
We're doing all right. Let's move down a bit because we're getting a bit of feedback off the speaker there behind me, I think. So I'm here with Clive, and you're in a different Mitsubishi today. What's the difference with this one, and what's it like to drive?
It's a completely different experience. It's a modified production. Weight is reducted. It's probably 200 kilograms lighter than mine. It's just a beast that I haven't got to grips with yet, but it's just a lovely car to drive. I'm just very lucky to be able to do it.
Yeah, and obviously your car's not working at the moment, and much to do to that?
Yeah, so it's a bit of carnage really, but we've been doing it in stages. So we're doing the cylinder head at the moment, and that's all being completed. Then we'll move to the bottom end on the block, new pistons and rebore, and then put it all back together, and then probably change the ECU to something that's got a bit more safety features to avoid what happened last time at Kirsten.
Yeah, it's never nice when they actually go bang, is it?
No. The annoying thing was that I thought I'd gone faster than ever through into the hollow, and I got out of Ashes and thought, yeah, I'm on it, and I could feel a faint misfire. We've all known that I've had misfires over the years for some strange reason, probably all linked, and I could just feel a faint misfire, and I was like, no, this is it. And as I kept my foot down, I could feel it getting worse and worse, and then just as I was just about going to the finish line, it really went. I looked in the mirrors and it was just smoke, and that was it. You could hear it chuckling once we got into the pits, and there was a whole other piston.
It's quite hard. What about your good lady Jenny? Is she missing this? I mean, I know she's out here, and because you generally enjoy Wiscombe, don't you?
Oh, I love it. I used to be absolutely scared witless, but now it's just amazing. It's probably my favourite hill.
Oh, I'm so pleased to hear that. That's a lovely thing to say.
Sorry?
That's a lovely thing to say.
Oh, thank you. It's always immaculate here. Everybody's friendly. Love it.
Oh, good. So you're obviously missing the competition side of things, and when he gets it back out, is he going to be allowed out in it, or are you going to keep it for yourself and tell him to go off, get double drive elsewhere?
That's a good idea.
Had you not thought of that one?
No, I hadn't. But it sounds like a plan, definitely.
No, Clive's not so keen on the plan. No. I'm doing that work. I'm going to get some driving out of it. But lovely to see you both here. Thank you for producing the cake for us tonight. Anybody who didn't see it was the most immaculate cake with lots and lots of little things going on the top, Wiscombe written all over it and all sorts. Superb, and tasted good as well. I did nick a little bit when nobody was looking.
Thank you.
That's all right. But hopefully, we'll see you out again. Will it be this year or next year?
It'll be next year. Now I just want to take the time and just do it right, avoid what happened.
I will also say it's very nice that the two of you, after your car blew up, you actually come and marshalled here as well, which it gives you the other side of the sport as well. And it's really nice that you took the time to come and join us for that.
Yeah, no, it's a pleasure to come and marshal. Sometimes it's actually...
That's Tim Porter coming through, making funny faces at him, trying to put him off.
Yeah, it's nice to marshal. There's some benefits of it, that you get to see class going up and what it's like in different areas outside of the car. It was just a bit heartbreaking when the new tarmac came down and we couldn't race on it. And we were watching our class go up and thinking, oh, we wish we were here doing that. But that's life. We still enjoyed marshalling. It's nice to see our friends out doing it. It's just a nice community, really.
It is. You summed it up there. It's a nice community. It is a community, isn't it?
Yeah. It certainly is. Everyone's friendly in the paddock. If someone's got a problem, everyone's happy to help out. And, yeah, it's just a nice place to be. Pleasure to be back, really.
Well, thank you very much, both of you. And hopefully you'll get it all back together for next year, and we look forward to seeing you down here next year.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
All right. So, how are we doing then, Jeff? Are we any closer, do you know? I can hear a whistle. Flags must be coming in. So
indeed they are. We've cleared the Porsche under the finish banner, and the two cars that were red flagged, which is Phil James with the Cayman, Rod Isles with the Alfa Romeo, so they will get a rerun, and we're back into action with Chris Bereford in road-going four-wheel drive cars. Chris at the wheel of the Subaru Impreza, 2.35 litre turbocharged machine, 43.47 on his practice run, the second practice run. Phil Fisher, non-starter with the 2 litre Subaru. So Beresford 2.48 seconds off of the start line. Chris runs the hillclimbing.org website. Lives in London. This is a car based on a 2002 Subaru Impreza STI. Great fun pastime is hill climbing in the view of Chris Beresford. Interesting and clever people suggest everybody should get involved. Well, I've heard from a number of people throughout the paddock today, interesting and friendly everybody is. So at hill climbing, A3 move to Class B. Way off the line, Class leader is John Pick with the AMS Noteo. This is the machine that accepts all the mechanicals from a Subaru Impreza. Brody out of the Esses 22.2 kilometres, climb on 45.99, so second place man. John Peck. Now braking for Martini. Rattles the markers on the inside, but problems other than that, and it's a 44.65. 4.65, so an improved time for the class leader. As we move to modified series production cars, Steve Chandler with his Citroen C1 out of Martini and urging the car all the way along Castle Straight. Steve clocked a 25.27 in the Esses. The MRI radiologist from Weymouth just hit one of the markers on the inside of Martini, so Marshall nips out and replaces that very quickly, but didn't impede Steve. So his second, or his timed run of this afternoon is a 52.34, so a tad slower than his earlier effort. Eric Morey with the turbocharged Hellman Imp from the same class C1, is next away, and Eric looking to improve on his practice time of 47.05 on his second run. In the Esses. Saw bench very quickly through there. Rear engine over the rear wheels, of course, helping power him out of the hairpin. Now he's on the brakes to Martini and through in a time of 46.46. Stephen Moore is on the line with the Mitsubishi Evo 6. Modified series production cars, but this time over 2 litres. We've seen the A drivers already. Chloe Stanger just talking to Dave there on 42.23. Leading the way at the moment, but we look for the time of Jim Herbert in the same car that Clive was driving. Number 35, it's a 40.41. Puts him into the lead at the moment, but that will depend on Damien Bradley being able to retaliate with the Subaru. 40.41 to beat at the moment. Jonathan Williamson around Saw bench. Peter Reid launching off the start line with the Dunnell powered Westfield 2 litre in at 2.44 seconds. And the brakes through the gate. No dramas there. Peter from Kingsbridge, semi-retired marine engineer. Local ferry boat company. Blasting away off the line in a 2.34 launch is Mike Lee with the Force LM. Mike, previous leaders champion, Leaders Championship Climbing Cup. Up through the Esses in 19.5 seconds. Bickley next to run, away off the line. 2.78, so drop some time to Lee on the launch. 7 class wins in the Midland Speed Championship over the last few years for David, who comes from Atherstone in Warwickshire. This car is a Radical SR1, powered by a Suzuki Hayabusa 1340cc. Produces in the order of 190 brake horsepower. The time for Peter Eade, car number 41, is a 42.60. So over a second improvement for Eade there. Mike Lee, car number 44, stops the clocks on 41.20, so he's found over half a second. Dave Bickley also in the top paddock, having completed his run, an improved time, 46.49. So track conditions helping the driver find some pace. We move to double drivers in the 600 to 1100 racing car class. Tony Bonfield, the first to run in, 53.8. Taunton driver launching 2.36 seconds. Sam Ben, third in the class. Will on this machine. Time for Alan McDonald with the Force car 46 is a 41.10. So that gives him the class win there by 1/10 of a second over Mike Lee. Bickley, third place. Pick up the time for Jonathan Williamson back in class C3, number 38 is a 44.55. And Stephen Moore stopped the clocks on 40.66 in the Evo 6 Mitsubishi, car number 37. Tony Bonfield up the hill, Tony recording a time of 40.92. Jonathan Flesher with the Hermes 28. Claims a time of 38.20, so he's found over 2.5 seconds on this second, well, most recent climb is timed run after 2 practice runs, so this is their opportunity to qualify for the top 12 runoffs. Richard Weaver, 59A with the Empire Evo 1 litre machine in the top paddock on 39.91, so he's broken under the 40-second barrier with that. And then we pick up 64A and a time of 44.19. 64A, Sarah Bosworth sharing the Van Diemen RF85 in the Formula Ford category, and her time is a 44.19 for 64A, so that's an improvement from 45.56 for the class leader. So going back to class C3 at the moment, it's the 40.41 of Jim Herbert that leads Stephen Moore in second place. So it doesn't appear we've had a climb from Damien Bradley there. John Pick leading the way in class B, road going specialist with the AMS Matea, ahead of Rob Brodie. Chris Bereford, of course, on his own in class A, and that second run of his was a 54.20, and some reruns to be had in class A2. And in A1, Jonathan Langmead doing the business there on 43.01, ahead of James Hudson with the Golf on 44.42. So time to retrieve those cars from the top of the hill so we can continue running through the British Championship classes, which of course is going to be the qualifying run for the top 12 runoffs. So I'll throw to you then, David.
Oh, I'll catch it. Oh, that's not so good, is it? No. Well, I've come down to look at the Albridge Motor Club stand, and the fine body of people they are too. Well, two of them are anyway. Oh, Steve Wareham. No, we don't need to see your body that close. So, yeah, Duncan's here. Now, Duncan, you're part of the Albridge Motor Club. You've been a member for many, many decades, I think. Tell us a little bit about the club.
Well, it's a fairly open club. We do lots of different things. We do trials, ultra tests, hill climbs. I'm trying to think which ones I've done. I've done the 12 cars with Keith organises. Crikey, yeah, I've been a member since 1987. Well, obviously since I was a very small child.
Very, very small, of course, weren't you then those days?
Very much so, yeah. I'm still quite small now, but I'm hoping to get bigger at some point.
Yeah, Victoria said that you're actually still a child at times. Is that right? Don't forget race with respect.
I would disagree with that. I think I'm a child nearly all the time.
Yeah, we're all a bit like that with the cars and enjoying our days and enjoying our motorsport. It does bring out the inner child, doesn't it?
Very much so. Yes, I enjoy it. It does take you away from the strains of life, and you just concentrate on what you're doing here and who you can make mischief of in the paddock. And yeah, it's a lovely sport.
Do you know that boat's loose there? Look at that. Oh, it might even be broken. So yeah, they're terrible looking at their vehicles here. But you've got quite a little selection of vehicles here. Do you want to talk us through what you've got? I'm picking on you because otherwise it's Steve, and well, we get to Steve in a minute, shall we?
Yeah, we've got Keith's historic rally car. It's the old 1960s Volvo 122. He's used it a lot. He says he's used it since he was a small child as well. Then we've got our Caterham, which, all being well, I might even have a go with tomorrow. Can't promise to win anything, but I'll do my best. And then we've got Mr. Tight's Trials Land Rover, which is a very mean-looking thing. I think it's the remains of an old Range Rover that's been shortened and had a roll cage. Yeah, I quite like a go in that, but probably not here.
No, it does look a bit purposeful, shall I say?
Yeah, it is, and it's the pre-approved colour as well, the black and the green. So, unfortunately, our Caterham hasn't got a black nose at the moment. I'll allow Victoria to explain what she did to that. The martini may have something to do with it. The bank there.
Not the drink, not a dry martini.
Not shaken, not stirred, but yeah, it was something to do with martini.
I do sort of have a vague recollection of it more than once that day.
Allegedly, there's an awful lot of tape on that piece of fiberglass. We do have a new one, but I haven't bothered fitting it so she can feel a bit more guilty.
You are so cruel, isn't he? Yeah, Victoria's nodding to that one, but he is. Right, moving on to Mr. Wareham. Now, last year you finished second in the Wiscombe Hillclimb Championship, done very well in your Mini. Obviously not competing this year, but still very much involved, aren't you?
Yes, I've been involved with organising and maintaining the venue here for about 5 or 6 years now. So despite not competing this year, I'm still here taking the mickey out of people, enjoying the sunshine when it comes out and helping out.
So will we be seeing you out in the Mini again next year?
Yeah, probably. I've actually entered a few events towards the end of the year. I've not gone into any championships this year, but I am coming out at the end of the year, see if the old girl will still go.
And what about the car?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. As always, I come down here and you're always here on the working parties in the middle of the week, and it's great. So we're just about to go live again, so I'll go back to you, Jeff, and we'll enjoy the rest of the sunshine here, chaps and chapess.
Thank you, Dave. Yes, you mentioned, and Duncan mentioned the four-wheel drive special of Chris Tight. That is quite a machine to be seen, particularly with Chris at the wheel. It's got special trick diffs, fiddle handbrakes, etc., so you can turn it around on the proverbial sixpence and it will climb a mountain. Actually, it would be good to see it climbing up through the trees here, but perhaps that's for another day. Anyway, back to the hill climbing, and Gavin McLaren with the OMS 2000M out on the hill. Gone to sleep, and out of the Esses in 20.45. Neatly around saw bench, staying away from the curb and the steep camber, so he gets best traction way up Castle Straight, the fastest part of the hill. And it's around Martini to clock of 42.28. 42.28, so that's about 1.2 seconds faster than his second practice time. So again, the hill continues to get faster. Be interesting to see what the fastest drivers and the powerful cars are going to be able to do with that, those improved track conditions a little bit later. So Stuart Bayliss now with this Mark IV Jedi that's been updated to Mark VI spec. Still in full monoposto circuit racing specification, so quite heavy, because it has to carry extra radiators for oil and water cooling and things like that, and twin fuel tanks, of course, which is not a fire extinguisher. So hard weight to carry there for Stuart. Put correctly for the Jedi. Car 49 in the top paddock. That's James Moore with the Empire on a time of 39.75. So he breaks under 40 seconds for the first time. Stuart getting that Jedi into the top paddock on 42.93 compared to just over 44 seconds. So doing well there. We go back now to one of the earlier classes because we got some reruns. And away off the line goes the Alfa Romeo 4C in the hands of Rodney Isles from Class A2 Road Going Series production cars over 2,000 cc's. And we've also got one of the missing cars from that earlier batch, of course, is Damien Bradley with the Subaru Legacy, now on his way down to the line. But before that, we have a single-seater car number 47. Misread that. 20 at the top of the hill. Let's go to 20. Down Rod Isles. That's a run with the 4C. It's a 42.82. Phil James out with the Cayman taking his rerun. This 3.8 litre GT4 car number 19 on 48.26. So Rodney Isles improves his position in that class to take the win there on 42.82, ahead of the 48.26 of Phil James, with Simon Tarling in third place. At the top, fell for Will Kerr with the OMS. Another that succumbed between Martini, hairpin and the finish. Marshall's up at Martini getting a lot of exercise this afternoon, but the good thing is that this car is free flowing. They can in fact push it away under the finish barrier and into the top paddock. So that's a foul for Will Kerr, car number 52. So following up was car 36, red flag and therefore a rerun for Damien Bradley with the Subaru Legacy. Don't quite know where he received the flag. He's made, it looks like he's made his way up to the top of the hill, up to Martini, just waiting for instructions to proceed into the top paddock. He's stopped adjacent the marshal's post to wait for further instructions, and they say, yep, go on and into the top paddock, and we'll give you a rerun a little bit later. So a bit of tidying up to be done up at Martini, a bit of sweeping. Breeze picking up and blowing the red flags. Up at Martini. So next to run will be Ben Bonfield with the Jedi. In the 600 to 1100cc racing car class. Ben sort of unofficially in the practice runs lying third on a 38.19, but the leading time in the time runs at the moment, Jonathan Flesher on 38.2, ahead of the 39.75 of James Moore.
Well, Jeff, well, we got a small break, and we know that the Subaru Legacy is up the hill with Damien Bradley driving it, but I'm actually with Stephen Darley.
Co-driver.
Co-driver. Well, I think actually part builder of the car as well. I mean, Stephen, tell us a little bit about the car, because this is a really, really exciting Subaru, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's been a fun project. Started out as a £500 shopping car that we've just tweaked and tweaked and tweaked. And the tweaking continues every weekend.
So that's about £1 per BHP now, is it?
Yeah, it's knocking on the door of 800. We don't really know the official figure because we chickened out on the dyno. It's 650 foot-pounds of torque. North of that, it makes full torque at about 4,000 RPM, and it revs to 8.8. No. Revs to 8.8, and it's still making power and boost all the way up there, so it's a really, really broad power band, and it's very, very entertaining to drive.
How long has the project been up to now?
So I started working with Damien in 2013 when he started doing bits of time attack, and then in 2015 he stripped it back to a bare shell, and we decided to go all out and make it what we thought could be the best mod prod car that we could make with that shell, and we've ticked every box I think that we wanted to achieve. So yeah,
it is a phenomenal car. We're just about to restart, which saves your life really, doesn't it, a little bit, because you're a bit reluctant for me to drag you over here to chat. But thank you very much. Enjoy your weekend. I'm going to try and catch up with Damien at some point tomorrow, so don't warn him, all right?
No, I won't do. Please do that. He's a lot better at this than I am, so yeah.
Thank you very much. And back to you, Jeff.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Dave. And yes, it's Ben Bonfield out on the track. Got it away off the line in 2.36 seconds in the Jedi, of course. Now, the class 9.71. 36 in the Esses. He's right off the line. There's Martin Shankler with his Force HC. A bit faster away than Bonfield off the line, 2.27. So it's a 38.26 for Bonfield, car number 53. 38.25. So he misses out on the lead, actually by 500. This is 38.2. But Jonathan Flesher is the fastest. Second, splitting the duo, but a number of fast runners yet to make their climb. Shankler car number 54 over the finish line, sub 40 seconds on a 39.14 as away around West Corner. Having launched in 2.66 seconds goes Nigel Pitt from Longnyard. Time as Martin Turner from Penkridge in Stafford takes his Empire Evo 2 off the line. Launch time 2.39 seconds for the Suzuki K8 powered machine. White replacing black and white. 2 years in circuit racing and the last 6 in hill climbing. As over Bonnie's leading in the braking area for the gate goes Dylan Flesher, class, unofficial class leader in practice, so to speak. Did get back in the 38s, this time it's a 38.66 for the second over his practice time. Martin Turner then got 56, completes his climb around Martini. Seven. Takes us into another league. We've been talking 38.2s, leading the class 38.25 in second place. Dylan's really got on the pace now, 36.93. 36.93 for the OMS 28 driven by Dylan Flesher. Followed up by Stuart Bickley with the Force TA, and Stuart's time is a 37 deck, 37.00 to second place. Tom Weaver and Dave Tucker to run in this division. Away across the parkland goes number 16, Dave Catton, and DJ 2.18 seconds, 17.59 in the Esses. Tom Weaver's at the top, another 37.9 second climb. This is 37.73, so that slots Tom into third place as we go to the Formula Ford 394 division, class J1. Got class leader Sarah Bosworth sharing the RF85 with a time of 44.19 in the books already. And looking at Caroline Ryder, 21.25 in the Esses with RF86. As Lindsay Summers parks the start line with her RF85. So the time for Dave Tatum back in class I is a 36.79. So that gives him a class there. Just getting in front of Dylan Flesher in second place and Stuart Bickley in third on 37 seconds. Rapidly over Bunny's lead. Problem off the line there for Andy Greenan. Got as far as the bridge and then brought the whole thing to a halt. So Andy and Andrew sharing the Empire Evo 3. Marshall's going to push them back onto the apron adjacent to the start line. So time for Lindsay Summers running his car 64 is a 47.60, and 63 Caroline Ryder 44.66, 44.66. So Caroline closed in on Sarah Bosworth, but Sarah takes the class on 44.19. Caroline second, ahead of Lindsay Summers. So Andy Graham back on the start line. Did he in fact get a red flag? He's lining up for a restart, so presumably did. Andy's second practice run, a 37.98, but most drivers are picking up a bit of time on these improved track conditions. First time the drivers of the British Championship class will have driven on the new tarmac here in Wiscombe. It was laid back in May. As you can see at the start line, the track level comes up and up, increases with every time it's resurfaced. But the wear from the racing rubber, very sticky racing rubber, and the weather requires resurfacing at least every sort of 10 years, possibly a little bit more if the weather's been kind to us in East Devon.
It's been a kinder weather today, hasn't it? We're away.
We've got away with it a lot better than we might have done when we looked at it this morning. So Andy Greenan away on that rerun, 37.98 was his practice time, so he's looking to improve on that. We've got a time for Neil Coles, the first to run with the 38.87, so it now becomes the target as we move towards the cars. We're going to be in with a chance of qualifying for the top 12 runoff. 17.54, and now around Martini to clock 37.05, 37.05. So that's about just over 9/10 of a second off of his earlier pace. So those are the double drivers dealt with from class J2, 1100 to 1600 racing car class. So we have a time to bring those cars back down. And we'll see who Dave is talking to now.
Well, I'm not actually talking to anyone at the moment.
Not even yourself?
But no, I'm having a look around. If anybody's coming down to the paddock, there's still some very nice offers of different beverages from the bar. It's a shame I'm thirsty and I can't drink, isn't it? But there we are. So what do we have in the bar today that you could tempt people with? Apart from yourself, your good self, of course, and your sparkling personality, etc., etc., etc.
Well, don't go too far. We've got the full suite of Otter products. Otter Lager, Otter Cider, Otter Bitter. We've got wine, spirits, soft drinks, 0% lager, and craft lager from Tiny Rebel Brewery. So if you like a big strong IPA, we've got those too.
So where is this Tiny Rebel Brewery to?
Cardiff. So they're quite well thought of in that part of the world, but you don't really see it here. So I thought, well, I'll bring it along, get asked for it quite often. So yeah, see what people think.
And you having plenty of support. I see Mr. Soom along the end there, just sort of looking to hold court with the Porsche people. A bit of a Porsche expert, you know. The man on the end with the sunglasses, obviously, you know, not sure where to put them. He's wearing on the top of his head. I don't know if anybody will tell him they don't fit there.
Everyone's welcome in here.
Yeah, everybody. But yeah, there's some lovely, like I say, some Otters, which of course is a very local
ale, isn't it? If people who come doing the British Championship don't come down to Wiscombe very often, Otter is a lovely drink, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, and it's getting on for probably 35 years now. It's been brewed for, and it's only a couple of valleys over from here, just in a little village of Luppet, and yeah, it's a bit of a staple in this part of the world now.
So if anybody's feeling a bit thirsty, make your way down to the bar. There's some very nice ales down here. You'll get some lovely service, and let's hope the weather stays good for you. What time are you here till tonight?
I'm here until I'm standing in an empty field, and then I'll leave.
Okay, I'm bringing some sheep down. They can keep you company.
Thank you.
Yeah, lovely. So we got that, and then of course we have still got stuff at the catering hut here. And then there's a man who's always very good for a bit of chat. Mr. Wiltshire, Tony Wiltshire, single-seater driver, FTD winner here for many years, and been about a couple of years, haven't you, doing the sport? How's your day going, Tony?
I've been around a few years, Dave, but you've probably got a better memory than me.
That's because as you get older, your memory goes, mate.
This is true. And I'd just like to say, you've just given the most frustrating interview that I've ever heard. I'm here waiting for my last run, desperate for a pint, and that's what you're chatting about. Unfair, Dave.
I know it's not. And I must say, it's lovely. Anybody who's unaware of this, Tony's been a competitor, as I say, here at Wiscombe and within the southwest for many years at speed hill climbs, Lotus Lands, all sorts of things, haven't you?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I've had a variety of cars, and quite a few of them I've still got. So yeah, I find it hard to part with some stuff.
So the thing being that it's great to see your lovely daughter Hannah doing the paddock, isn't it?
I hadn't noticed the lovely side of her, but it's great to see her here, that's for sure. She doesn't have too many trips to Devon these days, and she looked forward to catching up with a whole load of old friends, and I think now she's sort of got herself organised and sorted out, knows what the batches are running like, then she's settled down to and enjoying it a lot.
Yeah, it's good to see her, and is she missing the driving? Because she had a Empire for a while and was doing quite well with those routes, wasn't she?
Yeah, I think she does miss the driving, but as she said, she had to do a bit of adulting, and she's done a lot of other stuff like buying a house and changing jobs and stuff like that, but also very active doing other things, and certainly got less of a one-track mind than I have, that's for sure.
Yeah, apart from the fact that she did tell me for some reason she's looking at nursing homes. Why is that then?
Some of the things I've done today, Dave, I think I'm probably overdue finding one.
I don't believe that, Tony. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. You here tomorrow as well?
Yeah, I am. Fingers crossed for the weather. Yeah, very difficult start to the day, but absolutely great how the hill recovered. Never known it do that before. Never known it so slippy. Never known it recover so quickly under the trees. So yeah, look forward to tomorrow as well.
Do you think the recovery may have been due to the newer tarmac having an effect on that?
Well, yeah, I do think so. I think the new tarmac's still quite open, hasn't got any debris in it, and you know the old surface over time under the trees gets a lot of moss into it, and that always comes up when the water comes. So yeah, that open tarmac clearly dried off very quickly, and on my sort of my run, which was quite late in the day, I was amazed how dry it had become. So no, great news.
You've had the route a few years now as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I built that in 2003, and it was a pretty reasonable 2-litre car in its day. I had a lot of fun in sprints and on the hills. Then I sort of sold it and got it Gould, and yeah, I never got on with that as well as I should have done, and I had a big accident in it, and sort of fell out of love with the sport for a couple of years, but got the roll back, and it's just a really nice car to drive, and an old boy like me still fits in it, so it's great.
Wonderful. Thank you, Tony. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, a pleasure to see you, and long may you compete.
Thanks, Dave. No more interviews about beer for a while.
Oh, what about there's a very nice Welsh ale over there, an IPA, all right?
Oh, it's cruel, isn't it, really? But yeah, lovely to see Tony, and as I say, his daughter Hannah working so well on the paddock. She says she won't talk to me because the last time I talked, she said she talked to me twice. Last time I spoke to her, I made the mistake of incorrect gender, shall we say. she did actually sort of take me to one side and administer something to me, that one, bang, in the ear. But anyway, back to you, Jeff. I see Damien's coming out again with a Subaru now, so one to watch if anybody's on the hill.
Yeah, he's going to get that car to the top of the hill, hopefully this time, after a few attempts.
Yeah. I should be going off at the end of this batch up to the top. So
up to your little
yes,
shed?
Up to my shed up there, and watch for the big racing cars to come through, and then obviously the top 12 runoff. So something fantastic to look forward to.
The climax of today's event, indeed.
It is a great spectacle, isn't it?
It is. I shall look forward to that, but we got everybody looking to qualify now. We'll go back to pick up the rerun for Damien Bradley back in Class C3 Modified Series Production cars. Damien at the wheel of the Subaru Legacy course. Makes way off the line in 2.21 seconds. Using that four-wheel drive and the turbo, etc. to good thing. And he's powered up to the gate and carries a lot of speed through the gate. It's up to this show in the Esses, a 19-second dead for saloon car. Is rapid motoring, and hustles it all the way up to Saul Bench. Let's take a wide line in, close line out, and carry as much speed along Castle Straight as possible, and then into the hairpin and over the finish line in 40.35. Damien Bradley on a time of 40.35, so that nips him in ahead of Jim Herbert, who was leading the way at 40.41. Back classes to racing cars 1100 to 1600 cc's. Andrew Short from Exeter, rounding Martini and completing his climb, car number 67 with the Hermes CF07 in a time of 36.84. So that's 1.8 seconds better than his practice time. So track conditions obviously looking a good deal better now, as Darren Gumley is waiting for the all clear to move off the line. Darren with the 1600 Force TA, 37.87 on his second practice run. Just waiting for the green light from the timekeepers when everything is checked out and looking good. Bit of brushing by the marshals in the, just up from the Esses. Somebody's obviously taken to the grass after the left-hander, last left-hander out of the Esses. Might have actually just clipped the bank on the other side of the track, because marshals are sweeping both sides. Just making sure that all is good and at its best for Darren to make his climb. We're now looking at if somebody can put a good time together, there's a chance they could get into that top 12 runoff. One of the fastest so far, looking to qualify on 36.79. Andrew Short, Dylan Fresher, Stuart Bickley, but a lot of fast motoring to come before we can determine those that will go forward to the top 12 runoff, where they really will give 100%, and the top 10 of those 12 will score points for the championship, which is led at the moment by Wallace Mingies on 187 points, ahead of Scott Moran on 152. 10 points for a win, additional point for records and things like that. A little run over the curb for Darren there as he rounds Wisk Corner. Don't think it cost him any time. 2.29 seconds off on the line. Smooth through the gate. 17.44 seconds. Sore bench. Least resistance and clobbers the marker post on the inside Martini, but held him back 36.74. Line in 2.14 seconds goes Adam Greenan with the Empire Evo. Practice. This now takes us into Class K1 racing cars 1600 to 2 litres with normally aspirated engines. Olivia Cooper non-starting due to incident with the car. Sideline her and husband starting car number 70 engine blower in the Channel Islands last weekend. So Adam Green and car 71 down 36 seconds dead. That's the fastest time in that class so far. Beating, in fact, Alex Cole's car number 70 on 36.58. So Adam taking the lead from Alex Coles, and then on 36.7 for Darren Gumbley. So Lee Griffiths, the first of the runners in the 1600 to 2 litre normally aspirated division, car number 75 over the line and in the top paddock on 36.14. So we have car stopped on West Straight, and that is Einan Price, who had a little bit of a problem this morning. Just a little bit before there. And as it was this morning, the marshals are having to go and help retrieve the car, and hopefully it'll be in a pushable state and they can go back into the apron next to West Corner. Course vehicle already been moved out of the way, leaving space to receive the Force TA. So a fail for car number 76. So John Varley will be the next to run with the GWR Raptor 2 litre. Oh, sorry, Predator, of course, not the Raptor, the Predator, in Class K1. So, hello, David. No? I thought I heard him in the distance, in the background, but no. So Einan Price's car being recovered back down to the Esses. And then we're into Class K2, which is the 1600 to 2 litre forced induction class. And then the big boys, the over 2 litre Class L qualifiers, who will be looking to provide most of the runners in the top 12 runoff. just take you through how the rest of the meeting's going to pan out. We'll have the rest of these racing cars in Class K2 and Class L. And we'll then revert back to the Interclub classes, which are listed in the programme as T classes. And that'll give the people who qualify for the runoff time to get their cars prepared, and then Best Vettel to come out to do the top 12 runoff. So now have Jonathan Varley looking to see if he can be in that select group of 12 with the Predator. 2 litre way off the line, 2.26 seconds. Jonathan's second practice time of 36.62. So with improved track conditions, I'm sure he's got expectations of a 35. 17.39 in the Esses. As he comes out of race, not too much acceleration. Control and round round Martini in 36.79. That's actually slower than it was in practice. And so within the class leader, Lee Griffiths on 36.4. Back stay was 1600 to 2 induction. First out of the Esses and into the bank at Martini. Just very soft touch. I'm sure it's even damaged the front wing. Perhaps he never made contact, but certainly was on his way towards the bank. He's got it stopped, can't run back, so it needs the marshals, those hard-working marshals at Martini. And of course the car is stopped on the steepest gradient. That's called Sod's Law. I think it's going to require all the marshalling team, plus possibly some mechanical support to move this car. So red flagged will be car number 81, Jason Tunnicliffe, with a turbocharged Empire Wraith. Unfortunately, Kelvin's got the Force TA fired up and driven away over the finish line and into the top paddock. So that simplified that situation. No doubt much to the marshal's relief, and also the clerk of the course, because if we'd had to have got the recovery vehicle, that would have been more time. But that issue has been rectified. We've now got a car that was red flagged to deal with, and once we've done that, we can get the next man away, and that's going to be number 8, Paul Hames, with the 1300 Turbo Gold GR59. Paul from Farnham in Surrey took 7th British Hillclimb Championship in 2021. That is competition number 8. Tells us he was 8th in 2022. Started in the sport, introduced to the sport actually by his father and his uncle, Steve Snell, who's a former South West Hillclimb champion, still competes here at Wiscombe Park with a Rolt single-seater. Paul went on into Mallox. He had a Mallox Mark 1820 BDG power, with which he won the Leaders Championship, which is now the British Hillclimb Cup, of course. And then graduated to single-seaters with a Dallara, which was previously a Formula 3 circuit racing car. Equipped that with a V6 engine, and then a Vauxhall powered Dallara in 2010. led him to victory in the Leaders' Championship. Once again switched to the Gould chassis in 2014. So now the 59 powered by Suzuki Hayabusa twin turbo, 1300 cc's, and he unleashes quickly off the line in 2.26 seconds. That's very quick. Had to adjust his line of entry into the gate. Just beginning to turn it a little bit too soon, but rectified that. Up through the Esses in 16.79. So that's a good time. And clean, neat carrying, good speed around Sawbench. No opposite lock. Steering wheel, tidy under braking, and over the line in 34.94 for Paul Hames. The fight is on, ladies and gentlemen, for qualification for the first top 12 runoff of the weekend. Next man out on the hill, 87A, Harry Pick with the 28. Settled, tidied up, incident with the bank. Martini, Harry through the S's in 18.54, cleanly out of Sawbench. Castle straight and around Martini to clock 39.18. 39.18 for Harry Peck. We see 7:05 Sean Gould, who is knocking on the door. Runs. 16.35 Esses as he howled up Castle Straight. Around Martini and over the line, another 34, but 34.10, 34.10. Now, next to run, 73, Graham Will with the Gould. 59J Judd powered, of course. Graham with a 39.18 back in the practice runs. Scott Moran, currently lying second in the British Hillclimb Championship. The time in the Esses is 19.05. Takes a wide line around Sawbench. Applies opposite lock as he powers the car away up Castle Straight. And onto the braking. Stiff chassis means he's on three wheels. Lifting the inner rear wheel around Martini to clock a time of 40.01. 40.01 for Graham Will. 92A driver. Picked up the shared drives in the top 10. 92A comes from Class M. Amanda George, of course, with the chevron. She's over the line at 48.50. 48.50 for car 92A. So Einan Price able to drive forwards back into the paddock area, so he'll be somewhat frustrated by the problems that are healing that car today. Hopefully they can be rectified for tomorrow's proceedings when we have round 21 of the British Hillclimb Championship. On his way up, he'll be observing those top 12 runoffs from Sawbench on trackside. Sawbench. Keep us abreast of exactly how the drivers and the cars are performing. So Sean Gould, the fastest on the respective qualifiers at the moment on 34.1, ahead of Paul Hames on 34.94 and Adam Green on 36 seconds exactly. That's the fastest three qualifiers at the moment. And Lee Griffiths, Alex Coles and Darren Gumbly. But there's a few of the acknowledged favourites with the large capacity rapid motor cars that will be looking to be part of that top 12 runoff. Running alongside that championship today is the Motorsport UK British Hillclimb Cup, which is presented by Footman James, the British Championship sponsored by Avon Tyres. Duncan Barnes is leading the way at the moment in the British Hillclimb Cup. He has a 5-point advantage over Alan McDonald, who is competing here this weekend. Of course, Alan with the Force SR4, taking a victory in the Sports Libre class, winning time 41.10. And third, Dave Tatham, also one of our competitors here today with the DJ Firehawk in the 600 ton racing car class. Dave Warburton in 4th place, and Dave, of course, not at the wheel of his normal Gould GR59, but at this the wheel of this new AFS P4T created by the Summers family. David was on a 42.04 with that car this morning. Driving somebody else's car, obviously very respectful of how he drives it and what damage might occur. So quickly bringing those cars back down the hill as the crowds grey up slightly. I'm sure the rest of the qualifiers are anxious to get going. Rain has been known to disrupt these proceedings with a joker card. Qualifiers qualify at the expense of some of the faster machinery who lose out if the track becomes wet, so we hope that that's not going to be the case this afternoon, that they all have a level playing field to achieve their best time in. Vehicle trailing down behind the returning cars, and once that's back to West corner adjacent to the start line, we will know we're clear and ready to go. To look for car number 81, Jason Tunnicliffe with the Empire Wraith. He was red flagged on that run, so he will need the opportunity to take a rerun. And B, because he's registered for British Hillclimb Championship, so he would like a stab at qualifying for the same. So flags are in. Start line is ready to receive cars. Meticulous in their preparation, getting the cars ready for this qualifying run. Just the right amount of fuel, everything prepared. Any amendments made since the previous run, all checked to make sure all is well. Covers on the tyres so they don't pick up any debris. Very smart blue ones on the Jack Cottrell Dallara Cosworth as he rolls down to the start line. And Jack with this 2.5 litre Cosworth powered Dallara. Dallara principally back in the day very effective and successful Formula 3 chassis makers. Now moved on into sports cars. Somebody keeps going.
That's me.
So I could only assume that it's you.
Yes, me. Just checking to see if I'm.
Oh, you are
in communication.
You are indeed.
Well, I wasn't sure they were going to actually make me communicate by a couple. But yes, I am. Yes.
No, we can hear you very nicely, just right.
It's getting a little bit shady up here now. The sun's gone in.
Yeah, the wind's picking up, and everybody's keen to get cracking. And no more than Jack Cottrell, his team out whipping those covers off. Are you really?
Young Julian Rinaldi on the fence up here, watching it all going on.
Leader of the Tillicoultry Quarries
Leader of the Tillicoultry Quarries Hillclimb Championship. Yes.
So engine fired up.
Pink, actually. I didn't realise he flashed.
So Jack Cottrell coming to the line of 40.28. So this is his sole stab at qualifying for the top 12 runoff. Possibly not had so much experience at Wiscombe as some of the other drivers, but can he just bring the best out of both car and off the line in 2.29 seconds. Start, and now powering Cosworth powered Dallara over Bunny's lead. It's a little bit like that on the back end, but it's okay. Through the gate into the Esses in 18.13. Smooth over the top of the Esses, and that left-hander as he comes through there.
Yes, very, very rapid around Sawbench here, Jeff, and off past the straight. Really, really neat and tidy, and it really, you feel the power.
Using that power to round Martini in 38.01. 38.01. Is now on the hill at number 81, which is, of course, Jason Tunnicliffe taking that rerun in class K2. See if he can be amongst this top 12. 17.4 as he's coming to Sawbench Day.
Yes, and spitting flames out the side. Fantastic looking car. Really smooth, direct line. Sparks off the under tray as he gets up to the top castle, and hard onto the brakes into Martin.
The Wraith is a smart machine. 37.15. 37.15 for Jason Tunnicliffe with the Wraith. So, still Sean Gould the fastest on that prospective qualifier list of 34.1 ahead of Paul Hames. So the 12th qualifier at the moment, Andy Grennan. Totally unofficial. We'll get the official position from the championship organisers a little later. So we won't preempt, actually get our wrists slapped. Car 88 will. I'm getting used to this machine during this season. At the start. And carrying prodigious speed across the pile, and 2.28 off the start line. But quick to the gate, wide into the gate, hanging it out all the way, 16.33. The Esses picks up the apex is neat on the way into Sawbench.
I guess the power down on his way out. It's very, very fast. That castle straight, that car.
Good power delivery,
Good to
not
see
too
Bill
much
back.
wheel spin on the way out, and he's around Martini for a 35.30 for Will Hall. 35.30. As next to attempt his qualification, David Warburton with the AFS P4T. 2.47 off the line as he goes over Bunny's leap. Then has a little bit of a wander with the front as he brakes for the gate, but nothing too detrimental. 19.62 at the Esses.
Very tidy, just keeping it away from the curbs, just enough so it doesn't unsettle the car. But a very tidy round sill bench up to the top of the hill.
And cleaning through in 40.94, 40.94 for David Walton. So Matthew Ryder now on the case, looking to qualify. Matthew from Leyland in Lancashire. A full ARDS driving instructor and coach. Only top 12 runoff victory this year at Harewood. 15.9 out of the Esses, trying hard.
Using all the track on the way into Saw Bench then. A little bit of struggle getting the power down then, getting the traction as well, straight.
So that 4-litre Judd powering it along Castle, and he rattles the markers on the inside to record a 34.11. 34.11. Fastest climb of the day so far. Next up on the hill is Trevor Willis. He's with you and away by the look of it. As Scott Moran is out of West Corner in 2.18 seconds, so he's taken 100th off of Willis away from the start line, and Willis's time at the top 34.8. So
we're getting down to 34s,
as Alex Summers comes to the line, Scott Moran 16.42 in the Esses, sideways as he leaves you, Dave.
Very much, yes, but he just kept it going, and the flow, and he's up with Martini now, and see what he's done.
34.39.
They're all going for the 34s now, aren't they?
Yeah, 34.11 for Matthew Ryder, 34.80 for Trevor Willis, 34.39 for Scott Moran. Don't forget Sean Gould on 34.10.
Here's the man to watch.
So in fact, Sean is still the fastest qualifier at the moment. Alex Summers then, how is he with you?
Oh, really, really tidy. Got that power down. And it's just gone.
16.54 in the Esses, and clean, doesn't rattle any markers, and over the line another 34. This is a 6.9, sorry, 4.9, 34.49 for Alex Summers. So lots of qualifiers in the 34. Anybody putting money on Wallace breaking into the 33s? As this man from Alloa is way off the line in 4.42 seconds. Surely that's not right.
No, it doesn't sound
because
right.
it looked like a clean start. Oh, and it moves around on the back end over Bunny's leap through the gate into the Esses. Working hard is the Scotsman. 18.47. Will that be enough? He'll qualify, but
he's clipped the curb here, but he just kept it going.
Close to the bank, Dave. Very close to the bank. On
Put
power.
a little bit of earth out onto the road.
And
I'd be worried about that time, actually.
35.88. Not the best from Wallace, but that should put him in there.
It just seems an odd start time, doesn't it? 4 seconds off the line.
Yes, but there we go. Not for us to question, as Andy Tippett's on the line for Class M. As we move away from the championship qualifiers, Andy at the wheel of this beautiful BT30X.
Beautiful looking car,
Brabham. Yep. 2.5 seconds off the start line. Very smart looking machine, one has to say. Looking to improve on his practice time of 49.07. Then we have Richard George to round out the British Hillclimb Championship classes with the Chevron B19. But Tibbet is in your sight, I would imagine.
Beautifully coming around here. All this aluminium and chrome, and just lovely, isn't it? It's beautiful as well. It takes me back to the years when I first used to come here, and that was the sort of car that was setting the fastest time.
Yeah, quite. Circuit racing cars that were converted to compete in hill climb rather than specific cars that are designed and constructed, as we now see for hill climbing. Another car that fits into the chrome bit is Richard George's Chevron B19, off the line in 2.51 seconds. Richard now looking to improve on his second practice time of 50.37. Esses and 23.31.
I don't mind, I can stand and watch it forever. It's a lovely looking car, isn't it?
Designed by Derek Bennett. Very successful in sports car racing, obviously. This car, as we mentioned, was part of Joe Siffert Racing Keep. 92 then, time for Richard George is 47.98. 47.98 is his best climb of the day. As we move away from the British Hillclimb Championship classes to the Interclub event, we pick up first of all some of the double drivers. First of those, Hannah Stapley from Modified Series Production, Class T3, with the Datsun 240Z. And then Graham Blake from Modified Specialist Production, Vauxhall powered Westfield. Graham third in the class after the first runs on 44 seconds dead.
Almost up to Martini now. Blake coming division already.
Stapley over for the line in 49.6. And Blake Senior, how was he around Saw Bench?
Oh, lovely, actually nice and smooth, lovely line up there, unflustered, very unflustered, Red.
Seasoned campaigner. So time for Graham Blake 129A is 43.03, so found the best time of a second there. So we pick up further double drivers. We've got Steve Harris on the hill. And with you,
he is indeed. A lovely looking Mini, and that beautiful sound of the old straight cut gearbox winding away there. Probably noisy as anything inside the car, I think, but beautiful to hear from the outside.
So Steve sharing this, a Kevin Taylor 1380cc machine. Jan Yo takes the Legend Ford Coupe around Wiss. It's a double driver in the Sports Libra class. We'll go back and pick up the time for Steve Harris with the Alston Mini. Car 1358, 52.23.
I have the Legend here using all the verge, all the curb, and Jan really does measure this car. Fantastic little thing, really entertaining to watch. And it disappears up towards Martini there.
He was clocking 20.38 in the Esses. Always very sideways, full opposite lock out of Martini and over the finish line in 42.33. 42.33 for Jan Yo from Exeter. So we'll see if David out in this car a little bit later. And of course, on in the Pilbeam MP43. So 151, powers away from you. Mike Williams with the MWR Storm. Mr. Driver looking to improve on a 40.36. He clocks a 41.51. on his second climb of the afternoon. So there we go. We're now heading into the last few classes in the Interclub meeting and then the top 12 runoffs. We'll
Because it's qualifying for the runoffs is the thing, isn't it? It's not whether or not you set the fastest time in the qualifying.
No, it's just a process, isn't it?
Into
to get there.
Because once you've got to the top 12, that's when you can really, you know, make your mark, isn't it? And that's where you get your points for the championship.
That's right.
Yeah.
And we've we'll have to wait for the officials, but we've got a few names in there that we might not readily expect. So we'll see how that pans out in due course when we get the official. There's some bits of paper coming my way, so this might be the official situation. And then we can tell you who's going to be in the top 12 runoff. So I'll sign off for a little while when I deal with that.
Yeah.
Right, we have the official list, top 12, and the 12th is Darren Gumbley on 36.74. We then have number 70, Alex Coles, making the runoff, 36.58. Number 75, Lee Griffiths, qualifying time of 36.14. And 71, Adam Greenan, qualified on 36 seconds exactly. Running after Adam will be Wallace Mingies, 35.88 is the qualifier. Will Hall next up, 35.30. Paul Hames makes the grade on 34.94. A 34.80 puts Trevor Willis into the top 12 runoff. More 34s from Alex Summers, 34.49, and Scott Moran, 34.39. Matthew Ryder, second fastest qualifier on 34.11, just 1/100th of a second slower than Sean Gould, 34.10. So Matthew Ryder will go up in a batch on his own because he's sharing with Sean Gould, of course. So that car working well today, getting that duo to the top. So let's just go through those names again. Darren Gumbley, Alex Coles, Lee Griffiths, Adam Greenan, Wallace Mingies, Will Hall, Paul Hames, Trevor Willis, Alex Summers, Scott Moran, Matthew Ryder, and Sean Gould are your contenders for the top 12 runoff once we've done these final classes in the Interclub event.
Yeah, it'd be great thing to watch, won't it, this now? It'd be approximately, I don't know, about, I would say 20 minutes before we see the big cars back again with us, but it'd be lovely. I'm really looking forward to that, and the sun's coming out again up here, so I don't know what it's doing down there.
And it's looking good. Hopefully all will be well. We've got the fastest 6 qualifiers, all covered by just under 3/4 of a second.
Yeah, incredible, isn't it?
It's going to be pretty competitive, and of course the the pressure is on. They've got to be inch perfect if they're going to deliver on this one qualifying run today.
Yeah, I think they will. They will be out there. They will know exactly what they want to do before they even go down to the start line.
Yeah. They will visualise it, go through it, look at the telemetry, and they'll be sitting in the cockpits coming down, visualising exactly how they want to put together. Whether it comes out like that on the track, totally different thing.
Oh, that's right.
But yeah, that'll be that. Yeah. So we've got a little bit of action from the Interclub event before we get there.
But well worth hanging on for the top 12 shootout, isn't
Indeed,
it?
it is the climax, and it is the best drivers and cars in the country.
Hardest,
it's 100%. It's all or nothing. Well, not quite, because they've got to compete tomorrow, but they're going to give it 100%.
And Wallace, obviously, having got several of the fastest times this year, will be looking to be up there again, won't he?
Oh, certainly. I mean, he's got a comfortable position in the championships, but that never stopped anybody from trying hard, did it?
It's a competitive thing, isn't it? It's a little skill. Once you've got it in you, you do, no matter what it is. I always say we're competing against ourselves when you're doing hill climbing, but when you get to the top 12, they are very aware of what everybody around them is doing, and looking for the legs to just, as you say, it's less than 3/4 of a second between the top six.
The seat belts are tightened, the visor goes down, and yeah.
You see them get themselves ready, don't you? They sit there and you can see them actually driving the hill in their head.
All the psychological part of it. And psychology is quite important in sport generally. It's probably to some extent underrated, as the tennis players and everybody have found now they can get their utmost out of their performances. So Wallace coming back in, so there'll be a bit of time to settle the cars. That's one of the reasons why the order that the event is running is different to the program, because more time was decided to be given so that cars can be prepped and ready for the runoff, so top 12 runoff. So that's all good stuff. So they can deliver their best. So the Tippet Brabham on the grass by the start line. I hope it's just a matter of being able to fire it up. Oh, no, the tow rope is out.
Oh dear.
It's going to have to be towed back into its paddock position. Got the course vehicle back down the hill, so we've just got to remove the Brabham up beyond the paddock exit, and then we can be beckoning forth Ben Stapley with the Datsun 240Z. Make his final climb of the afternoon, currently leading the class on 46.6.
He'd be very pleased with that. Yeah. He put a lot of effort into rebuilding the car over the last winter. I sort of followed what he was doing with it on the internet, and it all started when his daughter had a slight issue at the gate. Was it last winter or the winter before? I think it may have been winter before, actually, thinking about it. He gave it a really thorough rebuild, and it's made the world of difference to it, because he used to have transmission issues with it which would let him down quite regularly, and they seem to have overcome that now, which is quite nice.
That's good. That's good. So he'll be looking to see if he can finish the day on a high with an improved time. So we got the rope on. And the Wiscombe personnel are just about to take up the slack, and we'll get that car back up the paddock. And everybody else is ready and waiting to come out.
We can have a couple of minutes now, aren't we? Do you think we can have a couple of minutes?
I don't think so, no, because the Brabham's on the run. And paddock is all fired up and ready to go. So we should be bringing them out straight away.
It's going to be one of the minutes to
carry. So Ben just got to quickly get on his gloves, helmet's on, fire up the Datsun, close the door.
Oh yes,
it's always a good idea to close the door. There goes the door. Thumbs up from Ben, thumbs up from Paddock, Marshall, Hannah, and it's gonna eventually just close the door, and down it comes. Still with the Jan Speed livery. A bit originally built the machine before it went off to Holland to race.
And sadly, Jan Older passed away
recently,
just a few weeks
yes,
ago, didn't he?
indeed.
Yeah.
And Ben's looking like taking a wide line. He's on the grass coming down to the start line.
He's obviously looking for that straight line across the bridge.
He does, and of course with a big car like that, he does have to
It is quite a wide car to get across that bridge, isn't it?
Yeah.
And with the gate posts partway across the bridge, it is obviously a concern to him.
I don't know what the lock's like, but it's a big car to manhandle around the likes of Martini and things like that. But he's going to give it his best. It's off the line in 2.81 seconds. And now unleashing all the power from this 3-litre machine. Built originally by Jan Speed for use in European sports car racing in Holland back in the 70s, and was sold to Four-Way Engineering in Kent, and you can see their names on the car. This goes Phil Pern.
Very, very impressive. So just no flash, good, nice line right through the centre of the track, which is probably the best line to have because you don't have
the gradient and the curb, indeed. So Phil Pern, reserve entry, brought in now on the hill with the Stuart Taylor. Painstakingly at the top, 46.36, so an improved time, so he ends on a high. We've also got Paul Reynolds, fast peddler of the Caterham, in first place in Class T4 modified specialist production cars. Paul was 2.5, went off the line, and 19.49 as he's with you.
Yeah, it's just leaving me now as Castle Straits, and very, very tidy run that.
Jeff Blake now off the line with the Vauxhall powered Westfield, 2.56, and now LES is 19.68.
Yeah, and lovely little bit of opposite lock, just chucks it round a little bit round Sorrel Bench, and dials in a little bit of opposite lock, and off he goes beautifully, straight up the middle of the road.
Phil Pern then in the top paddock car, 127 in 46.88. Paul Reynolds quickly on his tail and over the line in 40.11. So no improvement there for the class leader, Paul Reynolds, at 40.11. So his earlier climb of 39.49 is going to do the business. Let's see what Jeff Blake can offer. And it's an improved time, but still in the 41s, 41.06. So 39.49 gives Paul Reynolds the win over Jeff Blake and Graham Blake in third. A lot of tyres being used up there. This must be the minis from the Downton Motor Club.
The Downton Motor Club. And they're very noticeable that now that they moved over to the more modern minis,
the BMW ones, yeah. But here's one of the older style off the line now, and Kevin Taylor at the wheel. Car 135. Kevin from Froome. It's an HGV mechanic by trade. His third P80cc machine. Previously owned and raced by Jonathan Bunker. Name that's synonymous with minis in the southwestern corner.
I was with Jonathan last Sunday.
You name dropper.
Oh, yeah.
Name dropper.
Another day under that back wheel there. Yes, Johnson's. He came down and competed down here a couple of years ago, and I said to him, when are you going to come back to Wiscombe? He said, I'm not sure. He said, I'm getting a bit old for it. And I said, I don't think you are.
So time for Ethan Cobb 131 is a 46.90. Brother Zach also in the top paddock on 46.56. And now father-in-law Steve Jarrett, he's up there as well, but on a 47.40. That's got 133. And more tyre squealing as way off the line goes David Yeo in the Legend, taking us into the Sports Libera class.
I've got Mr. Kessel with me in that lovely little space frame mini. You don't see any of these Maguire minis now, but they were fantastic a few years ago. A few years. A couple of decades, I suppose.
At least 48.41 for Kevin Taylor. And Nigel Sampson clocks 47.81 with the Clubman. So Derek Kessel on the Maguire space frame chassis mini, which Dave was enthusing over, is a 44.03. So as one might expect, Derek takes the win there Interclub class, but I think it's class R.
Rodney Thorne really tidy around the saw bench there and getting the power down in that big curve in.
See, that's another big car for this hill, isn't it?
Very wide car.
David Yeo on 46.73 at the top, and Rodney Thorne taking the class with the Rover V8 powered P43 on 38.44. So first is Rod Thorne in class T5. Jan Yeo second.
Nice bit of sideways here from Martin Thorne, leaving black lines all over the road.
What would you expect from a Mark 1 Escort?
Just gone to he was telling me, and it's making the world of difference, the gear changes.
It's going bang, bang, bang all the way up there.
It means I must have Mr. Porter coming next time.
You do. Look out. Hold on to your hats. 46.01 for Mark Lemforth. Reserve entry, Dave Merrick, non-starter today with a Mark II. So Tim Porter off the line in 2.79 with his Vauxhall-powered Darien T90. 21.8 in the Esses. Now, is he going to be straight or is he going to slide it?
He's going to go around nice and tidy. Well, for a rally driver, it was tidy.
Yeah, a little bit of opposite lot.
A little bit of opposite lot. I downloaded some in-car from his video for him yesterday, from his camera from a previous visit. It's fantastic to watch. Hopefully the live stream guys will be putting on the live stream.
He wasn't so neat and tidy at Martini. He was a little bit more sideways there, but he kept the power on, and a 45-second dead compared to 44.35 earlier in the day, but the class is his. So we now move to the final class in the Intertech meeting, which is single-seaters, class T7. Now, Andrew Forsyth had a fail on his first climb, so I don't know what the issue was on that, whether the car has been able to be brought back to life.
So, you're saying about the Jonathan Buncombe Mini, and I can tell you, I'm not sure how the 5 clubs at this meeting this year, we're going to have a former British Hillclimb Sprint champion, the only man to ever win both championships.
Do the double.
Done the double, and that's David Franklin. David's put an entry in to come down to the 5 clubs weekend. So just a bit of fun. He's bringing Debbie, his wife's car, along, but really looking forward to it because he says he loves Wiscombe. It's one of those hills. It's a very local hill.
Well, he was the Wendy Wools man, wasn't it? The Wendy Wools March and all that sort of thing. Yes. Yeah.
Before that, he had an enzyme. I can't remember that far back.
And done a lot of success. Had a lot of success in historic racing in the interim.
He went to had a Ford Mustang and a very nice one, and then he's also been doing a lot of like guest drives for people. He was doing the Monte Carlo, Le Mans Historic in a Ferrari Daytona, and unfortunately the gearbox jammed, so he had to retire. And before that, he was doing a lot of stuff for a gentleman called Carlos Monteverde, who has
who's got a few pounds, I understand, or dollars or lira.
Phenomenal
or
collection of cars, shall we say, Ferraris and the such like. So looking forward to David. He said he will reminisce with me over his previous years of motorsport. And then on the Sunday,
well, that's the lunchtime dealt with then.
On the Sunday lunchtime, just to add to that, Martin Bolsover's coming down as well.
Ah, God.
So
he was another one that went to circuits as well, wasn't it?
Another former
British Hillclimb champion. Yeah.
You know, I think they had about 5 championships each between them, or something like that. I'm not sure the exact number. Don't quote me, but you know, it was quite a number. But yeah, David is. I do seem to think he actually set the fastest time at Goodwood Festival Speed a few years back as well.
So that's the first week in September.
That's the first weekend in September. Yeah. Is it 2nd and 3rd? I think.
So that's some dates for the diary, isn't it?
And then the next date for the diary after that, of course, is the MG Car Club meeting the following weekend.
Yep.
And that will be followed on the Sunday by the motorcycle meeting.
Yeah, Harold Gimlet job.
Oh yeah, and then at the end of the month we have a new event this year, just for 1 year only, special deal.
This is what used to be the Manor Farm date, I
It
guess.
is, yeah. What was the Manor Farm date? But unfortunately, Manor Farm at Charmouth is
No more?
No more. We will be.
As a hill climb?
No, as a hill climb. No,
Yeah.
they decided that
You can go and have your holidays there, but you can't go and
they
hill
go
climb.
Yeah, you can't go hill climbing. But the management team at Wiscombe Park here, Wiscombe Limited, offered the opportunity to Woolbridge Motor Club, who normally run the Manor Farm event, the opportunity to come here. But Woolbridge very gallantly said, well, hang on, we already do 2 events a year. It'd be a bit wrong for us to do a 3rd event at Wiscombe because there's other clubs that come along pro events. So we're having a combined promotion event.
How good.
Yeah.
How good.
And we're going to call it the Wiscombe Manor Hillclimb.
Yep.
Regulations are going to be available from the 23rd of August at 8 o'clock in the evening online for any competitor who wants to put their entry in.
So that'll be ping, 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 ping.
Oh, yeah. It'd be internet would be melting again. Yep. But yeah, so we got a few more events lined up this year. So it is looking still, quite enjoyable. September is a very busy month.
It's, yeah.
So.
Chock-a-block.
Yeah, it's chock-a-block. And then when we're not here, there's other events. There's the Watergate Bay event down in Cornwall as well, which is the weekend before the Wiscombe Manor Hill Climb. Yeah. So there's quite a lot going on in September.
Wiscombe's next event is actually a grass auto test.
Is it?
Yep, non-damaging evening grass auto test. At the Clay Pigeon Kart Track, next to the Clay Pigeon Kart Track. Had one last month, that was very successful. So, yep.
That's a great way into sport, those grass auto tests, wouldn't they?
Ideal. Non-damaging.
Non-damaging.
Yeah. A lot of youngsters had to go and had a whale of an evening.
And because if it's on, obviously on grass, if it's slightly a bit damp, it gives you lots of feel and kart control and sliding, how to control a slide and that sort of thing.
Last month it was quite a damp evening, misty evening, and you had exactly those problems. But they provided such delight and such excitement for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, when you sort of get out and you've done a good run and with lots of sliding and all that going on, you sort of get out and you think to yourself, oh, that was fun, wasn't it?
But you haven't really damaged your car or anything like that, and you haven't. Normal auto test on a hard sealed surface does untold damage to gearboxes, differentials, etc., etc. So it's an ideal way to have a fun, and certainly for youngsters, and father and son, father and daughter, mother and son, whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
husband and wife.
Well, if you want an argument. Woolbridge
could be husband and ex-wife.
Could be husband and ex-wife, yeah. Woolbridge, obviously, they still do the 12-car rallies, I believe, as well, don't they?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, but hey, we've got to attend to important things, and it's to do with racing cars, and it's to do with number 5.
Ooh, is he down there?
Yeah, all ready and keen to go is Matthew Ryder. The second fastest qualifier, of course, on 34.11, just 1/100th of a second shy of Sean Gould in the same car. So Matthew has to go first, so that car could be retrieved and go up with Sean at the wheel. But we're having a little bit of prep on the way down.
Sean will obviously get the benefit of warm tyres.
He won't be too sad about that, will he?
He won't, will he?
And talking of tyres, we're having a good cleaning session at the moment, just getting all the debris off the Avon slicks. All Avons this year, of course. Pirelli have gone away, so they're not going to make any more tyres for the foreseeable future. But unfortunately, Avon, of course, are part of Cooper Tyres, and they look like they're closing down in Wiltshire. So, yes, Matthew fires up the car. He's probably done everything we've been talking about, the visualization. Got the car absolutely on the button.
So this is going to be well worth watching now, isn't it?
So he's got one runoff victory to his name this season at Harewood. So a little bit light compared to his success last year.
But he's promised me a chat tomorrow, so that'll be something to look forward to.
Also, he's part of the British team in the European Masters at Braga in Portugal back in 2021, but he's away. 2.21 seconds and using all of that 4-litre V8 power across the parkland, and he's neat and tidy, quickly through the gate. 15.87, Dave, in the Esses.
Just clipping the curb on the way in.
Neat in that left-hander.
Yeah, now power down, really trying. You can see that he's really going for it this time.
He finds his breaking point and he's over the line in 33.37. 33.37 is one, if not, well, that is our fastest time of the day so far. Let me just say, 33.37. The record, 32.94. Now, who would have thought that when it was raining this morning? Eh?
Yeah, this morning you wouldn't have put any.
Wouldn't have been looking
of any
at
fast
performances
times.
like that. No.
And the sun's coming out again now.
So that'll all but help.
Yeah.
Matthew going to quickly get that car. He's on his way back down.
He is indeed. I can see him now.
Sean, of course, whilst we mentioned the fact that he was going to have warm tyres, will be the last to run because he was the fastest qualifier.
Yeah.
But I no doubt think as soon as Matthew's back in the paddock, Darren Gumley will be looking to get his timed, well, his runoff underway, qualifying on 36.74. Darren, and he's been in this territory before, hasn't he? As you said earlier in the afternoon.
Yes. Yes.
But it all came unstuck for him. But he'll be looking to see if he can get the Force TA and some points on the board.
Very important.
Or some more
aren't
points
they?
on the board. Let's see, where's Ryder? Is he? Here he comes, down towards Wiscombe. So they've really got this Gould GR59J dialed in this weekend, the Sean Gould team. And Matthew Ryder. Been knocking at the door for the last few seasons, and he's been in the big league. Finished the championship last year in 5th place, of course, as denoted by his competition number, but currently lying 3rd in the championship, just 4 seconds ahead of 4 points ahead of Alex Summers. So Alex will be keen to put in a good run as well and haul himself back up the order.
Alex does pull it out the bag here, doesn't he?
Performed well, obviously, being the Hill record holder. 32.94. What do you reckon, Dave? Is that on? Can we?
I wouldn't want to put money on it, but it's going to get close. I think that the track temperature has probably dropped off a bit now, and that may not be to their advantage.
Well, the man who's glad to be in the runoff is Alex Coles. And he's come down behind Darren Gumley. So Alex Coles, the British Hillclimb Cup winner of 2022. Now looking to be part of the Premier League of British hill climbing.
And West Country as well.
Oh, indeed. Plymouth, isn't it? Plymouth, yeah.
Yes.
And of course, Neil, his father, started in sports cars and has been in single-seaters in recent years. But 69, Darren Gumley, away on down to the start line. Darren with this 1600 Force TA, qualified on 36.74. Obviously hasn't got the power of the big hitters with their Judds and their Cosworths, but he'll be looking to maximise his points haul as he gets ready on the start line. He's got the green light. Marshall's just holding on to the wing of the Force. He's away and clocks 2.45 seconds. No dramas at Wiscombe as he's across the parkland over Bunny's Leap. And waits, gets the braking done, just a little bit squirrely, and he's close to the bank on the turn at the gate, but all is well. Time is 17.46 at the Esses, and he just picks up that apex on his way to you.
Oh, he was high there as he came around Sawbench. He clipped the curb on the inside, which lifted the front up. I reckon it was a good, probably heading towards 10 inches to a foot, and then his wheel there, visible air. So now let's see what he's done.
And the time for Darren Gumley, car number 69, is a fail.
I think, did he have a problem at Martini?
He was certainly over the curb. I can't see anything on the cameras. but no time then for Darren after all that.
Dear.
So marshals are taking the opportunity to make sure the track is in its best as Alex Coles goes down to take his position on the start line. Alex with this 1585cc OMS 28.
So no idea why Darren didn't get a time. Did he go up the slip road?
Well, he got a fail, so no time.
Yeah.
Alex first drove a racing car back in 2020 when he was 15 years of age at the Kerbera Sprint Course up in the Midlands. And then, as we said earlier on, drove the Van Diemen alongside Carolyn Ryder last year to take the British Hillclimb Cup, and now he's joined forces with his father. Last year, though, 16 class wins in the Formula Ford, 6 new class records. Wiscombe was one of those. This man's got intentions, hasn't he?
Yeah, he obviously gelled with that car last year, didn't he?
Oh, indeed, indeed. Now he's got to get used to the Hayabusa-powered OMS 28. So Suzuki Hayabusa power.
Wonderful chassis, of course.
Dad's running down to the start line. I don't know whether the car has stalled. This just ups the anticipation.
Be good to see him when he gets up here in a minute. Because he's on a giant killing exercise there, isn't he, when you look at what he's in amongst?
Very much so. Yeah. So can't quite see the start line from here because the foliage in Wiscombe House is growing over the top and I can't quite see what's going on, but I think we're fired up. Green lights are on. Marshals are holding on and release him. Away it goes in 2.33 seconds. So the Hayabusa's got the work to do to now. 1585 cc's over Bunny's Leap. The gate, neat and tidy. No problems there. He's on a 17.17. He's on his way through that left-hander that leads into your saw bench.
Yes, very neat around saw bench, very close to the curb on the left-hand side. But kept it going, and there is now
braking and avoids all the markers, and it's a 36.07. 36.07. So he qualified on 36.58 and has gone faster on his top 12 runoff drive. Lee Griffiths then next onto the line. Lee from Burton-on-Trent, upgraded to the 1660 Hayabusa, running on methanol, which he's using today. 2.43 seconds off the start line. Modifications to this car give it a good low-down torque, good acceleration at slow and tight corners. Well, that's what you need here at Wiscombe, and he is 17.08 at the Esses, carrying good speed up to you, Dave.
He is carrying very good speed and very, very tidy around saw bench. Hardly anything lost there. Didn't go too high on the curve, didn't come over too far. Nice straight line.
Neatly through Martini, no knocking of the markers or whatever, and it's a 36.12. 36.12. So Griffiths found 0.02 of a second over his qualifying time. So Adam Green and up and away very quickly, launched in 2.15 seconds through the gate into the Esses, where he's on a 17.64 as he's on up through that left kink to you.
Yeah, the car was a little bit sideways as he arrived at the Esses, and it broke. He locked up a little bit under braking into Sorben, and it was like a little bit fluffy, but still I think it's going to be a quite good time.
Avoids the markers at Martini for a 37.10, so just over a second slower than his qualifying time. But eyes down and look in, ladies and gentlemen. The reigning British Hillclimb champion is on his way. It's a little bit down the list of qualifiers, but that doesn't mean to say.
You can imagine what's going through the minds of the ones following, can't you?
Indeed. He's really looking to nail this one. That's the mentality of these boys at the sharp end of the championship. So the quarry owner from Alloa in Scotland brings his GR59M to the line. Cosworth powered, 3.3 litres of Cosworth energy is going to be released. He's got the green light. He's just getting the revs right, and the technology takes over. He launches in 2.09, and wow,
that's quick.
Way over Bunny's.
I can hear him coming through the gate already.
And he finds the apex going into the gate and coming out of the gate, going through the Esses in 15.82. He's with you.
He is, and very tidy, keeping it neat, away from the edges of the track, not going on the curbs, not going on the grass.
Not risking anything, is he? This is measured all the way, and it's Martini and round. Well, hey, 32.93.
Oh, Alex Summers.
32.93. A new hill record by 1/100th of a second.
Yes.
What a performance.
Yes.
Now, Alex.
Alex will have to reply.
But first of all, Will Hall.
And Will's not to be.
Now, he's got the Judd 4 litre in this GR59J chassis. Now, lots of torque from this engine. But can it match that? Who would have thought? New hill record after this morning. What a business.
I hope we've got the bottle of champagne ready.
So, we'll leave that to Mr. Isaacs.
Yes.
Mr. Isaacs. Now, let's see. Green light for Will Hall. He's performed well with his previous cars, the Force AER engine machine. He's away off the line. Not so fast. 2.3 seconds. But can that 4 litre Judd work well and make up time across the parkline? Over Bunny's Leap, into the gate. He stays away from the bank a bit. He picks up the apex after the gate into the Esses, 16.33.
Yeah, Will's nice, tidy lines again. A little bit slower around Sawbench here. Traction control kicking in to get the power down, and he's now at Martin.
That's his braking down speed and clatters all the markers to record 34.75. 34.75 for Will Hall, so that makes him the second fastest in the runoff at the moment. No, third fastest behind Matthew Ryder and Wallace Mingies, of course.
I think the marshals and the Esses are just popping off to do a bit of sweeping a moment.
Well, it's only right, get everything correct, because Paul Hames is next up with his GR59, but a slightly different machine than we've seen in the hands of Alex Mingies, etc., because this is smaller capacity engine in the back.
So the marshals at Martini, no doubt, putting all the markers back then now, are they?
Yes, they're standing. It's like Skittles.
Yes.
And as you said, a lot of brushing being done in the Esses, so everybody's been right on the limit. And actually, have you noticed when you go out of the venue, particularly after the British Hillclimb Championship weekend, how worn the banks are and the verges are, because they are brushing past them?
Yeah.
That is...
The lines are very tight. Now, Wallace was very, very much away from the curbs.
He wasn't
running over the curbs.
No.
He I would say, a measured distance, maybe like only 3 or 4 inches, but not touching any curbs, not touching any verges. And I think that probably makes such a big difference to his time, because the car is more settled. It's on the ground. It's not being bounced around. He's not being bounced around.
He's getting maximum traction. But
exactly.
we're pulling the Paul Hames machine back to the start of the tyre warming areas. I think he's probably thinking along the lines of, I've been sat here for a little while.
They don't run much cooling, do they?
And you'll want to put some more heat into the tyres, another heat cycle into the tyres.
The other thing with these cars, they only run a very small fuel tank. A lot of them only got like a 5 litre fuel tank. So if you do get a red flag and you have to go back, sometimes you actually have to go back and refuel depending on the size of your engine, because I'm not sure
just
how many
not carrying
gallons
enough
to the mile they do these days.
Just drape the cleaned up the tyres, pulled up to the start line. positions it in the middle of the track. Qualified on 34.94. Now, most drivers are improving on their qualification times. Cam Paul from Farnham in Surrey do the same. Learned his craft in a Dallara ex-Formula 3 circuit racer. Vauxhall engine, and he's away in 2.25 seconds. So just a tad slower than some, but he's in the ballpark and tight into the gate, through into the Esses in 16.4.
Very tight.
So that's good.
Very close on the right-hand bank on the entrance to Sorbench. Very tidy, all the rest of it.
Did he have to put a bit more lock on the exit of Sorbench?
No, he was very tidy at Sorbench, but his way in was very much over to the right of the course.
Clobbers the markers at Martini. He's in the 34s with a 34.34.
Yeah. When you think that the power advantage the others have, and he's not that far behind, is he?
So that is the third fastest time at the moment. 32.93 Will Hall, 33.37 Matthew Ryder, 34.34. Now, Trevor Willis, past champion, of course, past winner here at Wiscombe Park. Neat and tidy driver, launches in 2.12 seconds with the PowerTech engined OMS, and swiftly through the gate, picking up his apexes neat. He's in the 15s, a 15.99.
He's a very quick driver, is Trevor. He can pull it out a little bit fluffier around Sorbench then. And lots of sparks coming off the undercarriage as he's going down the Castle Straight. So let's see what he's
Finds his braking point and through Martini, 34.04. Puts him ahead of Paul Hames.
This is the man to watch now, though, isn't it?
So Wallace Mingies, Matthew Ryder, Trevor Willis now in third place. So all at the moment, all our people are scoring points, but only 10 of them at the end of the day are going to go home with points or go to the bar tonight with points, whatever. So before this top 12 runoff, man on the start line was the Hill record holder, Alex Summers. That's been nabbed away by 100th of a second.
Alex will try to get it done.
I'm sure he will. Launched in 2.08 seconds.
Yeah,
so
he's trying.
He's not hanging around. He's neat, tidy into the gate, carrying good speed. 15.8.
Yes, he's definitely on a charge. Really, really smooth. Again, like Wallace, not going near the curbs, not going near the verges, just using the centre of the track to get him around the corner and up the straight. And I think he
gets his braking done around the line. 33.23. 33.23, so just misses out.
Oh, what a shame. There's always tomorrow.
So Alex goes second fastest at the moment behind Wallace Mingies. Yeah, Scott Moran next to run. Third fastest, Matthew Ryder. Trevor Willis in fourth. So we've got just Wallace in the 32s at the moment. Alex and Matthew in the 33s. Trevor, Paul Hames, Will Hall in the 34s. So, six-time British Hillclimb champion, Scott Moran. Car number 3. Now, yes, it's a Gould GR 59, but we're back to the Judd V8 4 litre. 2.14 seconds off the start line. And it is very fast, and the acceleration across the parkland here and into the gate.
I could hear him at the gate.
He's picked up the apex very nicely. 15.69.
Yeah. Again, a tidy run, slight bit of oversteer on the way out, but straight up the middle of the track.
Is this going to be a 32-second climb? He's around Martini, and it's not. 33.40. 33.40 for Scott Moran. So that will put him into fourth place. as 7:05 comes to the line. That's the man who was the fastest qualifier, Sean Gould. There's another GR59 with a Judd V8. So is the Cosworth going to beat the Judd V8s this afternoon, or can Sean Gould stop that? 34.10 was his qualifying time. Now, Matthew Ryder, driving the same car, made a sizable improvement on his qualifying time, and Sean is away, 2.09 away off the line. And Sparks even flying on the approach to Bunny's Leap, so this car's running super low. And little bit of a tweak on the opposite lock going through the gate, 15.76.
Yeah, that's fast time into there, isn't it? Very tidy, very, very tidy. Again, middle of the track driving, none of this on the curbs. And Sparks, as I said, coming off the end. Let's see what he's
Uses
done.
all the track on the braking, and it's a not got
still
round
ticking.
Martini, and I'm afraid that's going to be a 39.18. Oh dear, 39.18 for Sean Gould. So whether the engine knocked off under heavy braking for Martini, but Wallace Mingy's the fastest then, taking maximum championship points, 32.93. Bonus for new record, of course. Alex Summers in second place on 33.23. Matthew Ryder, third fastest, on 33.37, ahead of Scott Moran, recording 33.40. Trevor Willis also in the 34s. Oh, it was the beginning of the 34s, 34.04. Paul Hames with the GR59 on 33.34. Will Hall 34.75. Alex Coles 36.07. Lee Griffiths 36.12. And Adam Green taking the final point on 37.10. Sean Gould, unfortunately, out of the points with that 39.18, and Darren Gumley likewise with the fail.
So some very good times in there, and obviously Wallace is breaking of the hill record.
Wow.
As it's at the topping on the cake for him today.
It
And
is.
Such a small margin to beat it by, 1/100th of a second.
Couldn't be any smaller with the timing we have here. But we're not done yet. We've got some more motorsport left to run. We've got the racing cars from Class T7, and Carol Nichols is away with the Nike Mark IV. Carol on a 54.45 from her earlier run. With the Nike that was designed and built by a late father.
Ken?
In North Devon?
North Devon, yes indeed, in somewhere in the Barnstable area, I believe. But Carol's been campaigning the car for a number of years now, and always enjoys it. You know? And again, it's another one of those lovely old, lots of chrome and aluminium type racing cars, isn't it?
Yes, of its period, indeed. And we've got everybody looking for sort of fastest time of the day. We've got the Interclub event from this class. Ed Hollier the fastest on 36.76 out of this category. So kart 148 at the top, Carol Nichols in 53.99 as Shelley Deacon is away up the hill with the OMS PR. Shelley, of course, started her racing with a Mazda, I believe.
Oh.
Now with the OMS PR single-seater with a 1000cc Yamaha engine.
Yep. Ben Wheeler's just gone round here and trying really well, and quite well at the front was on the curb on the inside.
43.92 for Shelley, and Ben Wheeler targeting improvement, which he gets on a 38.59. That's kart 150, 38.59. So that puts Ben into third place at the moment. No, he should move, third place ahead of Tom Williams. Tony Wiltshire in second place. Ed Hollier. But we've got to bear in mind that Andrew Forsyth had a fail, and he looks like he's rectified the mechanical problem.
Tony Wiltshire
back
passing
on
you
the
now.
hill. So Tony currently second in the class with the Peugeot engined RT34. Tony taking a wide line into Martini, comes out with a 38.74. Tom Williams' car 151, clocked 39.79.
Here's Eddie. Eddie's on a charge.
So Ed's looking to improve on a 36.76.
Quite a bit of opposite lock there as he went around the saw bench.
Was he rallying or rally crossing or whatever?
He was trying.
He was asking, and he's the same out of Martini and over the line in 37.05. So that's a little bit off of his 36.76, but he sure enjoyed himself.
Oh, he was definitely enjoying himself when he passed.
Now, Andrew Forsyth looking to see if he can steal the class at the last effort.
I think Andrew has an issue. He's just he's backed off.
The mechanical gremlins are back. He was 18.07 in the Esses, and now, as you say,
I think he's gone down onto 3 cylinders by the second.
Coasting up the top.
He was looking back over his shoulder as he went past us. Not that you can see much in a single seater with the hands device and all that, but he was looking around there to the, try to see the rear of the car. I don't know if he's looking to see if there's smoke.
Not representative 48.22. So that gives Ed Hollier fastest time of the day of the Interclub event. Which might well give Tony the class at the end of the day on 38.74, ahead of Ben Wheeler and Tom Williams. Well,
this is it's been a good day. It's turned out actually after the weather, hasn't it? Bit of a long day, and we must say a big thank you to all the marshals here and the spectators that stayed to watch the end of the day.
The climax.
Yes.
And the marshals not only have been on post all day, but most of them have had quite a bit of work to do.
Yes, they have. It's been a busy day for our marshals, and I think we must remember that.
Yeah, you consider the first car was up the bank on the way to the gate.
It was like that's how the day started.
We've had a few issues, but all been dealt with very well by the organising team.
Yes.
And everybody, be they in the paddock or out on the hill.
Yes. So, and we're going to come back and do it all again tomorrow, aren't we?
I believe that's the idea. Yes.
Well, I'm going to disconnect myself up here now and turn all my batteries off and things like that.
Yeah. Don't want to run your batteries down at your age.
No, not my age. No. Actually, I think I'm only a few days younger than you, so just remember that. But, so we're getting ready now to see all the guys come back, and it'll be great to give everybody a round of applause, especially Wallace for
as the big boys Wallace come down. Yeah. If everybody could give them a round of applause and wave their hats and whatever.
Yes, we have to be very
because they've just
very
put
appreciative of the entertainment they've given us for the day as well.
They put it on the line.
Yes.
Right, Wallace delivered.
I'm going to sign off now. I'll leave it to you, Jeff, and thank you very much for today, and I look forward to tomorrow.
Indeed. Thank you, David, and behave yourself tonight.
Oh, I always do.
No, that's the end of the competition on the track. We have the awards presentation to look forward to at the bottom of the paddock area along from race control. So we have open invitation to everybody to attend for that, and applaud the successes of the drivers from both the Interclub and the national events today, and also to acknowledge the success of Wallace in the runoff. So thank you for coming to Wiscombe today for this first day of British Hillclimb Championships events. Another day tomorrow, brought to you again by the Woolbridge Motor Club. So from Dave Pearce up on the hill and Jeff Pickett in the commentary position, good afternoon to you, have a good evening and a safe drive home if you're travelling. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport videos. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.